Yes, a little louder, please.
A little louder.
Good, good. Not too loud.
No singing, especially me in public. Okay. Yeah, I'm having a little problems with my monitor, one of my monitors.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, you're facing away from the camera, so.
yeah, I'm going to see where I put my stuff up. Maybe I'll just move the camera. Good morning, Patrice. See you out there. Let's see. Let's stand up. Camera. That'll work. Okay, how are you doing, Steve? Do you have who you need out?
Let's see, I think we do. I know that Supervisor Begay is in the house here, so she should be connecting shortly.
She just needs to accept the promotion.
Okay. Let's see, we also need to pull in Erica. So Erica Philpott needs to join us, right, Trey?
She does.
Alrighty. Let's see.
And then Lindsay, are you going to promote Kara, Jermaine, and Shyla at the time of the proclamation?
Yes, I'm promoting them now, actually.
Okay.
Why don't we just test the voice, see if it works for her. There's Judy. All right. Okay, Kara, we haven't started the meeting yet, but we're getting ready to. But I want to test your voice and see if it's working out there. And I'm speaking to Kara House.
Yep, can you hear me?
I can, all right.
Perfect.
Okay, and we'll get to you in just a minute. Let me try Jermaine. Jermaine, can you speak?
Hear me okay?
We sure can, fantastic. Thank you, Jermaine. And then, let's see, you're working on Charlotte, Lindsay?
Chair Ryan, I don't see Shyla just yet.
Okay, and we'll watch for Charlotte and promote her, but for the sake of Kara and Jermaine, just in case we get to it and she's not here, just to make you aware of that. But we'll stop at that point, pause, see if she's on, and if she is, we'll promote her and test. Okay.
Absolutely. And I just want to check, she might be in under one of her parents, either Valeria Chase or Kevin Chase, or it might be an email or a name associated with her school.
Okay. So Lindsay.
Shyla, if you're on, can you raise your hand?
There you go. Oh, and there's Lena. I don't know. All right. Well, we'll go back there, and that'll give you a little bit of time, Lindsay. Let me go ahead and we're just slightly past 10 o'clock, and we're scheduled to begin this part of the meeting. Just a note. Well, first, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And welcome, everybody. It's February 1st. We're already in February 2022. So, and before I go to the board, just a note that we were scheduled for a 9 o'clock executive session for legal counsel associated with the American Rescue Plan Act. And staff needs more time to work together with our attorneys on that. And so we did cancel that, but we're beginning our regular session, our 10 o'clock session at this point. Now, what I'll do is I'll go through each of our supervisors so that they can say hello. And I'll go to District 1, Supervisor Patrice Worsman. Patrice?
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. Happy February. I don't know what happened to January and December, but now we're in February, so here we are. It's good to see the board and the staff and members of the public, and I'm looking forward to a very important proclamation to be read this morning. So, good morning, all.
All right, good morning, Patrice, and welcome. And then District 2, Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to having a good meeting today, productive meeting, and as Supervisor Horstman said, doing an important proclamation. So I'm looking forward to a great meeting. Thank you, everybody, for participating today. Thank you.
All right, and good morning, Geronimo. And then we have District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy.
Good morning, colleagues and staff, and everybody that's on the video this morning. Just want to say thank you for this beautiful day today, and that we have a lot before us, and there's a lot of discussions that are going to be out there to somehow help our communities out there within Coconino County. So I'm glad to be here, and yesterday was 4 years ago I lost my father, so it was a real sad day for me yesterday, but I just remembered him and prayed and stuff like that. So I just want to say that, and then thank you. It's going to be a real good meeting, and I can't wait for the proclamation to be read. So thank you.
All right, well, we're glad you're here, Judy. And yeah, our fathers are so important to us. Next, we have our Vice Chair and District 5 Representative, Lena Pella. Lena.
Yeah, good morning. Today is Atsapiyaj, which is the beginning. Atsapiyaj is the name of the February in Navajo. So Atsapiyaj means the eagle's baby. So these are when the eagles are born. I grew up with it. Where I grew up, there was a tree in the distance, several hills away, where there was a big eagle nest. And this is when we always were told not to go near there, because that's when the eagles were born. So anyway, happy February, and really look forward to today and a new month to conduct our meetings. So thank you.
All right. Well, wonderful to have you, Vice Chair, and the full board. So first item of business is our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. If everybody could please rise, and if you don't have a flag, please face to the east and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And as you can see, Lindsay was good enough to put the flag up there and the pledge as well. Thank you, Lindsay, for doing that. Next item of business is call to the public. And call to the public is a courtesy the board provides for individuals that wish to bring an item to our attention that is not part of our agenda today. We cannot discuss them, but we can listen. Sometimes we can direct staff, but is there anybody that would like to use this opportunity to bring an item to the attention of the board? I'll have Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, explain what you need to do if you'd like to use this opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If anyone would like to make a comment at this time, you'll need to hit the raise hand icon, which appears when you hover at the bottom of your screen, and it looks like a hand. So if you click on that, it will raise your hand and we will be notified that you would like to speak. And at this time, I don't see anyone that has joined via the telephone, so it would just be the raise hand icon.
All right. Just give it a second there. And I'm not seeing anybody. Are you, Lindsay?
No, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close that portion of call to the public. And next item of business is our item number 2, which is a consideration of possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 2022 as National Black History Month. And we have a special guest today. Before we step into it, we're going to have our staff initiate this, then we'll go to our special guest. But let's check and see if we have Shyla out there one more time. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Shyla, I don't see Shyla on, but if she's on under a different name, if you can just hit the raise hand icon so we know where you are, then I can promote you as a panelist so that we can see you and hear you.
Okay, we're not seeing anything out there. So that's a heads up for your coordination there, Kara and Jermaine. And I'm sure you'll do well with it. Okay, so to introduce the topic, we have Erica Philpott and Trey Williams, our staff members, that'll introduce the topic, and then we'll go to our guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll introduce our distinguished guests, and then after that, Erica, after the proclamation, Erica will share some additional updates. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today to introduce the consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 2022 as National Black History Month, which is American history. We have with us here today the African Diaspora Advisory Council Chair, Kara House, the African Diaspora Advisory Council Vice Chair, Jermaine Barkley, who will read the proclamation on behalf of the board.
All right.
So
are we going to the proclamation before Erica? Let me just double check and make sure. Is that correct? All right. So yes, I'm going. As noted, Kara is our chairperson of our African Diaspora Commission, and so Kara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins citizens and local governments across the country in recognizing February 2022 as National Black History Month, inclusive of all as recognized in the African diaspora. And whereas Coconino County recognizes the rich and diverse history of the African diaspora, a people who helped shape continents all over the world, a people who became and continue to be contributors and influencers of the history, language, culture, and achievements of the United States. And whereas Coconino County honors the history, struggles, and achievements of the past, present, and future generations of our African diaspora, bringing us to a time of reckoning, redemption, and hope for all people. And whereas Coconino County takes pride in the full talents and diversity of the African diaspora in our nation, including those who served in the United States Armed Forces and those in public office, protecting our freedoms and shaping our national character and cultural pride. And
whereas Coconino County embraces the many valuable contributions of the African diaspora in our country's lumber and sawmill industries, and notably in the generations of entrepreneurs, educators, artists, authors, scientists, athletes, community leaders, and public servants, thus reaffirming our commitment for future generations. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors supports and engages with the African diaspora communities in our cities and states in collaboration with the African Diaspora Advisory Council and Live Black Experience Community Coalition, partnership to involve its residents on issues that impact our community. And whereas Coconino County recognizes our county seat in the city of Flagstaff, which in 2020 historically adopted the Lived Black Experience strategic plan to promote engagement in, conversation with, and the understanding of the African diaspora communities in our cities and state, in collaboration with the Lived Black Experience Community Coalition, with whom the County African Diaspora Advisory Council partners. And whereas 2022 recognizes the significance of Black health and wellness, acknowledging the legacy of members of the African diaspora in all health fields, and deepening our understanding, awareness, and commitments to addressing historic economic and health disparities faced by the people of the African diaspora in this nation. And
whereas we thank all communities of the African diaspora for the countless acts of courage in the face of discrimination and injustice to make our country the land of the free and to further ensure justice for all. Therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the positive contributions of all people of the African diaspora in our nation, county, and society, we do hereby recognize February 2022 as National Black History Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us.
All right, so what I'll do first is I'll ask for a motion for a declaration of the proclamation. I have Supervisor Horseman raising her hand out there. Supervisor Horseman, and
Yes,
then Supervisor Vasquez. Go ahead, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, it's certainly a great honor and privilege to accept and approve the proclamation designating February 2022 as National Black History Month, recognized here in Coconino County.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. I need a second, and I have Supervisor Vasquez to raise his hand. Go ahead, Supervisor Vasquez.
No, I was just going to say a second.
Okay, I have a second from Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, so motion carries. And actually, I'm going to suggest the board provide an opportunity for both Kara and Jermaine to add anything they wish to add. And then we have Erica that'll be following up, and then will provide us an opportunity after that. Kara or Jermaine, do you want to follow up with additional comments beyond excellent proclamation and really great time to celebrate? But please, if you could.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Ryan, and to all the supervisors for having us today and allowing us this opportunity to share this proclamation with you in celebration of Black History Month. I do want to recognize that Shyla Chase was going to be our third reader. She is unfortunately not feeling well today. We just heard that, so we wish her well. But I also want to recognize our other member who is in attendance today, Dr. Tracy Moore. Thank you for attending, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors and our full community for embracing this important holiday. This is a month-long celebration of Black culture, members of the African diaspora who are here now, who have gone before, and who are to come in our communities. And we are excited to embrace this celebration all month long in an opportunity to celebrate those cultures and remember that we are important parts of this community who have contributed, are contributing, and will continue to contribute to the success and the vibrancy of our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Kara. And Jermaine, would you like to add any additional comments?
there's not much else I can say to top Madam Chairwoman, but it's an honor to be here to read the proclamation and bring in the month. And just as a reminder, all of these observances, be it Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Indigenous Peoples Month, strives for equity for the Black community or strives for equity for all of our communities. And the month is not only an opportunity for celebration for the resiliency of our Black community, but an opportunity to look at the lessons learned on how progress is made, and a call to action to then make progress and strides towards addressing the disparities that exist in our community. But as a reminder, while we are focusing on our community, any success towards justice and equity is a success for the entirety of those who are struggling with disparities in our community. And so I'd just like to preface the month with that as a call to action.
Well said. And actually, I'm excited to see that your vice chair. After our interview, I knew you would go places, and really glad to see you in that position. And Kara,
Thank you.
and Carrie, your leadership as well. So let's turn to Erica. She'll help us know what activities that some of the activities that are occurring out there. Erica.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Very excited to be with you today, and thank you to Kara and Jermaine as well for their leadership and partnership in making our county Black History Month so rich, helping us plan that. And on behalf of our Diversity Council, our Diversity Committee, I want to thank you. And want to also express that Carol Kidd, who is the chair of our diversity committee, is out ill today and expresses her regrets that she's unable to be here. We would be remiss if we didn't first off mention that Chair House and her committee, the African Diaspora Advisory Council, are having an essay contest. So I want to put that as our first mention here, and that is still open through February 20th. We did include that in our global to all of our county employees, but they're accepting entries for their Black History Month essay and art contest, which is an annual event. And I'm sure she can tell us more about that as well. Do you want to do that now, Chair House?
Absolutely. We're excited to be adding the art component to the contest this year. We've hosted the essay contest for, I believe, 10 years now. And this is the first year that we're adding the art component. The exciting aspect of that is that we are open to all forms of art, whether it's visual, performance, or any other form that the students are interested in engaging in. This is a contest that's open to all students within Coconino County. And we really want to emphasize that, because as we said, and as Vice Chair Barkley put so well, this celebration is really for all people. We are focusing this year on the theme of Black History Month of Black Health and Wellness. And so we're inviting students to participate through that theme by either sharing an essay that recognizes someone in that field who they view as a hero or heroine, or in the art side of the contest as well, just celebrating the theme or celebrating a particular figure. So we greatly look forward to seeing what our students will do with that theme and celebrating that at the end of the month.
All right, that sounds exciting and nice addition. Always the essay contest, almost from day one of the council, which is exciting as well. Some really special essays. Erica, did you have any additional comments?
Sure. Thanks so much, Chair Ryan. So our first county employee event, which is also open to the community, will be this Wednesday, tomorrow the 2nd. And Danica Davis, our NAPEP Wellness Coordinator, will be hosting on Wednesdays throughout the month from 12 to 1 restorative yoga and book club. And that is featuring restorative yoga for ethnic and race-based stress and trauma based on a book by Dr. Gail Parker. So that starts tomorrow. On Thursday, the 3rd, also at noon, we have Celebrating the King, which is a presentation by Dr. Bernadine Lewis at NAU, who's long been a partner in our Black History celebrations. So excited to have her come back and be with us as well. On Friday the 4th, we have a Prominent Figures During the Civil Rights Movement by Christopher Dozer. And Mr. Dozer will also be presenting on Friday the 11th with a conversation on uncomfortable conversations with a Black man, which will feature videos as well. On Monday the 7th, there will be African Diaspora Around the World as our Lunch and Learn. On Tuesday the 8th, Carol Kidd, the chair of the Diversity Committee, will present a TED Talk entitled How to Go Beyond Diversity and Inclusion to Community and Belonging, What is Privilege? So that will be our Lunch and Learn that day. And so those are just some of the events we have in the first 2 weeks. There is almost an event a day this month. So the committee has really been working hard to put together a wide variety of topics, both celebratory and educational, reflective, that we hope will bring deeper meaning to the month for lots of our employees. And the Zoom links are posted. So hope to see many employees there.
Good.
And the Zoom links are posted. And where are they posted, Erica?
That's a great question. They were posted in the global email, and then they'll also be on our intranet. So we'll have them in both areas.
All right. So what I'll do is go ahead and follow up with board members, and typically we rotate numerically, but I'll step into Supervisor Horstman.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair House and Vice Chair Barkley, for this important proclamation. And, you know, really, there's not a lot more that can be said than what you both have presented. And I think that a recognition of Black History Month certainly provides an opportunity to continue meaningful discussions, some of which were outlined by our Human Resources Director. And I know that there will be continuing conversations and discussions, and also a commitment for meaningful change. So thank you both, and thank you for the proclamation, and a good month, February, to celebrate. So thank you.
That's if we can get past Groundhog Day, right? Next up, we have Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for this important proclamation. It's always great when we get to do these proclamations, especially for the Tri-Council. And so I really appreciate you being here and reading that eloquent proclamation. And I really appreciate Vice Chair Barkley, your remarks about diversity and inclusion and fighting for equity for everybody, because, you know, we don't want to dwell on the negativity of the past, but we do want to recognize that things have happened and things need to change. And we can't let the celebration overshadow the work that still needs to be done. And so I just wanted to thank you for those words, and just remind the community and remind the folks that our democracy is civic engagement, and if there's things that need to be changed, if we need to work towards justice and equity, we have to be engaged and we have to participate. And so as we're looking and reflecting this month on the African-American experience and the African diaspora experience, we can find similarities with all the different groups that have been disenfranchised in America over the years and over times. And everybody needs to celebrate each other so that we can create that solidarity of understanding and of what our needs are to find that equity and find that justice and find what is really that dream of what we hope democracy in America could be. It hasn't always been that way. It hasn't quite gotten there sometimes, but it could be if we dream it, if we build it, if we build that community we want to live in. So, like I said, I just want to say thank you for both of you for bringing this proclamation to us and for the opportunity to speak on it. And I look forward to participating in some of the events this month. Thank you.
All right, well said, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Okay, thank you, Chair House, and also Vice Chair Barkley. Thank you for bringing this proclamation before us. It really, really means a lot. And as my previous Geronimo Vasquez says, we all, as Indigenous people, I think, we've all encountered a lot of issues that are similar, and so it's really heartfelt, when these proclamations come before us as Board of Supervisors, because you've lived it and you know it, and you're still struggling with things like that. So, but I know that there are full talents and diversity of our nation, especially the ones that are that have served in the U.S. Army, the services, and they were pretty much protecting our freedom and also shaping our national cultural pride and things like that. So, and I know that there's a lot of contribution, in all aspects, very valuable contributions that are being made by within the proclamation that was mentioned. So I wanted to do it, and when it comes down to Black History Month, first thing I thought of Dr. Martin Luther King. And I thought to myself, wow, what an inspiration. What, it means a lot, to have people stand up, for anything they believe in. So, and I remember him saying that I have a dream, and that one day the nation will just rise up to and live out the the true meaning of the creed, of its creed. And he also says, we hold these truths to be evident to all men, and that everyone is all equal, or something like that. So I really wanted to stress that, and it's true, that we are all men and we should all be created equally. So I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this proclamation before us again. And so thank you.
Hey, well said, Supervisor Begay. Then we have Vice Chair Fowler. Lena?
Thank you. The doctrine of discovery that was brought here really has set the course for inequality, the just genocide of indigenous people around the world. And that is still at play today. When we talk about equality, we talk about unjust, it's within our policies. That is our job as a Board of Supervisors. And we have the council that we have established and bring items to us that we need to change. That is internal. That is our job on behalf of all people. If you are elected official, you have any kind of policy to make sure that it is for all people, and that's our job. We still experience trauma, and so people wonder why we're the way we are at times. And it's because of what our ancestors went through, our own parents went through, when we as individuals have gone through. And it's that injustice, that voter suppression that is happening right now. We have to fight for every individual to be able to vote. It is, it is the housing, making sure that housing policies is for everyone, not just for certain people. It's even in the businesses, in the small business grant policies. These are all policies that we have to have influence over, and there's so much more. So I appreciate you bringing this here, really appreciate the council. And I know that we're all fighting for the same thing, and we're just gonna continue to do so. We can't just make speeches and recognize these proclamations, and that is it. We have our job to do. Every item that comes before us, the management and all the staff have to make sure that these are just policies. And if you see a policy that is not, then let's change it. Let's change it so that we live in a world of equality, equity. These are buzzwords right now, and we can't just make it that. We can't just think we can say it and then we forget about it. We have to take action. Words are everything. So with that, I thank you and really appreciate you coming before us and just reminding us what our job is and just setting the course for us again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And, well said by everybody. And as noted, it is opportunity. You know, we're in the middle of that fight, so to speak, down at the legislature right now, our election laws, as Vice Chair had mentioned. It is remembering, but it's opportunity. We are continuing to try and work within our own organization, but we need it for our sake of our community as well. And our organization represents community. So important, the equity, inclusion, justice components, and that they aren't just words. It's action. That's why we have councils. And we look forward to continued future opportunity, as well as a recognition of the plan, as noted, Kara, as you noted, that we need to have it as a living document, not as a plan that sits on the shelf, which is a critical piece of that. But I want to thank you for bringing forward the proclamation. So important that we do take this opportunity to put it in the forefront and celebrate and recognize. So I hope people take advantage of all the days of activities, as well as going beyond that. You know, live it, breathe it. So with that, thank you again. And at this point, we need to go to our next item of business. Next item of business is that we have our consent agenda before us. And consent agenda, as we note each time, are routine in nature. Usually we've seen them in work sessions or they're renewing contracts, and we take them in a single motion rather than multiple motions. And we have items 3 through 8 for our consent agenda. And this is where I would pause and see if any board member would like to separate the any item in our consent agenda. And it looks like I'm not seeing anybody. So would anybody care to make a motion to move this?
I move that we approve the consent agenda from item 3 to 8, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by Supervisor Begay. Any comments? No comments. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. All right. And so that brings us to item number 9. Item number 9, a very important item, is consideration, and this is an action item, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2022-03, establishing and adjusting and defining precinct boundaries in the county for 2022 elections. And we, Steve, did you want to start off, or are we going to go to Esther right away?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we can go directly to Esther for this item. Thank you.
All right, Esther Musta, our elections director. Good morning. Go ahead. Floor's yours, Esther.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for having us here. I have a quick presentation. I wanted to put up a couple of slides, but this is an action item regarding the necessary changes for the redistrict for the precinct as a result of the Independent Redistricting Commission work that was just completed on January 24th and transmitted to the county. The last fall, the Board of Supervisors approved all the voting precincts, but that's a statutory state requirement that we do take action and approve the precincts before October 1st. But however, as a result of the Independent Redistricting Commission, the congressional and specifically the Arizona legislative district lines in the county, District 6 and 7, did not follow any of our existing precinct lines, which necessitated the realignment of our precincts. As a result of the work that, of the redistricting work that the IRC did, we had to increase the number of precincts from 66 to 75, and this action today would allow us to start the planning for the election administration of elections for 2022, as well as to share the information with the political parties and candidates for their running for election in 2020. With that, if there are any questions.
Let me take it off mute before I get penalized. Actually, Esler, if you could, this is a very important process for our communities. Could you just explain a little bit more detail what needed to happen to create these additional precincts?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So the precincts are the units that we administer elections in the county. They're the smallest unit. One of the requirements for each of the precincts is that the legislative, the congressional, and the supervisorial district cannot overlap in that one single unit in this area. So the size of the precinct is also based on the number of registered voters, not the population, and we take that into account as we establish the precincts across the county. The number of the guidelines for us drawing these precincts again are the number of registered voters minus any voters that take advantage of the early voting lists, and the defining factor for the precinct is the existence of the polling place locations within that vicinity in order to administer elections on election day. So we take all of those factors into consideration in order to draw the precincts in the county and have completed that work that is in front of you today.
Mr. Chair, if I can add to that also, please.
Please, go ahead, Steve.
And later on today, I'll be giving an update on redistricting because one of the images I'm going to show is a domino. And so dominoes are falling in terms of process steps. And so with the RC work being completed and the maps adopted by the RC just very recently, now the county will restart the redistricting process. And so we needed to wait until the IRC did their work because, as Esler indicated, when you lay down a congressional or legislative line, it automatically creates a precinct split. And so now that that's in place and we have maps approved at that level, I'll be providing an update on the redistricting part on behalf of the team this afternoon. So again, this was an important domino that needed to fall into place so that now we can move on redistricting. Thank you, sir.
All right. And then, one more, go a little further, Esler. Can you explain the precincts that were created?
Can you repeat that, Mr. Chairman? Sorry.
Can you tell us the precincts that were created?
Absolutely. So again, as a result of the redistricting lines that were drawn, we had to split several of the precincts on the western part of the county, so the Parks area as well as in the Williams area. And also we had to create 3 additional precincts in the western part of the Flagstaff along Route 66. Like I mentioned earlier, that the redistricting lines that the IRC adopted did not follow any of the patterns that we had seen of the precincts that we had seen in previous reiterations.
Okay. Further questions from the board? Oh, I see. Hang on a second. Patty. I got Patty Hansen out there with her hand raised. Go ahead, Patty.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan and members of the board. I can quickly tell you the precincts that were affected, the old precincts, if you would like me to do so.
That would be wonderful, Patty, if you could.
Okay. Williams North Side was divided in half due to the legislative redistricting. So we now have created a new precinct called Howard Mesa. So what used to be Williams North Side is now Howard Mesa, and then precinct Williams north side. In the Parks area, it went along the interstate. So the Parks precinct is now split in half between Parks North and Parks South. In Belmont, it did the same thing. It went along the interstate boundary. And so the north side is Belmont precinct, and the south side, where there was no registered voters, is now being combined with Ranches, and Ranches got split also on the interstate. So southern part of Belmont will be part of Ranches South. The northern part will be Ranches North. On the east side, the Winona precinct got divided into 3 precincts. We have Winona, which is the area north of the interstate, and which is I-40. And then on the south side, the 2 pieces of Winona precinct will now be a new Walnut Canyon precinct and a new Meteor precinct. We did have the city of Sedona carved out into Legislative District 5. So what used to be Sedona North and South in the city of Sedona will just be the Sedona precinct. And to the north, in the old part of Sedona North, is a new Oak Creek precinct. In the city of Flagstaff, we have had to split Flagstaff 6, which was the Railroad Springs area, and Presidio. It went down Route 66 here. And so the Presidio area in south of Route 66 will now be a new Flagstaff 29. And then Railroad Springs will be its own precinct, Flagstaff 6. We also have a split between the old Flagstaff 7 and 9, and had to readjust some lines. And we carved out a little area that used to be part of Flagstaff 12. This is in the Plaza Viejo area. It will now be its own precinct, Flagstaff 28. And then finally, the last change, Flagstaff 14, which was Aspen Place and down near, including the Brandon homes, got split. And so Aspen Place will be its own precinct in Flagstaff 14, and a new Flagstaff 27 is the southern part of the old Flagstaff 14. So that's just a real quick description of the area, but you can see overall, I can, if you want me to share my map just to show an overall view of what they did, they basically went through the middle of our county. So let me do that if I can figure out how to do it. Maybe I won't do it. But essentially, I'll just describe it. It went on I-40, Interstate 40, and then kind of got onto Route 66 through Flagstaff, and then went back to I-40, and then up north of the city of Williams. So they really did do a lot to divide our county. So plus that little piece down in Sedona. So all of our hard work we thought was done and we were ready to move ahead. We have to come back to you and ask you to make these adjustments for us. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
But in essence, you're creating precincts from the former precincts that make sense to where people can go and vote while you adjust for the congressional and legislative lines.
Yes, our Chairman Ryan. The good news is, like you said, we had to divide precincts, so that allowed us to do so. And this should not affect anybody's polling places. We're hoping to keep the same locations that these voters in the new precincts we're voting at before.
All right. Well, thank you, Patty, and thank you, Esler. I'll go to the board and see if we have additional comments or questions here. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you both for the explanation. And I've had a chance also to take a look at the map, and it's unfortunate that, as usual, the IRC has not listened, and even for some of our technical changes, they elected not to listen to us. But I appreciate the update on this, you know, I'm glad at least the polling places will hopefully remain the same. You know, you have communities of interest, and you have communities that have worked together, voted together, lived together, educate together, and it's unfortunate that some of these changes and splits are being made, but hopefully with the polling places being in the same place, it'll continue a certain continuity. So thank you both Patty and Esler for your hard work on this. The only good news is it's over. The bad news is all of our hard work, we didn't get what we hoped, the results that we were hoping for, but thank you for your hard work on this.
All right. Why don't I just roll through Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and explaining the new precincts. It is unfortunate that our district was split the way it was, and we had to make these adjustments. But now that we know what those adjustments are, we can move forward with our local redistricting and start making the arrangements for the 22 election. So it's nice to finally have that clarity and understand what we're going to do. It's unfortunate the way it kind of played out on the IRC level, but it is what it is. So we'll do the best we can. So thank you for all your hard work in securing our elections.
Supervisor Paget.
Thank you, Patty, and also Elsa for making this presentation. And I had a chance to sit down with Esler yesterday, and I don't have any questions because he answered all the questions that I had. So I believe there's just a few changes in my area in District 4. So that was fully explained to me. So I appreciate that. And then I know that, you know, we were waiting for other things to happen before we could come to this, but you know, it's finally happened, and we just have to move forward with it and do the best we can. And I know there's probably going to be work to do again, you know, just to ensure that, you know, people are aware of what areas that they're going to be voting for and stuff like that. So, but thank you very much for the presentation.
All right, and then our Vice Chair, you know.
Yes, well, thanks for meeting probably with each one of us just to explain what had taken place. Yeah, we're supposed to have an independent IRC board or commission, and apparently they were not, this commission was not ready to listen to the communities, to consider our proposals. And even though that we had a large community outpouring of support for it and just really balanced the whole region out, we thought, but unfortunately we did not, or we didn't have influence with them, but we sure did try though. So with every meeting and meetings with the communities, we really tried. So just want to thank the board and just the work that everyone did with the IRC. And now this is the result. And now we move on to our own redistricting that will be taking place. At least we start that. So, you know, this is where voter suppression comes in again, and just a lot of work to be done to make sure that all citizens are able to participate in the voting process and in the democratic system. And that's what we're here to do. And we've really tried, we work hard to make that happen. So thank you, Esler, and thank you, Patty. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just follow quickly. I think it's all been said. We are disappointed in where the lines ended up for congressional and legislative. However, our responsibility is to set the precinct boundaries. And I think our staff and our elected, Patty Henson, our recorder, that's done a great job and guiding Esler and Esler, all your good work there, really appreciate it. You think about community, you've done what is most appropriate to keep communities of interest together. So with that, looks like no further questions. We are posted for an action associated with this. Would anybody, looks like Supervisor Horstman has her hand up. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, with the explanation and because we need to do this, I would ask that we approve Resolution 2022-03, establishing, adjusting, and defining precinct boundaries in the county for the 2022 elections.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Yeah.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, and just one piece quickly, for the sake of this, between elections as well as Lindsay, you interact with the recognized parties. So, I know we will be getting information out there, but please, if you could make sure you convey that information to the recognized parties, that'd be very important. All right. Next item of business is, and we're falling a little bit behind here. This is item 10. It's a presentation and discussion and update, possible action regarding the Coconino County response to COVID-19. We are still under a state of emergency, and we still have high numbers out there. But we have Kim Musselman here, our HHS director, that will provide us with an update. Kim?
Good morning, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you this evening. I believe Lindsay's going to pull up my PowerPoint presentation here. So give her just a second and we'll get started. To give a brief overview of where, the state of where we are. As usual, our slide that depicts, and next slide, please, Lindsay, that depicts the back data update with regards to our cases. I'm happy to report that it does appear that we're starting to see our downward trend of the Omicron variant. We are very hopeful that this is going to continue in this direction. We, of course, are still at very high transmission rates and percent positivity, being just over 30%, as we have been for the last several weeks. Next slide, please. Just want to show you where we are going on the epi curve. Again, this is good news, as you see on the far right over there, that as we're still gathering data for the week ending, what was the January 29th, it's looking to also be significantly lower than where we ended the week on the 22nd. So we're going to keep watching that and look forward to hopefully that staying lower and continuing to go in that trend week over week. Next slide, please. With the high case numbers, of course, continue to see a lot of testing going on in our communities, which is a good thing, a very good thing, and we're very fortunate for the availability of all the testing opportunities that we have around the county, and continue to work on even more opportunities, as we know that there are still needs out there in terms of access to testing. But you will see that as our week ending January 22nd, lower numbers of tests, still above almost 11,500 tests occurring through the past week ending January 22nd, down from the high of over 14,000 tests. Again, these are the tests that are being recorded by the laboratories. That doesn't include all of the, what I am sure are hundreds of thousands of self-testing kits that are being administered as well. Next slide, please. A brief overview here again with our vaccine counts among our county residents. You will see that we continue to have folks taking advantage of first and second doses and booster doses. Certainly it has dropped off some from the last couple of weeks where we had some higher trends for folks being vaccinated. Continue our efforts and continue to up them. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute with respect to encouraging boosters. Obviously, first and second doses, absolutely wanting to get everyone fully vaccinated and up to date, but really emphasizing the importance of boosters if you are eligible and the increased likelihood that they still do a fantastic job, in particular of keeping people from having severe illness and hospitalization and ultimately deaths from COVID-19. Next slide, please. This has been the graphs we've been using for the last couple of weeks with respect to showing the Omicron variant and the trends across the country, and then also our state. And as you can see, the graph there with the entire country with that downward trend being very evident now. And then you can see more on the East Coast where they have had some significant drop-offs. And then here in Arizona and Utah, you can see those peaks and that there's now the start of that pretty significant downward trend. Same in Utah and California. So we are very optimistic that that will be continuing as we go forward in the next week or two. Next slide, please. This is a new slide that I just wanted to share with you briefly, because I think it depicts a really good picture and really reemphasizes the importance of those booster doses and vaccination and continuing to practice the good mitigation measures. And if you look at this graph in the center there, where you see that really high spike of the green is hospitalizations. And that going back a year ago, at the time of our last significant spike of COVID and when vaccines were just becoming available, you will see how high that hospitalization spike was in comparison to the case number. The cases are in the blue, and then in the red are deaths. And then you look over to the far right and you see the blue of case numbers, which is the highest. And then that hospitalization, still significant. I don't want to downplay that, but certainly not as obvious and detrimental as we had seen before. And then of course, deaths also staying lower and dropping down. So I think that's important just to point out as we're moving along in our transition here. Next slide, please. So just a couple of things I'd like to highlight with respect to major vaccine and booster updates, as well as testing. Continue to have a fantastic communications team putting out great graphics and other information as it comes out. Just wanting to highlight the COVID-19 drive-through testing location at the Elks Lodge here in Flagstaff, in addition to the other locations that have been ongoing with Embry Health out by the mall, and also at, now I'm going to lose my train of thought of where it's at, the also locations, of course, at NAU. And then we are working with the same provider that is providing the drive-through testing at the Elks Lodge to also be able to open a location up at CCC in Page for a drive-through testing location. So we're making progress on that and looking forward to being able to bring that partner in there to provide some additional testing availability in that area. Many of you, if you have ordered your at-home testing kits from the federal government, hopefully those have started to arrive. Also, the reminder that there is reimbursement from insurance for related expenses for testing. We have information on our website about all of these things. And then most recently, up to 3 free masks being available from the federal government beginning in February. I know today is February 1st. We are aware that several pharmacies are going to be receiving these free masks that residents will be able to go in and obtain. We're waiting for some confirmation from them before we start to send floods of people to various locations to make sure that they have them in stock. And I did just get update that North Country had also requested about 20,000 of these masks because they're eligible through our federally qualified healthcare centers. And it sounds like they just arrived yesterday. And so the North Country is figuring out a distribution plan. Of course, many of you who may be clients of North Country received a text asking if you were interested in that. So obviously they're going to be distributing, getting those out, and then also working with us in partnership to get those masks out and around our county and communities. Just wanted to make a brief note for the board's awareness and for the public's awareness as well. Obviously, as we are now into our second year of our response to COVID and all of the ebb and flow that we have had, we are, as public health in general, from nationwide response as well as state and locally, looking at changes in practice regarding case investigations. We've been prioritizing those case investigations for many months now, with and especially many weeks, with the Omicron surge in particular and high case numbers in the cases that are investigated and contacted that are coming in through those laboratory tests. And so with the increase in the at-home testing kits, along with the high numbers, and just really an opportunity to look at how we continue to sustain what's needed going forward as far as our surveillance, targeting those most vulnerable populations, our congregate settings, school settings to some extent as well, although we are going to be looking at some changes as well in that regard. Just wanted to let you know that more will be coming about that. We're waiting. Some of our national organizations have come out with a policy statement. We've had conversations with ADHS and are ultimately really waiting for CDC to make some significant statements and adjustments with respect to contact tracing and case investigation in particular, so that we can do so in full alignment as we have done from the very beginning with CDC and the best recommendations and as science is directing us. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that, and more to come on that. And then really emphasize with part of this kind of change in practice, and I've been saying it for a few weeks now, so it's not a new statement, but I want to emphasize this, is really emphasizing that those individuals who do test positive with those at-home testing kits, that they are contacting and notifying their close contacts and people that they have been in contact with within the last 72 hours. Really important that we notify those around us if we do test positive, so that others can take appropriate precautions and isolate as needed in order to protect our most vulnerable and to mitigate the transmission in public places and in the places that we go every day. And just want to emphasize that this is, there at this point, we know that COVID is everywhere. This is not about a situation of people have made bad decisions or done things inappropriately. It is everywhere, despite some of our best intentions of trying to protect one another. Sometimes we still have cases and breakthrough cases of COVID, and that it's really important that we let others know if we have tested positive, so that they can also take appropriate precautions and also get tested themselves. So next slide, please. Just to pivot a little bit in terms of ongoing communications regarding how we are also continuing what is still our most important message around vaccinations and ultimately boosters as well. I know last time I was before you shared a video that was part of our Parents as Influencers campaign with little 2-minute videos. We just released the most recent one with, many of you may recognize Talia. She is with NACA, but also with respect to the county, part of our Indigenous Peoples Council, and hope that you will all view that on Facebook and Instagram and share that as well, so that you can see that great Parents as Influencers piece. There's a few more that are coming out. Next slide, please. What we're doing with this, and what we're also doing with you as a board, all of you should have received an email, and I know many of you have reached back out, and our communications team is scheduling time to come in and do some video clips with you to use not only on social media, but also on radio campaigns. And so one of the things that we've already done is one of the first Parents as Influencers, the first video I showed you, has already been turned into a radio ad. And Lindsay, if you can click on that little icon up there, we'll just play this really quick 30-second ad.
Many parents are weighing the decision to vaccinate their children against COVID-19. A local mom shared the following thoughts.
Certainly wasn't a done deal the minute that the authorization came out. We thought about it and we did our research. It's the best science that we have available, and just knowing that we are doing everything we can to protect her, to be able to stay in school so that she stays happy and healthy.
Visit Coconino County Health and Human Services at coconino.az.gov/COVID-19 to learn about the benefits of vaccination.
So as we continue to have these parents as influencers, we will turn others into ads. And then as we get your video clips and appointments with you all, the intent is to also do that on social media and other appropriate radio locations as well. I know we have, all of you have reached out and responded, and the willingness to participate in this also in your native languages, which is fantastic because we want to be able to spread this information and continue to provide the public with all the reasons in the world why it is important to get their families and their young children vaccinated. So a couple other points really quickly that I would make here is that we just put out, I think most of you may have seen it or at least heard, that Moderna was FDA approved yesterday, going to be called Spikevax, a little easier to say than Comirnaty, which I say properly now, but I have to think about it. So that's exciting news for any others who that may have been a reason that they were hesitating or waiting to get vaccinated. So another big step there. And then also yesterday there is talk, and we anticipate this month, the Pfizer vaccine submitting for emergency use authorization for those 6 months to 5 years old. So I think that is coming in the next couple of months, maybe sooner. In this month, we'll wait and see how all of the information comes forward, but that is good news as well, since that is still the remaining population that is not eligible to be vaccinated at this time. Couple other just highlights, our social media channels continue to have increasing number, and I will share with the board just a social media report that we're doing quarterly so that you can see all of the different communications, not just with COVID, but also all of health and human services related programs. And then we recently also got a Nextdoor account with HHS, which has provided for an interesting opportunity to engage and post in particular, our vaccine information and others. And then, of course, I stated that HHS also recently just got an Instagram account as well. And so we continue to share things across both the county accounts directly, and then also really pushing out the health and human services related information off of our HHS social media sites. And next slide, please. So just a few highlights for upcoming vaccine clinics at the mall. We've been utilizing the mall on Wednesdays and Fridays. Last week, I know you were all notified that we combined our hours so that there's not a separation between adult and kid hours because of the numbers being, at a manageable number. So from 11 to 1 and 2 to 5, vaccines are available and booster doses for all ages that are eligible for those vaccinations at the mall. And we are at this point in time anticipating likely closing the mall site before the end of February. We're still firming up what is going to be the final date there, as we are making plans to bring vaccine clinics into our clinic location here at HHS. So we're still going to be providing boosters because it's very important that we continue with that and have a presence, but looking at that transition to what that will look like, bringing it here in-house at HHS. And we, of course, want to just recognize the Flagstaff Mall and appreciate them for their continued partnership and allowing us to use this location. It's been phenomenal. I know many of you have been out there, and we've heard from lots of our public. So thank you again for that. Next slide, please. So a couple of other vaccine events. Of course, we continue our mobile efforts all around the county. Have a tentative event scheduled for February 11th in Williams. We're just finalizing the site location. We're trying to coordinate some vaccine-related events with some food box deliveries that are occurring in Williams and Ash Fork. And so you'll see on their Ash Fork on the Coconino side, planning an event here in the near future. Returning again to Tucson, tentative for February 22nd, working with Chief Brush up there, who's a phenomenal partner, and then also a return to Page. Been in contact with Mayor Dyack, looking at a February 26th potential return there. So obviously more information will come out to you all to share on your social media and newsletters and such as we firm that information up. Next slide, please. We continue to have all of our partner vaccination locations and events, continuing to work with Premier Medical Group, providing vaccinations at the Elks Lodge, the Field House with ASU, Premier at the Field House for vaccinations on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and then also locations at Coconino Community College on Saturdays and Sundays, still continuing at Mountain View Pediatrics with those partners. And next slide, please. Then other events that are happening, I know many of you have seen this as well. PMG is partnering with the FUSD and providing vaccine clinics around and at many of the schools at FUSD. So the next one coming up on February 10th is at Cromer Elementary. And then a follow-up event at Sanawa Middle School on February 17th. And then an event Thursday, February 3rd, and then the follow-up event on the 24th at Summit High School. Next and last slide, just again wanting to make sure everyone is aware that, you know, certainly with the increase of the at-home COVID-19 testing, you know, last time I was before you, the board approved a purchase order to purchase additional at-home testing kits. We have received those. After paying for all of them and use tax and other things, we received just over 17,000 tests. And those are being used and put into distribution in the priority areas, which continue to be our schools, our high-risk settings. And then also looking, as we're still have quite a supply chain tightening with respect to the ability of getting other tests from the state. So we are supplementing those with those that we have purchased so that the schools, they have a really well-established methodology for distributing those tests to parents and families and kids who've been exposed and need to be testing. So we continue to push those out. And we are also working with the fire districts around the county and in our unincorporated areas to get some of those testing kits available in areas, certainly, you know, Tucson, we're hopeful to have Forest Lakes, Munns Park, just to name a few locations that we're working on, and of course others. And really looking at getting those test kits out to those areas with the least amount of access to testing. So we'll be sharing that information with you as those places are being developed. And so with that, I believe that concludes what I had for you. I'm happy to take any questions. And thank you again for your time and attention to this ongoing important issue in our county.
You know, we're tight on time, but you know, I'll go through the board real quick just to see if there are questions, just quick comments. Patrice?
Sure, I'll make quick comments. Thank you, Chair. And thanks, as always, Kim, for you and your staff. Just a couple of things. I'd like to have a shout out and a thank you to North Country, who reached out to the county and asked how they might be able to help bring masks to the county for distribution to areas that are really of most need throughout the county. And thank you, Kim, for organizing that and for looking at ways to distribute masks outside of the city of Flag and really into areas of most need. So appreciate that and your involvement, and thank you, North Country, for thinking of us and thinking of our community as well, like you always do, but we really appreciate that. And secondly, just a shout out to the Elks Club, because since I live next door, I get to watch the continuing drive up. It is a drive up, which is great. And you do not need a reservation, you can. And I will also tell you that there have been no lines. So if you need to get something and quickly and you happen to be in the Flagstaff area, it is a place where you can go without a reservation. And good news, Geronimo, you and I have both been there to try out their testing. And it took almost 3 days, 3.5 days for the first test. Second test I did, I got back in less than 36 hours. So I was really appreciated. Maybe they're up and running now and they're getting their results out quicker. And last, I just want to point out the New York Times did an incredible piece on January 31st where they really, I'm sure you saw it, Kim, where they really highlighted the effect that boosters have on not only death and severe illnesses, but really the booster took the COVID to a infection rate that is actually at a death rate, I should say, a death rate that's even less than the flu. So get boosted. If you haven't been vaccinated, get vaccinated for heaven's sakes. And if you're vaccinated but haven't gotten that booster shot, please go out and get it. And thank you and your staff for making it so widely available for vaccinations for all of the eligible age groups all across the county. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. First off, just want to appreciate you and your team for everything you do dealing with this ongoing pandemic. It's been almost 2 years, so it's been really, really hectic. So appreciate your endurance and your resolve to continue servicing, our county. Again, I appreciate North Country and everything they're doing to help support us with the masks. And the part with the vaccines, I just again wanted to reiterate, please get your vaccine. I tested positive 2 weeks ago and had to do quarantine, and the vaccine was the difference between it just feeling like a mild, I don't feel good for a couple of days, rather than something that was more critical. And so I just really urge people to get your vaccine. The testing, when I went the second day they had the testing, and I think that might have been why the delay for my results came back, but it is encouraging to know that things are speeding up with the results. And I definitely encourage you to get tested. I think the fear of not knowing, like of maybe coming out positive, but wanting to ignore it is not the right strategy. I know there have been times in my family and my household, we were scared to go get tested, but at the end of the day, when we finally did get tested and came back the way we thought it probably would come back, we could have saved ourselves some time and possibly helped avoid some spread, because we didn't do what we should have done right away a couple days before. And so I just urge folks to please get vaccinated, please get tested, please share this information with folks, so that way we can be safe, because that's the only way we get these numbers to come back down. And so the final piece that I want to say is, Kim, I had a question in terms of the trend that we're seeing with the Omicron variant across the country, where, and it seems like in the numbers we've hit the peak and we're starting on the downward slope, hopefully. With that said, what do you anticipate, like, before things kind of level off? How many, weeks, or, what kind of time frame does that look like? And I know it can change, and I know we could get another variant, but if we're just looking at Omicron and the numbers coming down, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez. I would just quickly comment, while I don't know for certain, certainly looking at what the trends are across other places where it is coming down, it's going to take about the same amount of time that it did for us to hit that peak, which has been about 4 to 5 weeks. And so I anticipate in the next 4 to 5 weeks, hopefully that if it continues in the trend that it is, that we'll be back down at those very low, much lower levels that we were experiencing, earlier this fall, in early fall, late summer. So we'll see how that plays out, and stay tuned, because we'll be sharing what we know, but hopefully in the next 4 to 5 weeks, seeing a significant, each week we're hoping to continue to see a significant drop on that true downward trend. But then in terms of getting to a leveling point, that's what we're anticipating right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim, and your staff, and everyone else that is really involved, in making sure that, we're addressing this pandemic and that, we're out there getting the word out and then encouraging everyone to get their vaccinations and in different ways, thinking of different ways to get the word out. I'm really thankful for that. So just keep, the numbers and the graphs show that, there's something done that's working, and we just need to continue to move forward with that. And thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
All right. And Vice Chair Lena.
Thanks, Kim. Are we done with our partnership in the Page area with and other places with the Safeway, these pharmacy stores? Are we not in partnership with them anymore? I keep getting these calls and contacts about where to go in Page and Fredonia area, and I have emailed you. Is the 26th the only day that people will be able to get their shots or get tested? That's what their people want to know, where to get tested and where to get their shots.
So thank you, Vice Chair Fowler, for that question. The pharmacies up there are still offering and providing vaccinations. They have their own schedules, each of their own schedules. If you would direct anyone who is asking to our website, there is a specific testing and vaccination locations that people can go and see exactly where places are offered in the Page and Fredonia region, the close proximity of those. And there's a separate box specifically for Page where folks can click on there and see what is available in that area. And as I indicated earlier, we are working with what is PLS, which is the contracted provider that's doing the drive up testing at the Elks Lodge. They are talking with CCC in the Page area to bring a drive up testing location there, but there continues to be testing available through Canyonlands and the urgent care there, as well as through the schools distributing those self-testing kits. So I'm happy to provide any additional information that you may need, but there is still absolutely, those pharmacies are providing, many of them are not providing testing. You're absolutely right, Vice Chair, but they are providing vaccinations. So the event on the 26th is just in partnership with the City of Page to bring back a follow-up vaccine clinic. It won't be testing, it will be vaccines. And hopefully here in the next week or two, I'll have some more information, hopefully sooner than that, regarding the drive up testing that we're trying to have PLS bring to the Page area as well.
Okay, that is really needed in the Page, Marble Canyon and Fredonia area, is these testing and vaccines. It's really good that City of Flagstaff has all of the, my computer's gonna shut down. So anyway, that would be, I just need more information. I'll email you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, I'll get you offline for my questions. Kim, thanks for your report. I am going to Williams with a community meeting, so Tammy or Greg will be reaching out to you. Okay.
Great.
All right. Let's see. We have two more items. That we're trying to get done. We might go a little bit into lunch so we can get them done. Rather than, and Steve, you think we can pull them off just for the sake of the board, I understand that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have two items that would be good for us to tackle before lunch. As you indicated, we can go into the lunch hour a little bit and we can come back a little after. So if we can do those two items next would be good. So.
Okay, so the next item is item 11. This is a presentation on an update on economic development efforts in the Forest Operations Training Program. And so we have our economic development manager, Chris Pasterks, and Dr. Han-Sup Han from Northern Arizona University, who's a professor and director of forest operations and biomass utilization and the Ecological Restoration Institute. And it's great to see Han back as a great partner that we've had out here. So Chris, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Thank you, members of the board and the public, for the opportunity to give you all a update on the economic development activities that Coconino County has been involved with for the last while. Currently, we're involved in 3 active economic development grants, one being the NACO Economic Equitable Recovery Plan. That's a grant that's happening through through NACO. We also have a USDA grant that is active now, and that is the Private Industry Rail Access Plan at Camp Navajo. So that's through the USDA. And then third, we have a program, the Forestry Operations Training Program, which is active through the EDA, which is the Economic Development Administration. Now, all 3 of these grants are tied in with each other, as in they are all working towards realizing the potential of our greatest asset for economic impact, as well as our greatest public safety threat. And that's the health of our forest. So when we look at the forest health, in mid-2019, Coconino County was an early supporter of the Forestry Operations Training Program. Cindy Wilson, who is the interim executive director of the Workforce Board, Jay Smith, the Forest Restoration Director for Coconino County, and myself have been working with Han, the team at NAU, as well as Coconino Community College, to do the Phase 1 planning grant. So that Phase 1 planning grant was supported by the board. The board put forward cash match. That grant was written in collaboration by all of those partners. We also had support from NACO, or excuse me, NACOG, that's Northern Arizona Council of Governments. They supported that effort as well. So that planning phase was successful in getting funded. So we were coming to the end of that planning phase. I just wanted to let the board know that Jay Smith, the Forest Restoration Director, and myself are going to be here for any questions that you may have. But when it comes to the presentation you're going to hear today, it's an opportunity that we've got across the county, all the way from the north rim of the Grand Canyon and the North Kaibab, where they're actively logging, all the way through the Sitgraves, Apache, the Tonto, and the Coconino forests. But really, the major benefit of this Forest Operations Training Program will be in Coconino County, to the residents of Coconino County. I think it's an important partnership that brings in governance, private industry, educational institutions, as well as our community partners for a long overdue reawakening of the forest industry. We've all heard of the threat to fire, all of this, and you're going to hear a little bit more of that, but how we deal with this and how we create good paying jobs and career pathways for residents of Coconino County is all possible through the work that Dr. Han and the team have been working on here. So I'm going to turn over the screen share to Dr. Han Suppan, Professor and Director of ERI at NAU. Dr. Han, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate the very kind introduction and also providing some background about what we're trying to do here. So I'm going to share my the PowerPoint here. Can you, let's see, I have a little bit of technical issue here. Let's see. Do you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
There we
And
go.
can I, so maybe duplicate, so do you see my PowerPoint screen, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for the opportunity for me to share our ongoing effort with the good collaboration with Coconino County to develop a forest operation training program. And so I think that it's been great work and great partnership, and we are now getting very close to start offering this prototype training program. So I'd like to start my presentation a little bit with the background. So a picture in your screen, you see the unhealthy forest condition. Is a very high density forest conditions, and trees are dying. And along with some drought weather, it creating a perfect storm for a lot of the forest fire. That's what you see, here in Arizona and throughout the Western United States. So to address this problem, you're pretty familiar with, I believe you're pretty familiar with this kind of situation. So to address this kind of situation, we actively carry out thinning operations to improve the forest health and reduce the fire hazard. And the picture you see on your right, low right, you see the first condition after thinning. So there's a lot more space between the tree. So the remaining tree will grow healthier and effectively also reduce the fire danger. So this kind of mechanical, the thinning treatment, we do that with heavy equipment, force machines. So machine called, here you see on the screen, it called fellow buncher. It's cutting a tree laid down on the ground. And then the skidder, grapple skidder coming in into the forest and grab them out, drag them out to the roadside or landing area where the trees are processed to produce logs and the biomass. And this kind of mechanized harvesting thinning operation is a very productive. So I heard that this kind of harvesting system set up, they can thin about 1 acre per day. So it's a very highly productive. So we also do need the trucks and the chip vans to deliver move those logs and the biomass out of the forest. So we also need the truck drivers. So this kind of the operation also needed. Now, the thinning operation, trucking operation are typically performed by independent forestry contractors. So it is important. It is important for us to understand their capacity and their current structure of the business profile of independent forestry contracting business operations. So we did a contractor survey last year on the 341 forestry contractor in 3 states in the Southwest: Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico. And so our objective survey was to understand about their current their capacity and their need for training. So one of the questions we asked them was about operational challenge in running their contracting business operations. They said that the biggest challenge for running their contracting business operation is the finding skilled workers. Some of them even said that in our survey, they could not get things done in a timely manner because they could not find the machine operators, skilled operators. So there was a clear message that they are really struggling with finding that the skilled workers. Another things we noticed, they do a lot of the internal training, on-the-job training, instead of sending their new employee to other training center for training. So we thought ask them why they decide to go with internal training. Their response was simple. We just simply do not have opportunity to send their new employees to the training program. So that is the primary reason why they're doing it. Now, there's further, they said that they will be very excited to hire people who has already gone through with the training process. So from that point, we asked them actually, how many people you would hire? How many people you need to hire to be able to get things done on a timely manner? They said that, we asked that question on a 3 job category: forest equipment operator, mechanics, and truck drivers. They said before 2024, they would hire about 169. And after 2024, they will hire about 296. So you're looking at total about 465 people, a new employee they need to hire. Now, please do note that this number 465 is based on the response we received from 66 contracting business owners, which represents about 22% response rate. So the actual hiring need will be much more likely higher. Okay, so there is a strong need for it. Here's another interesting interesting report we found, and you all know about familiar with the fall fry here in Northern Arizona, and this report says that there were about 12,450 acres treated in 2017, with about 220 jobs, the full-time equivalent jobs, including logging, sawmilling, transportation, and other supporting activities. And we know that the fall fry has a goal to treat about 50,000 forest land per year. To be able to get to accomplish that goal, we need about 400, four or five times about what we have from current capacity. So you're looking at about 800,000 jobs we need here in Northern Arizona to be able to achieve that goal. And with all this kind of our survey information and this report suggests that we do need expand our forest operation capacity. That is the direct response, our effort on trying to develop a forest operation training program is the direct response to those needs. So our forest operation training program offers some training opportunities for new forestry employees, and this training program will directly address the number one barrier for contractors about finding skilled workers. So, ultimately, our goal is to increase the pace and scale of the forest restoration treatment here in Northern Arizona. That's what we're trying to accomplish. And our training program, forest operation training program, will focus on, at the beginning, focus on three career paths. So first one is the first machine operators, and second one is the truck drivers, and the third one is the repair and maintenance professionals. So those are the target. Those are the focus on our training program. So to expand our workforce, we have some target audience to achieve our goal of expansion of the workforce. So first, the target audience is the people who lost their job from the closure of the coal power plant and the mining operation here in Northern Arizona. And then also looking at the veterans, Native Americans, high school graduates. We also working closely with the DFFM and Department of Corrections to invite the inmates to participate in this initiative. So those are our target audience. And so as Chris mentioned earlier, so we received $350,000 grant from EDA to do planning work to develop the forest operation training program from Economic Development Administration. But in 2020. So our planning work focuses on the development of the training programs and curriculum, and we also trying to establish the collaboration and partnerships. That's been great partnership we've been developed on this effort. We also trying to develop some strategies to make sure our forest operation training program is financially independent and sustainable. And we recruit many students every year. And also we're trying to help them out when to find a job when they finish their training. That was the planning grant we received. Now we have been currently over the last 6 months. We've been working on another grant program for implementation of force operations training program, with the idea that we are going to start offering this program in July this year, 2022. And so we are submitting another grant proposal to the same funding agency, the Economic Development Administration, to ask for about $8 million grant for next 3 years. And with the grant, we are going to be able to offer offer 3 training program: operator, truck driver, and mechanics, in partnership with a lot of local partners here in Northern Arizona. Now, our training program is for those 3-year period. We're trying to capitalize existing capacity. Currently we have with 2 community colleges, Coconino Community College and the Yavapai College. So Coconino Community College currently running the commercial drive license training program, truck driving training program. So we're trying to use that capacity to train our force operations, force log truck and the chip and truck drivers. Also, the Coconino County is going to expand their training program to offer a machine operator training program. And the Yavapai College maintains one of the best heavy equipment maintenance repair training program. So we're trying to utilize that capacity. And then another thing I just want to say that this Coconino County and the Yavapai College also handling all the student recruitment and helping to find the jobs, and also providing the certificate, offering issuing the training certificates for people completing the training program. So now NAU has a primary responsible. We have a primary responsibility to manage the entire project, and so also the NAU has the role to develop a training program, scheduling, coordination, and overseeing entire training program operation. That's what NAU has. So you see that a good partnership is 3 educational institution here to offer that training program. This is, I think, my last slide. I wanted to thank you. I would like to thank you, all the people and the organization, send us the letter of support and commitment. And I put the letter on the top here, thanking the Coconino County, providing this the letter of support, actually including $100,000 cash match for this $6 million grant. Once we get the $6 million grant, we are probably going to be able to use that $100,000 grant to do things what we're trying to do. And we also received the letter of support from Coconino County Workforce Development Board. So we're really grateful for that. And again, so we feel so grateful that we are getting really wonderful encouragement and support and partnership from the people, the elected officials and government agency, the community-based organizations. And so we are so grateful for that. We will be submitting our proposal within probably 10 days. The due date for proposal submission is February 10th. And then we're probably going to hear their funding decision, final funding decision around June, so that we can start offering our training program in July. So I think that's all what I have. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So well, I'm going to stop sharing.
All right, tight timeline, but thank you, Dr. Hunt. What I'll do is I'll go right to our board members and roll through with questions or comments on this. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. And Dr. Ham, thank you very much for this information. And You know, not only is it a wonderful combination of government, private industry, educational institution, and community partners to coming together for this forest operation training, it is essential, especially right now. And as you know, not only do we have Forefry, but we have the Forest Service's commitment to prioritize projects here on the Coconino and some on the Kaibab as well in the next year in the form of $52 million. And we want to make sure that we get you're exactly right. The problem is going to be capacity. It's going to be having the individuals who are trained and skilled and capable of performing this forest restoration that we have and need. And so this just couldn't be happening at a better time. And so I want to thank you and Chris and Jay and all those that are involved in this. And you know, I'm so glad that the county has made a commitment towards this. I'm sure we will continue to make a commitment towards this. It is essential for forest health here in the Coconino, the Kaibab, and quite frankly, the Forefry region. So thanks. This is so important. And I also want to thank our three educational institution partners, NAU, CCC, and Yavapai. You know, this is an opportunity for career development, opportunity for job training, and opportunity for economic development for many of our communities. So again, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Supervisor Bustos.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited to know of the workforce development and the scale up from the 200 and something jobs to 800 to 1,000 jobs. That's really exciting. You know, my only question would be, how do we get people signed up? Like, how do people access this, and what's the timeline to get it going? Like, if I knew someone that wanted to jump in and become an operator or a driver or whatnot, you know, what kind of how soon could they start, and how long would it take to get there?
Yeah, so we are kind of on, we probably need to be on hold mode until we hear from the good news from the funding agency.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be probably, as I say, about around June.
Okay, great.
And then as soon as we got the good news from them, we'll be very actively, aggressively recruit the students, especially I'm just going to share quickly about, let's see, if I can share briefly on my another document here. Let's see, that's not it. Let's see. I thought I had the cat. So here is the plan. So we have already ongoing the commercial drive truck training program going on. We have already ongoing the mechanics training going on of the Yavapai College. So we can tweak the training program without sweat. So it can be that as soon as we got the announcement, I think we can actively recruit for the students right away. For machine operator, we scheduled to start on the January 2023. So we have about 6 months to recruit the student, get things ready for operator training. So I think for truck driver, mechanics, we can train, recruit right away as soon as they hear from them, from the funding agency, and the operator will probably start training from the January next year.
Nice, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Chris. And then also, Sahan, thank you so much for bringing this forth to us and all the plans that you're doing within the forestry operations training program initiative. And certainly it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of collaboration and communication and, you know, getting things in order and get it going and to where it will be successful. I guess the only thing that I have is that you're targeting, you mentioned all the targeting people that you're going to be targeting or areas you're going to be targeting, and certainly, you know, this should be reflecting the overall Coconino County. As you know, we had a lot of layoffs and shutdowns, you know, in various areas of our areas out there and in our districts. So and I just wanted to know how you're going to be reaching out to those people, because the colleges that you're mentioning is way beyond reaching a lot of these people that are not employed at this point in time. So I guess outreach is going to be something that we have to really go forth, you know, to ensure that, you know, the overall county is involved, and that, you know, that everyone is knowledgeable about it, and the ones that are going to be trained for it, because it's going to be something that's going to be promoting economic development and, you know, job trainings, and it's going to take a lot. And I'm really thankful that, you know, it's moving forward. And oh, hi Jay, how you doing? But anyway, I just want to bring that to your attention, and so that, you know, we all serve everyone in the county, and so they just want to make sure that, you know, we're making and planning for it. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Begay, let me respond to make two comments on that, or respond to your comment. Number one, in our proposal, we highlighting a lot about you know, Northern Arizona is a very unique. We qualified for extra funding for the core impact communities, as you may know. So we emphasize that we're trying to you know, assist the people who lost their job from the closure of the power plants. So we actually putting that idea, the language in there, so that our proposal becomes more favorable. We take advantage of that, you know, the additional consideration from the funding agency for the core impact community. That's the one thing I can mention. And number two, because our target audience is underrepresented groups. So we provide within our $8 million with allocating significant amount of money to provide the support for them to come to the training program, including childcare, transportation, housing, food. And so we're trying to address the barriers. We're trying to address the barriers for them to, when they're trying to come to the training program, we're trying to support them with by providing that kind of services. So we'll be using our federal money to provide that kind of what we call that wraparound services. Wraparound services that we're trying to provide for them to facilitate, help them to come to our training program, so that their family being well taken care of.
All right. Let's go to Vice Chair Fella. Nina.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy that this program continues. I remember when Supervisor Art Babbitt brought it to the board, and having this vision of having a training program for the you know, to help with the force. So I'm really happy about that. I just have to wonder how many of the Coal Impact employees will be able to come here because to this program, because they're all professionals. They're already trained in all various areas. And so I like to just, I'm going to be just monitoring that, see how that works out. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, and you know, I think it's been captured in all the comments. Just a quick follow-up. Excellent target for the needs that we have for not only the industry, if we can get it triggered here in Northern Arizona, good timing in terms of the focus in the region to reduce the fire threat. Even more importantly, the impact that we've seen with the shutdown of Navajo Generating Station and target training program is, most appropriate for how you're doing it. To include the wraparound services is not just a posture to put into the grant, but to really consider how can we enable those that have been impacted while also contributing to these other objectives. So next piece is we got all the support components in there. Now we got to win the grant. And really appreciate good synergy between Dr. Hahn, your expertise bringing it in, as well as other regional partners, Jay and Chris, the work that you've done, taking advantage of the EDA opportunity as well, very important. So thank you. And with that, just closing comments, and then we'll hop over to our next topic.
I just want to thank you that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and a lot of the directors, the staff members, and the county. The Coconino County has been a really key partner and a major sponsor that really encouraging encouraging us to work on this one. So we feel so grateful and we appreciate it. We will make it happen.
That's right. All right, Chris.
Thank you all for the ongoing support. Like, this has been a several years effort. We're getting to that part where it's starting to bear fruit. So thank you for the ongoing support. And that's it from Economic Development for Coconino County in regards to the Forest Operations Training Program.
All right, well done. Next item is our next presentation is our opportunity for, I think this is the first or second opportunity for Billy Francis to really give us an update and presentation and next steps associated with the Arizona work and Coconino County Workforce Development Board. For this though, I'll turn to Steve. Steve, did you want to just add a couple comments or?
You bet. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, we welcome Mr. Billy Francis, who's been with us a short period of time, but he's certainly has done a lot in a short period of time, putting together a team. And so Billy definitely had a blank screen to work from, but also want to appreciate those individuals that have been in the position prior. So Cindy Wilson, who retired a few months ago, then also Abby Velasquez, who was key in the business management area. She has since transferred up to finance as a team member there, but again, really do support all the work that's happening there. Billy, of course, is with us today in a new role, in a new state, and a new climate, you name it. But also, I want to also appreciate the Workforce Development Board under the restructuring with Department of Labor on the Act. It is a more independent relationship, and so the Workforce Development Board directs the activities and the programming from that. Coconino County is, though, however, a provider. And so we are a provider through Health and Human Services, Kim and Michelle's team at HHS. So we are a provider in regards to the Workforce Development Board. So it's a very different structure. We're getting used to it. And with all new things where there's a few bumps and hiccups here and there, but nothing major. But with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to Mr. Billy Francis to give us an update. Thank you.
Changes in the air and a great opportunity. Just really glad to have you here, Billy. And I will note that there is an LSU alum that just moved on into the Super Bowl. But with that, I think we need to focus on workforce there.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Chair Ryan. And you're definitely correct with that. And thank you for that, Mr. Peru. Well, a greeting, Chair Ryan and Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for allowing us the time today to kind of talk about the local Workforce Development Board and how we feel that we can impact Coconino County. I know we're stressed for time, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation and I'll jump right in it. And Lindsay, do I need to share or will you be sharing?
Yes, you'll just hit the share screen at the bottom with the green square.
Okay. Let's see. Technical difficulties. Let me. Oh, there it goes. Got a lot of screens open. Can you all see this?
Yes, we can. What is it? Presentation mode? Is that what it's called? There you go. You got it. Yep.
Alrighty. Well, Board of Supervisors and local leaders, my name is Billy Francis. I am the Executive Director for the Local Workforce Development Board. And today what we're going to do is we're going to try to give a brief introduction of the Local Workforce Board. And what we hope that everyone will gain today is with all the different programs and initiatives that are being started, we want everyone to get a better understanding on how the Local Workforce Board can come together with all of those initiatives to enhance it and to serve more of the residents of Coconino County, as well as assist and strengthen the collaborations with community colleges and local partners. So today what we hopefully we can do is give you the vision of our Local Workforce Board, provide to you 5 key principles, and then just kind of talk to you a little bit about the next steps and some activities that we currently have going on. So our vision in our Local Workforce Board for Coconino County is to develop a pipeline of diverse talent and a talented workforce for our region so that we can attract businesses to our local area, but also support the businesses within the state of Arizona. And how we hope to do that, Board of Supervisors and local leaders, is we want to make sure that we improve the job and career options that is provided to the residents of Coconino County as we begin to serve them and develop that pipeline. We also hope to strengthen all of our relationships with our regional economic development and businesses to help them thrive in their initiatives and the things that they're working on to strengthen their partnerships or any of their assistance that they're trying to bring to our local area. And we hope that we can build this based on the idea that our public works system is going to have a very talented and diverse population of a group of individuals that they will be able to come and pick from. Because if we do this correctly, we know that we will be able to draw businesses and interest to our local area because of our diversity, because our uniqueness, and because our educational and skill-based population of individuals that we will help develop. So I provided a picture here because when we speak of the word pipeline, it's normally just an overcast or a blanket statement. But when we speak of a pipeline that we can serve through our Local Workforce Board and through the Workforce Act and the funding of it, we want you to know that that supports all facets of our community. We're talking about K through 12 all the way to your 18 to 24-year-olds that have graduated from high school. We're talking about your dislocated worker individuals that was just talked about a little bit in the presentation before us with the forestry. That's any individual that have been laid off from a job for no fault of their own. That's an individual that has been impacted by a company downsizing or closing due to COVID or any other issues. That's an individual who may have been on unemployment insurance for a long time and they've exhausted those. Also, we're talking about the veterans that are in our community. As you know, in WIOA, the veterans are priority of services to us. And so we look to serve all of our veterans as they walk through our doors. But we're also looking to serve those individuals who are just looking for a career change in the midst of these unique times. And we're looking to serve companies or individuals who are just trying to raise the skills level of their current employer so that they can sustain these changing times and be able to serve the communities that they're in. So when we talk about these pipelines, we're looking at serving all these individuals, and we're doing that through assessments in our local American Job Center in One Stop. We're looking to do that through case management. And as we do all of these services, we can come out to these different pathways that we can now put these individuals on that will lead to different organizations and their needs in these businesses. And that's how we can serve the businesses within Coconino County and our region and the state of Arizona. So 5 key principles that we feel that we will have to perform in order for us to be effective and really be able to operate an operational excellence as we serve our community and we serve the businesses in our community. We're going to need integrated service deliveries, which means is we're going to have to bring all our partners and our different organizations together so that we can maximize on our funding and maximize on our capabilities as we serve all of Coconino County and the residents and the businesses within it. We're going to have to focus on strategy. We're going to have to know what each of our organizations and our partners are capable of doing it so that we make sure that we don't cross any or threaten any of the red tape in any of our organization, but make sure that we can provide that wraparound services and make sure that we can serve all of these individuals and residents of Coconino County, as well as being able to provide the opportunity to these businesses to benefit from all the dollars that are coming into our community. Regional economic development, we understand that it takes a golden triangle in order to serve the residents and the businesses of Coconino County. And so at all times, we want to make sure that if we're going to be serving a business or we're going to be serving residents, we're going to need higher education, we're going to need economic development, and we're going to need workforce at the table to make sure that we can provide that holistic approach and look at it full circle so that we can make sure we can maximize on the dollars and serve the community. And then high quality services, we're gonna get out and look at all of the high quality services in Coconino County when it comes to CCC, NAU, and any other training providers that we can partner with in our communities, in our county, so that we can make sure that we have high quality service areas, as well as we're gonna make sure that we have trained professionals in our American Job Centers and with our contractors, HHS. We're gonna make sure that all of those individuals are trained and know the program well so that we can provide high quality of service to employers and to the residents of Coconino County. And on top of that, we're going to make sure that we're very accountable and transparent when we come to the information that we're providing to the Board of Supervisors, to our local workforce board, to the state, as we serve the individuals in Coconino County and we serve the businesses in Coconino County. We believe that if we continue to focus in on these 5 key principles, that we will be able to be effective in our approach with serving the residents of Coconino County and the businesses of Coconino County. So we believe that once we follow those steps, if we're going to reach the hallmark of excellence, that we believe that we have 3 areas that we have to excel in. And the first thing is we need to make sure that all of the initiatives and all of the things that we do that is driven by the residents of Coconino County and the businesses of Coconino County. So we want to make sure that all of our initiatives and our dollars are led by those 2 areas. We know that if we do that and we provide excellent customer service and we focus on continuous improvement on the way that we do things and the effectiveness of how we do things, that we're going to also be doing a very good job in getting us closest to reaching the WIA hallmark of excellence. And then we strive to build our regional economies and active in our work, our economic development, our economies in our community, as we build a stronger workforce, as we are supposed to be the people now that individuals come to when they're looking for a job or they need a job, or our business needs to come to when they're looking to train their workforce. They're looking to build that net of skilled individuals to fill their vacancies. The workforce, the local workforce in your area is the group of individuals that businesses need to lean on. And we hopefully, if we can get that those 3 things done, we will be able to reach the hallmark of excellence within our program. And so now I'm going to take you to how we're trending and some things we're working on. As Mr. Peru kind of spoke about earlier, we had a blank slate, which is awesome. And we're building our local workforce development staff right now. So right now we're in the process of doing some interviews. And the goal that we have right now, Board of Supervisors and local leaders, is we want to make sure as we work on building our local staff, that we make up a team that has a makeup of the people in the populations that we serve. And so we want to make sure that our team represents our communities and the people that we serve within Coconino County. So we're striving on that. We're also looking to fill our, recruit some more individuals and at our local workforce development board as we seeking to bring diversity and build that. So of course, we want the makeup of our local workforce board to represent all of Coconino County and the businesses within Coconino County, because we believe by having that representation and that diversity on our board is going to give us a better understanding on the needs of Coconino County, and therefore we will be able to utilize our workforce dollars in order to serve those communities and the businesses within those communities. Some of the collaborations that we're working on right now, Board of Supervisors, is we're looking to get service providers. We're looking at NAU and CCC as we're looking to increase the training opportunities for the people that we serve in Coconino County, as well as any other training providers. And so what we're doing is we're looking for variety right now so that we can go ahead and give everybody the training that they need so that it leads to high wage, high demand occupations. And we want to make sure that we're training individuals and partnering with businesses so that we make sure that these individuals can get a job that is going to help them become more self-sufficient as providers for their families. A couple of business services update. One of the things that I want to note, our growing opportunity right now is serving the businesses in Coconino County. So as the local workforce board, we have a meeting coming up with Joy-Con as we have some training dollars that we are going to be spending on the businesses in Coconino County. I have a training program that we're in the talks right now of finalizing with a company called Canyon Coolers. We're providing training for them. And then we have a company called T-Tech, and unique story about T-Tech, Board of Supervisors. When I was in Louisiana, we did a very large project with T-Tech. And T-Tech is an at-home job company that provides customer service as a training center, a call center from home. We were in Louisiana and we were able to partner with them and was able to bring 500 jobs to the individuals that we were serving. I reached out to T-Tech here at home. Home, it is Arizona at home. And I come to find out that T-Tech there's actually offices here in Arizona, and which was shocking to me because our relationship was totally virtual from when we was working in Louisiana, but I was able to connect with the officers there. And we have an opportunity now to bring those at-home jobs to Coconino County. They're aware of the transition. They're willing to partner with us. And so I will be getting with some of the supervisors to get a better understanding on how we can utilize an at-home job opportunity to serve the residents of your communities as we bring this to Coconino County. Short story for that, we did 18 to 24-year-olds, and I was able to jog T-Tech's memory of who I was because my kids were served as ambassadors for their back to school book sack drive. So as I sent the pictures back to them on who I was, the connection and the relationship was able to take off real fast. And so we're going to be getting together to see how we can utilize WIA dollars as well as this opportunity for these individuals to not only work in their communities, but to patronize in their communities as well. We're going to see if we can bring these opportunities to Coconino County. And then of course, with the forestry transition that we just heard, Chris and the team, there's going to be, once you get that grant funding, just remember that there's funding that's coming to Coconino County, not only through the flag staff, but on the tribal nations, they get the funding as well. And so to see how we can utilize the funding that you're getting to do a customized training with those higher education individuals so that we can utilize the training in our areas to serve these unique groups of individuals that we serve. What it's going to do, it's going to help you to maximize on your training dollars, and we can help with the training and the costs and put people through training and pay for that. And then what it's going to allow you to do is save some of that money so you can be more impactful in other ways. And that way we won't double dip in federal fundings, but we'll definitely be able to serve the business and residents of our county even more. And I turn it back over to you, Chair Ryan. That is my it's hard to be the man between lunch. And so I understand. So I turn it back over to you as a young man from Louisiana who love to eat. I will not ever put myself in that situation.
Different cuisine, no. Oh my gosh. But even so, no, well done, Billy, and thank you. Sorry for limited time associated with it. I'll go ahead just real quickly. I'll just make a couple points, but then roll through the board to provide them more of an opportunity. I really appreciate you stepping in with all the changes that are occurring. This is just perfect, to be honest with you. So, one piece we know we need to enhance workforce development in our community for the sake of all our communities in Coconino County. It's an area I think we have a gap. I'm our ECONA representative, but you'll hear from other board members if you haven't already on some of the needs, and obviously I can see you're already doing the outreach within the communities to start touching those components. So very important. The other piece is it's interesting, your T-Tech story. It's always about relationships. So really appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and roll through the board members so they have an opportunity. And we're hoping, if we can get a wrap by 12:30, we can squeeze the lunch in. But we will also have the opportunity for board members with those visits that you suggested with board members to have additional time. Supervisor Horstman, District 1. Oh, you disappeared. I'll go ahead and go to District 2. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Francis, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. It's exciting to see what the overall plan is, the full pipeline, and excited to see it come to fruition as it starts to develop. I really had no questions. I just really excited to see what kind of workforce development efforts are coming in our future. So I look forward to hearing the updates as you implement. Thank you.
All right, we're putting you in the back of the line. You fell off, so we're going to roll through to Supervisor Begay, and then we'll come back. You being Supervisor Horst, I'm giving her a little bit of trouble on the screen. You fell off, but I'll go to Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you, Billy. Mr. Francis, thank you for sharing all the information with us regarding your work and sharing your vision with us, and then your key principles that you brought up, very informative, and what next step and some of the things that you're going to be doing again next thereafter. So I just really enjoyed the presentation, and I'm in full support, and I feel that this is something that's needed within our community. So thank you very much.
I muted myself. The Vice Chair Fowler, Nina.
Thank you. And I really enjoyed meeting with you and outline a few things that we want to get done, and really appreciate that. And, one of them is diversifying the board so that it's more reflective of our county, and some of the work to be able to create a diverse projects rather than just streamlining them. So I think a diverse board will be able to help you with that, and really appreciate our meeting and and your vision that you laid out. And I still have yet to put the meeting together that we had agreed to, but I'll get to that. Thank you.
Now that surprises me, because you're good at getting those meetings there. Let's see, we have Supervisor Horstman, Lena.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. All of a sudden sound went off, so I had to go out and come back in. So, but I did hear the presentation fully, and I would like to, Mr. Francis, thank you very much for your efforts, and I really appreciate your periodic reports to the board. I think it's really important for us to know exactly what's going on, and appreciate all of your efforts for workforce development in our community. So sorry about the delay here, but I only missed the Chair Ryan's statements. I heard all of yours, so thank you.
Then you heard the important stuff. That's very good. All right. So, and actually to Supervisor Fowler's points, and Billy, you can respond to this, but you do have vacancies which is the opportunity that we can diversify the board, but also target it appropriately too for skill sets. So yeah, we definitely, it would be a great opportunity. Billy, do you want to comment on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. We do have opportunities on our local workforce board. Our workforce board doesn't have the max is, the number is infinity. We only have minimals that we have to. So anytime Board of Supervisors that you feel that in the areas that you serve, that there are hiring managers and business owners that can be a part, that would like to be a part of our local board, the benefits of that is that it's going to help us with our training dollars and the funding that we receive. It's going to help us to know the concerns and the needs of those businesses in our local service area. And just for everyone to know, as it comes to the local workforce board, our local workforce board governs how we spend our training dollars. So to have a voice of businesses in your area, if you kind of heard a little bit in the presentation, and I was going fairly quickly, but our goal is that our training dollars within Coconino County is driven by the local employers and the needs of those employers, and driven by the needs and the training needs of the communities that we serve. And so to have as many voices as we can on our local workforce board to give us insight on those training needs, it's going to allow us to serve our Coconino County to the best of our capabilities by having their voice. So please recommend them. Of course, if you recommend them, we'll send them right back to you because you approved them. And so we'll give them right back, but we would love to have any representation from your communities on our workforce board, as the diversity will only make us stronger.
All right. And that provides the opportunity for us to also make recommendations and or reach out to those that can provide good recommendations on that. With that, very well done, Billy. Short script, and look forward to providing a lot more opportunity as well as the visits. For the sake of the board and all of our staff here, we've gone into our lunch period. What we're going to try and do is provide 45 minutes, to take a break here. We do have people coming in. We'll push them back about 10 minutes into their presentation. So we're saying 1:25 if we could be here, push them back, but provide us a little bit extra time to get that lunch in and take a break for everybody as well. Anything else, Steve, on that?
That should be it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And that was coming back at 1:25. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Triple grande latte.
You got it. To the days when we go back together live.
I need to learn everyone else's drink. Preferred drink.
Yeah.
I know Sue Brown's is a Route 66 Coke Zero with cherry at what's that? Drive-in place. I forget what it's called. Anyway.
So Steve, I've been into the breve lattes lately, just in case you're
Can we take that down? Order, please. Order, please.
Hey, I'm looking at this long-haired guy that came in. Ooh, the Renaissance man. Here he is.
I figure if I put on a coat, then it makes the long hair okay, right?
That's right. That's right. What was that? Miami Vice, right?
I remember watching the new movie of that, but I was pretty young when that was out.
Oh, the series was.
The new one was when you were young.
That means that Matt and I are prehistoric. That's when we saw the series back in the Don Johnson days. So hopefully we're not recording right now, right?
I was going to say, I don't even know what you all are talking about.
You are streaming.
We are streaming. There's no question about that.
Streaming never stops.
That's a good point, because when you say the recording is ended, that doesn't mean the streaming has stopped.
Correct. We have.
So you still have. So let's keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That's right.
The streaming has to continue, because if it stops, then we lose it.
Right. That is a good reminder.
Not that we don't always have the utmost decorum. We do.
That's right. We're practically perfect in every other way, right? All right. Like Mary Poppins.
Okay.
Almost. So I know we got.
Okay, you're alive.
Let's just how we doing? I see Geronimo, I see Patrice. Let's check in for Judy and Lena. I see Lena's name and Judy's name up there. There's Judy. All right. And then how about Lena? Do we have Lena back? She'll be back shortly. For the sake, I'll go ahead and reconvene the board meeting, and for the sake of those that are looking to attend or wanted to attend this, we're starting a little late. We ran over into lunch, and we needed to give people time, and they'll be back shortly if they're not already back. But a lot of times there are a lot of people behind the scenes that are working that can't get away from the computer, and we need to make sure they have the time to take their break on that. So Steve, do you have who you need with us before I get us launched into it?
Yes, we do. And Mr. Chair, when we do get to that point, we're ready to launch a presentation. I'd like Sue Brown to give the introduction for this to you.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, well, let's get right into it. So we're on item number 13. This is a presentation and update on the facilities master plan, part 1 of 4. And we have Sue Brown, and you're going to introduce everybody, Sue, I would guess.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good afternoon. We're very pleased to be here. This is a much delayed session on the future of the county's facilities and the facilities master plans that we have in existence. I'm very pleased to introduce the Director of Facilities Management, Tom Hanachek, who will lead off this discussion. And also included today will be Sheriff Jim Driscoll, who will give us some insight into the Coconino County Sheriff's Office and their facilities plans, as well as Lucinda Andriani, who will discuss the plans for Public Works. And I believe I saw Cynthia Nemeth as well, who was to share some information on Parks and Rec. Is that will be included today as well, Tom?
Yes, Sue. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have we have Jeff Stein that's trying to.
Yeah, I've got And sorry, everything just changed for a second there. And what Tom was saying is that we have Jeff Stein, who is our construction manager in facilities management department. And is there anybody I've missed, Tom?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Just some brief remarks at the very beginning about what the county has done in terms of facilities master plans and what a facilities master plan actually does. So the county has done facilities master plans several different times throughout our history. The first major facilities master plan we did was actually in the 1990s, and it was the platform for the first major capital plan that we did in the 1990s that we funded through certificates of participation. We did many different things, including the remodel and additions to the courthouse, the 110 building. We did a lot of upgrades to the administration building. We built the Williams Justice Center. We built King Street. A lot of different things. Juvenile as well were part of that first important 1990s version of the facilities master plan. As time went on and our world changes and the way that we present services changes, it became clear that we needed to have another facilities master plan to get us into the next legion. Interestingly enough, the county has in its history, most recent history, really since the 1940s, we have constructed buildings about every 20 years. Which is kind of an odd thing because I don't think it was ever in the plan, nor is it in statute to make us do that. But that's exactly what we've done. So it kind of shows those eras of capital facilities planning. So in 2009, starting in 2007, it was a 2-year process. We completed our most recent facilities master plan. It was a massive effort. It cataloged every single department we have, all of the information about the business models each department had, as well as every one of our facilities, because that's what those facilities are, is the basis for the service models. And so they're integrated throughout a facility master plan and how we use both the building and the site to provide services for our citizens. It's the key component of any facilities master plan. Also in those is a lot of interaction with the board in a facilities master plan and all of the employees' leadership as well. And it can take up to 2 years to complete a major facilities master plan. With the one that we completed in 2009, we came away with an overarching goal of one-stop shops where we would realign, because we had so many campuses throughout Flagstaff and across the county. We needed to realign the way we looked at our services and make it more convenient for our citizens. So the idea was to consolidate campuses. One of them that you saw, of course, is the Leaf campus with the jail and juvenile. Another was to bring our statutory officers together in the 110 building. We did several different iterations of remodels to the courthouse as well that consolidated services in different ways. And we tried to make it easier and more streamlined for customers to find the service that they need. And if that service meant that they needed to see a different county department, that county department would be right next to it. That's the idea of one-stop shops. Unfortunately, as time's gone on, we haven't been able to complete that model, but we continue to use the facility master plan that we did do in 2009 and actually did updates to it in 2011 and 2014 as well. Each of them updating the information on the departments, the customers that we have for each department, and the buildings themselves. To give you an example of one of the pieces of documentation we get in a facility master plan is that we get an idea of value and replacement cost. And we use this amount for a lot of different things, including what we use for capital repair and replacement data and metrics and things. At the time in 2009, we valued our replacement cost for our buildings at about $63 million. If we were to rebuild all of them, wouldn't even touch it today. So that's one of the metrics that would be good to update. But what it provides us is an overall idea of our facilities portfolio and an idea of how that portfolio is working to help services reach our citizens. And in so many cases, different things can change those things, just different ways of working. And certainly our new digital transformation is a major change in how we would look at how we use our facilities. Virtual work, telework, and everything that has happened to us in the pandemic certainly will have an impact on how we look at our facilities for the future. So what you're about to see, starting with this session, is 4 and possibly 5 sessions if we need to come back for the last one if we get enough information to you. We will talk to you about our recommendations for the future of a facilities master plan. We hope by the end of these 4 sessions that you will have a good idea of the things that the county owns and that the board asks the facilities management department to manage for them in that facilities master plan, and that you will have a wide understanding of the needs of the services and the changes that are upon us from this pandemic. And with that, Tom, if I can, I will turn it over to you to get us going. Thank you.
Thank you all. I just want to double check. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Excellent. So as always, Sue did a great job introducing the whole premise of these most likely 5-part series. Right now we have 4 on the calendar. So what we're going to attempt to do today is get into some of the, as Sue already set the context of a longer term history, we're going to kind of take a snapshot of what we've seen over the last couple of years. And we have, as Sue mentioned, representatives from multiple departments to talk about capital facility related projects. But first, really what I want to do is take the opportunity to talk about us as a department, kind of how we work with other departments and how we provide services. So ultimately, the out-facing external services department could provide those services to the public. So again, here's a couple topics that we'll kind of go over in a little bit more detail as we go through here. There's going to be a fair amount of information. We're going to try and keep it as high level as possible, and of course have room for questions at the end. So one of the core things that we do as a facilities management department, it's kind of the base, it's the foundation of our relationship, and also an essential component of executing a project that is not only well done, but it also serves the needs that are intended. So we pride ourselves with the relationships that we have with departments across the county, especially when it comes to space planning, which is kind of our bread and butter. We do an amazing job of operating and maintaining our buildings also, but really the partnerships with departments is where this whole puzzle starts. So it's kind of, I don't know how people do puzzles, but I often start with the corner pieces. So we'll call this the corner piece of the puzzle to set the foundation. And it's not a simple concept of solely understanding the needs of a department. I remember when I first started, Sue Brown told me, she's like, we solve problems, right? We don't just provide solutions, right? So when a customer comes to us with an issue, we ask the right questions. For those of you that have been here a while, you know, when you go to HomeCo, you could go with any problem in the world and they'll probably ask the right questions to be able to provide you with the solution, rather than some of the larger big box stores where you go in and they try and solve that immediate problem without digging down deeper to find out what the root cause is, or really what you're trying to solve. So that, again, that is something that we pride ourselves in. One of the other things that we've been doing recently in the last couple of years while working with departments, a lot of this was accelerated because of COVID, but there were conversations that we've had years before we even knew what COVID meant. Well, at least COVID-19. So changing the way workspaces operate, changing how they look, addressing modernization. And I use kind of general terms here. And we're going to delve into this a lot deeper in the next session when we talk about the King Street project. So we'll be able to get into a lot more details of what that looks like. But what I'd like to show today is just a couple of examples of how we worked with a few departments over the last 2 years, mainly as a result of having to change their location, change how they operate slightly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So let me jump. I do have a fair amount of photos in this presentation too, because we like photos a lot more than text. So please feel free to ask questions if I need to expand on anything. So for the biggest projects that we did as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had a domino project, and I heard Steve mention earlier something about dominoes, and it seems like we just have nothing but domino games happening here, right, at the county, and it's, you know, cause and effect. So the first thing, we wanted to bring emergency management out of the 3rd floor admin over to King Street, which was a good location. The old public fiduciary space was vacant, and it was a very good use of space. So on the lower left hand of the screen there, you can see the emergency management space. It worked out really well with the EOC moving to King Street this year also, as they had their offices just on the second floor above the EOC. So what happened after that, we moved emergency management out. We brought information technology, which occupied 4 different locations, I guess, throughout the county, and we consolidated them into the Fort Valley 1 building, where we actually had to reduce the size of community development space and also create a new space for IT. And in that rendition was the first time that we really delved into kind of that touchdown station concept as a result of COVID. So the IT department went from, I don't have the exact stats, but their workspace was reduced by over 50%. Therefore, they could not, the amount of space to have all their employees in the work area each day was severely limited. So they were pretty much the first department that went into a hybrid work environment. And it's still working to this day, 2 years later. So once we got IT moved out, then we were able to actually redo the 3rd floor of admin, 3rd floor east, for the human resources space that I'm sure most of you have gone up and visited. And that has the open concept. And of course, there's a couple more offices in the HR, but that's the nature of their business. And we've really focused on kind of what I refer to as hipster areas. But there are these casual meeting areas. You can see the couches here. Our department's on the IT one. The human resources, just beautiful colors, beautiful view of Paul Babbitt's house and also the peaks right there. So that's a very nice space and more modern. It also, and we'll get into some of that design also. And then the final domino to fall, we terminated our lease where adult probation was for a number of years and actually moved them into the old 420 North San Francisco HR building, which was there wasn't as many renovations there, but it allowed us to increase security, create better interview rooms, and really meet their needs so they could provide their customers and their clients with exactly the services that they demand. So I'm going to shift gears here slightly just to get a more global, not a global perspective, a county perspective of kind of where we sit, as Sue alluded to, about the number of facilities that we have. And we're just over 40, totaling about 660,000 square feet. And we currently have approximately 10 leased facilities of varying sizes. So some of them include, the space at the mall for the treasurer and the recorder currently. One of our most recent leases is and Jeff will go over this briefly with the integration of WIC up at the Fredonia Justice Court building. We just leased a portion of that from the town of Fredonia. And then on the right side of the screen, what you'll see is the distribution of county staff in major locations around the county. So obviously we all know the major epicenter of staff is here in Flagstaff, just under 1,000 employees. This further breaks down the employee distribution within the Flagstaff area. So as you can see, we have downtown is obviously a large one. Sawmill is the next largest. And then King Street has a pretty robust number of staff there. So how do we deliver these projects that I've been talking about? And we have, and that's changed over the last 2 years also as a result of timelines to execute projects, availabilities of contractors, and a lot of this had to do with the pandemic. A lot of it had to do with the workforce. These are all problems that we've been discussing and are aware of. But we basically have 4 models that we follow. The first model is complete self-performance, which is something that's relatively new to us as a department. And there are complications associated with it. But really the majority of the projects that I just highlighted were done 100% with county staff. The second method, which we've been diving into more with current projects that Jeff Stein will cover, is more of a hybrid approach where we may do portions of the project, but we rely on contractors for other components of that. That could be drywall, any fire life safety, things like that, maybe painting. And a lot of it depends on our workload. So every project is slightly different. The third method is one that Jeff's been doing a great job, by the way, with the county acting as the general contractor, which may sound very easy, but I can tell you there's a reason why when we hire a general contractor, we pay extra money for that because it is a lot of coordination. It is a lot. You have to have your schedules together. It's just nonstop getting on contractors for punch list items, for scheduling, for just about every component of it. And then the fourth delivery method that we use is we mainly implement this for our very large capital projects. So you're talking $500,000 or more, where we act as either the owner's rep or the project manager. And we engage with a design team or a consulting firm, and then a general contractor. And we'll act as the owner, and those other two partners do the majority of the coordination and actual construction. And again, we use that on very large projects. So the most recent one was a medical examiner's office. We have some upcoming projects due to ARPA, the opioid, and also the opioid money, and then also additional projects where we'll actually be using the fourth method there. And some of those projects are just over $150,000, but a lot of that has to do with the current workload. So our department as a whole, and how does the major divisions of our department fall into administration, operations and maintenance, and construction management? And I want to relate this directly to how we plan strategically and also how we tactically deliver these projects and how they're tied specifically to capital. Our administration division in our department, it consists of two people. So we have the assistant director / strategic planning manager and the business manager. And they do a lot of the work on the administrative side, but what they also do, specifically the assistant director in our department, will do most of the long-term strategic planning in conjunction, obviously, with Jeff, our construction manager, to kind of look at it from a holistic approach and set the guidance moving forward. The operations and maintenance staff, they do mainly the day-to-day portion of it. But they do factor into to all projects, regardless of delivery method, to be able to really talk about and hash out what products we're using, and to make sure that they have a long-term sustainable operations on there, and it doesn't end up costing us more money. And then obviously construction management is the person, that's Jeff in our department, one person, and he has a coordinator with him that actually implements the projects. So some of the things that Sue alluded to, and again, we will get into this a lot more in detail in session number 2 when we talk about King Street, but our best practices and industry standards that we've really, in general, tried to implement into our newer projects and will most likely implement moving forward. Obviously, the COVID pandemic has changed things drastically in our view upon workspaces. So a lot of this includes digital transformation, reduction in the amount of square footage because we have less staff in the actual workspace, open concepts, casual breakout areas, and the most important thing, which is often overlooked, or at least it was up until recent years, is the integration of natural light, colors, and art in the workplace. And we cannot stress the importance of all of those components in making a productive and healthy work environment. Some of the service delivery methods that we've altered and we continue to explore for any future capital plans for the county. Obviously, in-person services will never go away. That is something that we will have to provide. We will always have customers as an organization that will want that and need that. But we have started a transition, as everybody understands over the last 2 years. It was kind of accelerated by COVID, is the virtual, the remote, the mail-in services. And that could take a bunch of different approaches to that. One thing that we have a hybrid approach to services is something that we implemented really early on. And again, we are exploring this for all of our future facility projects, are drive-through and or curbside. And the best example that we have for drive-through services is what we did for the treasurer's office, probably about a month and a half into the pandemic, set them up over at 3rd Street, which was very successful and is still operating to this day. Elections also operated out of there last year for ballot drops or drive-up voting. And it was very good. So curbside services is something that we need to explore a little bit further, but we're all familiar with the general concept since the the pandemic started. So even just going to buy a pizza, you could just have it delivered to your curbside. If you need to go grocery shopping, you have that option for curbside. And I think that is something that we're going to start to explore a little bit further as we move forward. The concept of cross-functional service teams, and I just put this slide in here because it has some nice colors in it, but it was what Sue was talking about, was the one-stop shop. And again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this today because we don't have a lot, but this is the concept of a larger campus model, and we will explain that in more depth with the King Street project next at the end of the month. But it's basically taking community county departments of similar function and putting them all in one area. So our customers, if they have multiple items for business with the county, could actually address it in one stop rather than having to go from downtown to East Flagstaff to potentially out to Fort Valley. So that's the general concept. We'll get into more detail coming at the session number 2 at the end of February. So right now, I just want to take the remaining time that we have, and sorry, Jeff Stein, I went over a little bit. And I kind of want to, we have 4 folks that are going to give a brief overview of current projects that we've completed and upcoming projects. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Stein here, and then following him, we'll have Sheriff Driscoll, and then Lucinda and Cynthia join and kind of talk about what they have going also. So Jeff, take it away, please.
Thanks, Tom. Chair Ryan, members of the board. During the next few slides, we'll present a brief overview for highlighted projects, including recently completed projects and upcoming projects. First project is the Page Justice Court. This project has been in planning for about 15 years, and we begun work in earnest in the spring. Construction work started in July, and we wrapped up the project in December. Our partners were the AOC and Court Administration, Page Justice Court, and the City of Page. Funding for the project in part was through an AOC security grant, and we're currently working with the partners again on a second grant for security improvements for the remainder of the court space. The scope of the project included security improvements, office space, tenant improvements, new storage, and new hearing room furniture. We moved county court staff from an old office space about 850 square feet into a new space of about 1,200 with expanded storage. We did this project with the hybrid method, with FMD completing about 50% of the physical work. The next project is the Fredonia WIC general use space project. The old Fredonia WIC lease expired and was no longer available. So this project will provide new lease space and general use space at the Fredonia Justice Court. Renovation work is underway, and we're anticipating completing this in spring of 2022. The partners on this are HHS, WIC, Fredonia Justice Court, and the town of Fredonia, and then the other users who will be able to take advantage of this general use space in Fredonia. We'll renovate approximately 700 square feet of space and an additional 900 feet for general purpose use. And again, this is a hybrid method where FMD is completing the majority of the work, with selected work being subcontracted. The next project was renovations to the assessor's office. The scope was to improve space in response to remote work conditions, and then make better use of the space because more office space became available with the work at home model. The partner on this was the assessor. The scope included conference room improvements, storage systems for the assessor's field gear, improved production areas, and then we performed 100% of this space with FMD staff. And then jumping to some upcoming projects. So these are the ARPA projects, or highlighted ARPA projects. So first being the clerk of the Superior Court, that will be located in the law library in the existing courthouse. And it's about 750 square feet of new office space for expansion of new workers for the clerk. Second project in the courthouse is the new Superior Court Division 7. That'll be new offices for Division 7. That'll be located in the historic portion of the courthouse. The third project is kitchen improvements for the senior nutrition program. We're partnering with HHS to complete kitchen improvements at the Flagstaff and Williams kitchens. This will be a hybrid delivery, so we will work closely with HHS to program the kitchen spaces and then work with the contractor to do the design and the construction for it. And then the final highlighted ARPA project will be HVAC upgrades to our county facilities, primarily the big 4 buildings. And this will entail improvement to the HVAC systems and controls. We'll really be looking at the sustainability elements of it, reduction in energy usage. And the first step of this will be to develop an HVAC master plan for our facilities to evaluate our options and then move forward to the implementation of new systems. Another upcoming project will be the historic courthouse door and window restoration project. This has been on the books for several years, and this project will restore the windows and doors on the historic portion of the courthouse as a kind of phase 1. And we're looking to begin work really in the next couple weeks with one of our JOC contractors to determine the exact restoration methodology. And then we look to complete the physical restoration work in the spring and summer of this year. And then the last project we wanted to highlight was Pathways to Community. We're in preliminary scoping right now with the Sheriff's Office and HHS to develop a program for the space to support the Pathways program. And then once we move that along, we'll anticipate working with one of our JOCs to have a design team on board and then move into construction. So that's the highlight of what we're working on in the past year and looking forward to the next year.
Thanks, Jeff. Certainly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Tom. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, glad to be here and talk. I'm going to talk very briefly about 3 projects that we have. And I think one of the bigger ones is looking within our 10-year plan for the jail of an intake redesign program. Right now, we release and book in the exact same area. This creates problems where mistakes can get made. Things like drugs and things can attempt to get in the facility through the current system that we have. So we need to redesign our intake area and release our inmates in a different area. Along with that, we want to add video courts. I think most of you know the courts have taken a renewed interest in establishing video courts to make things more efficient. And so we would be adding several video courtrooms with this project, as well as several offices to help manage the with the amount of inmates that we have going through our facility every year. We're also looking at down the road of some other expansion of space, but that, again, that's another 6 or 8 years out, and that's kind of we're not sure how that's going to look or what the needs are going to be in 4 or 5 years with inmate population. The next project is the recently completed Page detention remodel. We had a need to increase the space that we had up there. We didn't have enough space to conduct many of our activities, so we were able to establish a permanent video courtroom up in Page to add more storage and to add a space for our staff as well, that we were kind of bursting at the seams up there. That was a $4 million project that was completed this past October, and Kinney Construction Services was the contractor on it. And I need to tell you that was a pleasant relationship that we had with Tim Kinney and his people, and we're very happy with with the outcome there. The last one I'll mention, and you'd heard briefly a few minutes ago about the Pathways to Community project. This is a project that we are in collaboration with Health and Human Services. They have been just outstanding in helping to develop kind of what this program is going to look like. It is funded through the opioid settlement that the state of Arizona has, and then through the Attorney General and the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, who would be funding this program. But it's to reduce recidivism of inmates being released from the county jail. And HHS would be establishing the social services within the facility that you were just shown, as well as substance abuse services, mental health, housing, veteran services, tribal assistance, regular health care, courts, prosecutor, defense attorneys, as well as transportation. And all these services would be available within that facility. Immediately upon release, the inmates would be escorted into that area, able to avail themselves of those services. And I'd explained earlier about more detail how it works, but we're very excited about this and look forward to hearing back on the grant application for this opioid settlement. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Tom, if you need to add anything, feel free, but if not, if you have any questions, I'll try, but otherwise that about covers it for the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm gonna pass it over to Lucinda Andriani from Coconino County Public Works to kind of give a brief overview of their projects, and then we'll have time for questions at the end here, Chair Ryan.
Great, thank you, Tom, and appreciate the opportunity to do a brief update. Public Works has been focusing on facilities over the last, I'll say, three plus years, and we were able to move forward a couple of key projects this past year. Next slide, please. The two most recent projects of major significance for Public Works were the addition of the cinder barns, both at Sheep Hill and the Williams Yards. And as you may recall, this was really necessary. It's important for the operation of the snow removal systems within the trucks, within the dump trucks, that we keep the cinders as dry as possible. There was a change to the vehicles where the cinders were no longer heated through the exhaust. It was an air quality improvement requirement by the federal government. And so now we have ability to keep those cinders dry during our winter operations. And it's really proven to be much more effective. Also, we did a set of life safety improvements at the Sheep Hill facility. Sheep Hill is over 40 years old and it's very dated, particularly in terms of life safety. We're continuing improvements there in this arena, but the improvements that we did, particularly related to fire, are important, and we have more to do. But in terms of that initial steps with fire alarm system, et cetera, were very important. Next slide, please. We also are finishing up the re-roofing of the main facility there at Sheep Hill, the shops building, what we know as B3. And we also have extended fiber optic to two of the areas in the facility, particularly the barns, so we can now have team members, use those facilities to engage in communications and training, et cetera, which has been really important. Given COVID, they have the opportunity, they can really spread out rather than using a conference room. Next slide, please. The major project that's in design right now is a renovation of the heavy equipment shop. right now, our welder, we have an expert welder. He's just phenomenal what he's been able to construct and being able to reduce costs. I mean, he's highly skilled welder, does not have an area within to operate, and that creates conflicts with the other operations within the shop. And we have the ability to move him into a separate facility within that facility through renovation and reduce down air quality impacts. This project will also include improving the fluid management systems there that are very archaic, as well as improving more of the safety measures there as well. We're at 15% design, and we're in a process right now going through the construction management at risk process to hire a contractor to begin to work with the architect on this project, which is Gannett Fleming. So we're really excited about moving forward with that. Intent is to go to construction later this spring, early summer, and then complete this project working throughout the summer and then into the fall. And this is a significant investment on the part of Public Works, but extremely important effort. Probably will be in the range, given what's happening with costs, $3 to $3.5 million. So we also expect to continue to expand the connectivity across the Sheep Hill facility, as well as in Williams. We're working with IT right now to address, we have very, very poor connectivity in the Williams yard. So we're working with them on that now, and hopeful that will get remedied in the not too distant future. So coming up in terms of focus, and we'll be talking more about this during the budget process, is again with the Sheep Hill facility aging out. We need both some additional facilities as in renovation. You can see kind of the list here, and there'll be more discussion about that during the budget process. But importantly, I wanted to introduce, we have just brought on a new facilities manager. We're extremely excited. Ray Garcia. Ray, if you can turn on your camera, if you're not on there. Ray joins us. Ray had a decorated career with the National Guard, active duty for 27 years, and most recently served as the commander at Camp Navajo, and did several tours of duty into the Middle East. And he has managed large organizations as well as the facilities and fleet operations, et cetera, that are associated with those major military operations. And we're extremely excited to have Ray on board. He has a tremendous amount of background in facilities and other important activities at Public Works, as well as very strong leadership capacity that he'll bring to the organization. So I wanted to give him an opportunity to, and he's not with us yet, so therefore the attire today, he will be joining the organization on February 21st. So again, really excited to have Ray joining the team. Thank you, Ray, for being with us today. So
yeah, go ahead, Ray. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Lucinda, for the introduction. And I look forward to working with the county team. I worked with many of you while I was a commander at Camp Navajo, and what I told Lucinda was I found the county team of folks that I worked with to be just a great group of people to work with. And so after retirement, I was looking for something else to do to hopefully positively impact my community, and that this is it. So I just look forward to the opportunity to serve the county, serve my community, and work with all of you. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Ray, thank you, Ray.
Yeah,
thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I can't let you go on without me intervening here. Welcome, Ray. It's just a wonder to have you. Yeah, you are a wonderful partner out there, and look forward to having you help us, which would be wonderful. And I like the Hawaiian shirt. It could be the new uniform out there, you know? All right.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome, Ray, and thank you for your service too.
Yes.
I'd like to turn it over to Cynthia Nemeth from Parks and Recreation. Cynthia.
Great, thank you, Tom. Chair Ryan, members of the board, welcome, Ray, to the county family. Glad to have you on board. So projects that we're focusing on at the department and have been focusing on, everybody here, I believe, knows about the new public restroom that was completed this fall. Very excited about that, and we're looking now to place a second restroom and how we might go about funding that, but that's in the future. We also recently completed a sewer tie-in from Fort Tuthill, north of the park, to University Heights, and that frankly allows us to actually tie into the city system. So that was a huge accomplishment, a project that was in the waiting for 20 years. So we're glad to finally check that one off the list. We recently, and here you could see this picture down on the bottom, right-hand bottom of your screen. Yeah, we recently had a water pipe break. It froze. And we had a leak in the annex building, and we did some of the cleanup, but then worked with a company, a restoration company, to finish that up, and we're just about tidying that project up. Another project that we have in the works right now is a wetland restoration, which is taking place in the Coconino Village area right next to KVID, the Coconino Village Improvement District. So that's another really interesting project we have going on right now. And if you'll toss it over to the next slide, some of the things that we're looking forward to as early as, well, this year for sure, is bringing sewer. Now that we've tied into the city system, we're going to be able to bring in sewer to the campground, which will then allow the campground operator to make improvements to our campground. It's a very rustic facility for those of you pardon me, who are familiar with it. And they are in the process right now of developing concept plans. But before, or at the same time of bringing in that sewer, we want to resurface the parking lot. And that's the picture that you see there of our south parking lot. We have funds available to restore not only this parking lot, but what we call our north parking lot. And at the same time, we'll bring in that sewer. I did mention here just a few minutes ago, about the planning and design of a second public restroom. So that is something that you'll see in our budget development for FY23. You'll see some information coming to you about that. And then we're also going to be repairing what has been determined to be a significant water leak. The water infrastructure around the quad, throughout the park, especially around the quad, is antiquated. And there are a lot of suspected leaks, suspected lead joints. And so that system needs to be replaced along with the sewer, because it is not in alignment with current standards of where you place water lines and sewer lines. But anyway, a very early project is this particular repair. We believe that this is where we're losing a significant amount of water, and that will be taking place, this project will be taking place this spring. And then also later in the spring, early summer, we will be restoring the pond at Sawmill County Park. And those are some of the significant projects that we have accomplished and the ones that we're looking forward to.
Thank you, Cynthia. So that concludes the formal portion of our presentation, Chair Ryan. There may be a plethora of questions. So we are prepared. Again, this is part one of most likely 5. And in part 3, as Sue mentioned, we will be talking about county needs also, which will revisit a lot of these upcoming projects and needs of the organization as a whole also.
All right. Well, thank you, Tom. And excellent for everybody that presented, really good presentation to lead off on. Can you, Tom, either Tom or Lindsay, could you pull down the PowerPoint so I can see who's out there? Makes it a little bit easier. We could always go back if somebody has a question and we need to look at that. All right, fantastic. I have a bunch of comments and questions, but I want to provide the opportunity for our board to be able to step into it. So what I'll do is I'll start us up with a little bit of a roll through. We might go back and forth on it, but let's start out and go with Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thanks. And thank you for this overview. I really appreciate it. And, would love to get a copy of the 2009 master plan with the two, updates in 2011 and 2014. That would be helpful to take a look at. So I know it's probably very extensive, but I'd still like to see it. Glutton for punishment, I guess. And also it would have been, I'm really appreciative that Public Works put a dollar amount on theirs. Maybe the others just couldn't really put a dollar amount on, but it would be helpful to have a dollar amount so that we can kind of see what these projects were or are or expected going forward. And I know some of it just may be a guesstimate, but I do think that, oh, sorry, I see my video wasn't on. Hi, everybody. I think that would be helpful as we move forward with this. So I know that this is going to be first of many updates, and facilities is obviously a very important topic and issue. And for some of us that are new to the board, it's a lot to get up to speed on. But I'd like to know what how you're planning to break this down moving forward with other discussions. That might be helpful. Get an overview of what we're going to be looking at moving forward.
Absolutely.
All right. And Patrice, were you pausing for response or did you conclude?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give a brief. I could get you those master plans very easily. I don't think they're as robust as our most environmental study at the old jail of 1,400 pages. So I don't think it's going to be that exciting to read. And we could certainly attribute dollar amounts to any of the projects that we've completed and that we have in the works also. That's not a problem. The overview of the meetings, this is pretty much, today was mainly a general where we've been, kind of what we've done the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Next session, which is currently scheduled for February 22nd, is going to deal exclusively with the King Street project that was started a couple of years ago. And we will have our DLR, our design consultant who did the master planning for that and worked with all of the departments that we were interested in potentially relocating over there, did a lot of programming. So there's a lot of work to put into that. So we have a 90-minute session specifically on King Street and kind of how that factors into the discussion. The third session, which is tentatively scheduled for March 1st, is a 90-minute session also, and we will be bringing in this group that we have here today, so to include the SO, Public Works, and Parks and Rec, but we're also going to include Presiding Judge Slayton to talk about needs that the courts have. So that'll be a very large, and we will also address general county facility needs also for all the other departments that we represent. Mm-hmm. The fourth session, which is scheduled for the end of March, again, it's either 60 minutes or 90 minutes. It's subject to change. We're gonna have our partners from the Downtown Business Alliance. We will have NAPTA. We'll kind of have some of those outside partner agencies to discuss their views and how it factors into our future decision of how we want to move forward as an organization. Mm-hmm. As Sue alluded to, and we've mentioned a couple times, most likely we'll have a fifth session to kind of wrap it all up, provide recommendations to the board and receive guidance on what direction we want to move forward for the long-term strategic planning.
And I appreciate that, because obviously I think it is time probably to take a look at a new strategic plan, facilities master plan going forward. And I know a lot of this is probably, and I may be wrong, probably as a result of that 2009 with the updates. But I think it's important that we as a board get an opportunity, once we get this information from you, to really talk about the future and the long-term facilities planning going forward. We've had, for example, the administrative office building, the building on stilts. There's been lots of discussion on that. And for those that have used it over the years, I mean, I remember when it was built and it seemed to be obsolete then. It'd be nice to have a discussion on that. Nice to have also a long-term look and discussion on the the jail, the condemned county jail, and moving forward on the possibility of looking at, for example, a judicial center where we put, our judicial offices in an area, and just options. And obviously, this is just the first of many. But I appreciate this. We need to get this background, but I'd also like to have an opportunity to look forward, to have some strategic planning, to really have some ideas discussed moving forward with the development of the county buildings and facilities now and in the future. It's like you said, there's no construction every 20 years. I think we're getting to the 20-year time period. So what are we looking at? And what's going to be best short term, but what's going to be best long term? After many of us are long gone, we have a footprint and have an ability to help to address that footprint going in the future. So I appreciate this. This is very helpful, but I'm hoping that we have some discussions, really strategic planning for a full master plan moving forward. So thanks.
Thank you.
Let's see, Geronimo.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. It's a lot. I'm still digesting it. And I can't believe that was just 25% of the presentation. We still got 3 more parts or 4 more parts. I'm not sure if this was just overview and then 4 parts or if this was part 1. But either way, it was a lot of information. It's good to see all the things that the facilities management team is working on and kind of accomplishing those goals and whatnot. And I look forward to seeing how these projects turn out, especially the ARPA projects that are now approved and will be getting funding to move forward. And I agree with Supervisor Horstman. We should be having those conversations as we're going through all these different facilities management projects and sections about what that looks like for the long term as we're creating those plans. And so I definitely want to be part of those conversations of that strategic planning to see how we move forward. So thank you.
All right, Supervisor Begay.
I want to thank everyone for the presentation regarding facilities master plan. And as a new board member coming in, there's a lot that we know that was going on prior to our being here, but I think, we need to get involved and possibly revisit parts of the plan or, have input into parts of the plan, and also to bring in new things that we would like to see. I know the building that we're in, we can feel the cold draft coming in through the windows and stuff like that. So that's something. And I know at this point in time, that our buildings are just all over the place, in various areas, providing services. So I just want to say it's going to take a while, and revisiting it and getting input from everyone involved. I think that would be something that will be a task before us. So I just want to thank you for doing the presentation, and I support, what's going on. And I want to thank Lucinda, Steve, and also Sue, your leadership, as the head regarding these plans, and also the work that's being done for the county. And with my colleagues, thank you, and the staff, and Just want to thank everyone for staying with us at this point in time on regarding the meeting too from the community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Yes, thank you. I just really enjoyed the presentation. It's all about how do we deliver better service. That is the focus. And how can we have staff comfortably perform its work to deliver services? What a focus. And that has been our focus. That is what facility planning has been and is being accomplished. These projects have been on the table for many years. We've massaged it in all kinds of ways, and it's just finally happening. Page Justice Court. Oh goodness, the outside facility there, the bathroom that's outside, and it's just now the cram together and making sure the schedule is just right so that the Justice Court and the city can work together. And that is an amazing accomplishment. And then just the opportunity that provided itself in Fredonia. It's really sad that the Head Start was closed. We tried to prevent that, but it became an opportunity. So I think that is really amazing. The Fort Tot Hill water, sewer, I don't know how. I was wondering at one time if we're going to ever pull that off. And so, Steve, you were here when these things started, and now you're here again, and here we are at this point. And
Lucky
yes,
me.
These facilities are very expensive. And also just the changing and the environment. Right now we're talking about, and it's always been part of the conversation, what are we transitioning into? What is the future? We had all kinds of meetings about what is the future, and bam, it hit us in the head. We were talking about more remote work, and we're talking about how parking lots, I mean, just every little aspect of it. And here we are, we're in a new world. So just really appreciate all that you have done during the pandemic. And then we have a whole new project with the Sheriff's Office. What an opportunity. Sheriff, you're just the vision that you have and providing and always trying to help the inmates and saying, how can we create a better life? A better human being, better, stronger mind, body, and soul when they leave. What a concept. That is the county. And I really appreciate all your work, all of the teamwork that happens. That is a county family when you have a vision like that and you work seamlessly together, and that interdepartmental work environment, that is so important. And what I see in this presentation that you just provided, that is what's happening. And it's all in the name of our citizens and our staff. Our staff, how can we make them more comfortable? The artwork, the color. We even travel, I didn't, but traveled out to other counties to see how they do business. And this has been a long journey, and it is going to continue to be a journey. And it's going to change again at some point. And so we did the strategic plan, but ever since then, it was always a living document. And that's how it's being implemented. So I just want to thank all of you. You all look so beautiful. So thank you for your vision and creativity and carrying out your work on behalf of our citizens and our staff for better delivery of services and having a better work environment so that it can be more creative. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then following that, my gosh, first and foremost, having it as the full package and looking at capital throughout all our buildings, but also having the jail in there, having public works in there, having Parks and Rec in there. Thank you. Really wonderful that you've done that. In the meantime, we're in changing times, and you're acknowledging that you're taking creative ideas, moving them forward, and I think it was good that we have paused long enough to say the dynamics have changed. So new day, new opportunity. Today's the beginning of the rest of our lives. What can we do here? And so how do we provide that opportunity for services? As Lena noted, we did travel around. And one piece, we saw examples of where services worked, and it usually was you provided them where there's it's access for our population, not access for us, access for our population, those that have a particular need, and being attuned to that, being able to flex to that is really important. And so I do have one question, and it's one that'll be built in, and I'm sure you guys are going through this whole change in times. But as we talk about HVAC, which is a critical piece of the comfort of what we have, we're also going through probably expanded opportunities for retrofitting and coming in with filtration systems that wouldn't have been typically considered in the past. And I bet the conversations are just starting. Some are further along, but it's maybe we start bringing in HEPA filters into what would be typical workspace, but how do we make a healthier workspace considering the advent of additional exposure to new viruses at this point. So and that's one, we have plenty of time to work through. You probably can answer that later on, but it's one I hope we are wrestling with. It's so hard to retrofit when you have big buildings and they cost a lot of money. And a whole piece that you didn't even go into that you will eventually, and we'll see during budget, is preventative maintenance, which is a key piece of what we do. As noted, buildings are costly. Curbside drive-through, again, that's responding to the populations. Wonderful. The 4th Street piece, looking forward to it. But it begs the question of the paradigm. I know we have design in there that we've been working forward with, but it does beg that where is the paradigm shift? The good thing is 4th Street's a key location where people are that use services, which is, and are we responsive associated with that? So I really look forward to that. Page Justice Facility, 16 years. I thought it was 20 years or 30 years. My gosh, we did it. Good job. Way to go with that. And the same thing for the expansion with for the sheriff, for the holding facility. Really so needed. So really important. Sheriff, I'm looking forward to these innovative marriage associated with Health and Human Services, the video courts, really looking forward to the conversations that we continue with related to that. With Public Works, if we as supervisors, if you haven't been out there and gotten a tour, you can see how dated our facilities are. So important for our workers that they have safe working environment, and we truly need to look at what they have. Another piece along that line mentioned there, but for all our facilities, ADA, we really need to work on our ADA compliance for our facilities and get the outsiders, those that use them, our citizens, our groups to come in and test our facilities. Did that in the beginning when we did the last facility. I came in with a wheelchair. I had somebody show me around that, operated a wheelchair, and I came in with a wheelchair, and it's an interesting one to try on and see what the challenges are associated with it, but it goes beyond ADA requirements in that kind of way. Parks and Rec bathrooms. Yeah, all right. Now, are we going to name it the Cynthia Nemeth bathroom or the Jeff Stein bathroom? But we're coming into the last century. I'm glad we're bringing them on board. Again, truly needed, and the expansion of activity in those zones, it's just that much more of a need, but it's not just for those areas. How do we get innovative? So that really starts to swing through, a piece that we have infra opportunities. So, and that might be matching grants. So we got to think about that kind of concept, and do we have an opportunity? The use of opioid funds is a really good example of, we can't always use infra, but maybe we can. It depends on the application associated with it. And I like where you're going, Patrice, new strategies, new opportunities with the master plan. So, there are my quick observations on what you have. I could sit down and talk to you guys about this all day long, but I won't do that to you. Very good presentation. We need, it's a big chunk for the board. If we need to revisit, and, I would suggest that as you step in, highlighting summary format. This is what we did before. Here's where we're going next. That would be helpful for us to process and take a look at it. And it looks like Patrice, go ahead. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah. Just real quickly, I won't keep this very long because I know we're running a little late, and it was a great presentation. And when you're talking about these projects, it took 10, 15, 20 years to complete a bathroom, to take that long to complete. Come on. So the point is that it's very, very important that I really think we now take a look at a long-term strategic plan. It's time. There's been a lot of changes digitally, a lot of change with technology, a lot of change because of COVID and how we use facilities, how we interface with the public. And I agree, this is all about providing services to our community. We got to stay up with the times, because the way we provided services 10 years ago are different than now. Not to mention 20 years ago when some of this planning got started. So thank you again, and I look forward to a vibrant discussion on a strategic facility strategic plan going forward. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead. So go ahead.
We were shown all these major projects that have accomplished so much, but I want to mention how I just want to appreciate your work during when all of this COVID hit, and you really went in with, you had made your own hand sanitizers. You changed you really looked at how where the spacing should be, how people should be working at the office, and then working with every department, whatever that their needs were. So, and then you had all of the safety guidelines for all of us, and then your energy efficiency and everything that you have put together. I just want to appreciate that, because that is really has made us feel safer to go into an office, be able to actually provide service through a window or another opening half of the door like you did in Tuba City. And these are very thoughtful processes that you put in place to make sure that employees were safe, as well as our constituents coming to the office. So I want to mention that, because I thought that was just really well done. And of course, there's always constant improvements. And then, working with IT, with all of the remote work that we end up having to do. So just want to add that and highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I'll definitely pass that along with staff too. They'll be happy to hear the thanks, and we appreciate it. And Chair Ryan, if I may, just real quick, just a note on the HVAC component, some of the comments that you had on that. Currently during the pandemic, what we were able to do is install ionization units in every single county-owned building and leased property, which basically allows us to capture the COVID virus in our existing filtration system. So it's a relatively, well, it's not a new, but it's an emerging technology that allowed us to easily retrofit our existing HVAC at a reduced cost. As you mentioned earlier, sometimes retrofitting HVAC for larger filtration or more robust is extremely expensive. On a second point, with our ARPA allocation that Jeff mentioned briefly about HVAC systems, rather than just replacing units without taking a very strategic approach to it, we are actually engaging with, we haven't selected the consulting firm yet, but we're putting an RFQ out to do basically an HVAC master plan. And that'll allow us to not only look at the units that we have funding for to replace in the next couple of years because of ARPA, but it'll also provide us guidance moving forward on those units and the type of equipment from a sustainability, from a public health, from a employee health standpoint. So we're going to take a very, very 30,000 foot view specifically on our HVAC systems as part of this ARPA money to be able to give us that vision moving forward, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Pause for any further comments from board members. And is that Supervisor? Oh no, you're just there. We go. Yeah, and I, as we progress, there will be additional opportunity, whether we're in our budget discussions or we're in the master planning discussions. I'll continue to pester you for, we need to think childcare associated with our employees, healthy workspace, great opportunity. How do we get our our family, our women to work, our men to work, with families, that kind of thing, in a way that makes sense. And then we have a housing crisis that's out here. So these are additional pieces that may start to weigh into some of our additional conversations on that. Not seeing anything further from the board. We're doing pretty good. You guys stuck to your time period. We started a little late, and so we're rolling along. So well done with that. I would suggest, we just went, it's an opportunity for everybody to take a 5-minute bio break after having lunch. And then if we could come back at 2:45, and then we'll step into our next item of business, which is associated with the forest restoration strategic plan. All right. Thank you. Good job, Tom. Good job, everybody. Well, hello, Sue.
Mr. Chairman.
And there's Jay. All right. Doing well. Oh, and there's that.
Who's that fellow there in that orange
Greg?
shirt?
Yeah, Greg. And Lucinda, Patrice, and Lena. All right. Just we'll give Steve and the let's see. There's Geronimo. And then let's see. We have Steve back yet.
He is on his way, Mr. Chairman. Apologies.
Okay. Just give him another minute there.
Mr. Chair, is the presentation displaying properly?
Yeah, it sure is, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, you know, once we get going, we'll have to form as the Flood Control District Board of Directors for this. Okay. Okay. You know what I'm going to go ahead and do? I'm kind of watching the clock, and we're tight on everything today. We're doing a lot, you know, and that's the real challenge. We have a lot to do. So how do we fit it all in on this? But I'll go ahead and bring us back to order. And I need a motion to form as the Flood Control Board of Directors, Flood Control District. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, I at this time move that we resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
Well, it looks like District 2 came in number 2. So a second by Supervisor Vasquez and a third by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
We're now acting in the capacity of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And just for note of the item we're covering, this is item number 14. It's consideration possible direction regarding the update to the Board of Directors of the Forest Restoration Strategic Plan, which we'll be looking at a lot of the infrastructure money. So what I'll do is go ahead and turn to Lucinda Andriani, our Flood Control District Administrator, to go ahead and kick this one off. And you'll introduce everybody, I would assume, as well.
Great. Thank you, Chair Ryan and directors. Pleased to be with you today. This is frankly a really exciting day, and we have such a tremendous opportunity right now to impact the future of the forests in our county, working in partnership with the Forest Service. And you know, as I know you're all aware, the Infrastructure Act that was approved by Congress included significant funding for forest restoration, and in particular, we're very fortunate because the Forest Service has identified Arizona and northern Arizona as a key area for investment in forest restoration. And so our opportunity now to leverage those federal dollars by investing with flood control district dollars to really guide and influence which acres get restored is probably a once in a lifetime opportunity. And so our ability to influence the two major public safety threats in our county, wildfire and post-wildfire flooding, probably is unprecedented. And not only does this impact certainly the safety of our public, the financial viability of both the flood control district and the county, but importantly, it also influences climate change significantly. Jay and I always talk about, the county could do things to reduce its carbon footprint, but frankly, one fairly small wildfire will reverse that pretty much instantly. And because the massive amounts of carbon that are released during wildfires are extreme, and the opportunity to absorb carbon is so much more significant with a healthy forest. So just another benefit of the district's investments. Want to highlight our partnerships with both the Coconino National Forest as well as the Kaibab National Forest. We've been working very, very closely with them on identifying the acres that create the highest risk for public safety threat in our county. As I think you're aware, we have been able to, and the Forest Service has identified as a priority Bill Williams Mountain, and have set out a plan to co-invest with us. Jay will go through those details. We're working with the Coconino now to do likewise for the Rio de Flag watershed and get those key steep slope acres prioritized as well. That's really fundamental to the plan that Jay will share today. Toward the end of this presentation, Jeremy will review what I will call a draft or a point in time 10-year financial plan for the district. What I want to really emphasize is that it's already out of date. We've had so many things take place in the last literally 5 to 10 days when we submitted this into the clerk that it is out of date already. But the key takeaway is that our ability to invest now and leverage the federal funds is really key. And you will see that that is reflected in this 10-year plan. In fact, that may be may modify by the time we come to the budget process, but I think the significant investment that we will be requesting during that budget process, it is the key takeaway here. And again, it's to really leverage these federal dollars and the opportunity, the legacy that we have to reduce the significant public safety threats that are present in our county and leverage these dollars. So thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay, and then I'll have some closing comments at the end. Thank you very much, Chair. Jay.
Yeah, and make sure you go through introductions as well of our folks that are here.
I'm going to turn it over to Jay Smith, our Forest Restoration Director, and Jay is going to recognize some people who have joined us today, some key partners.
Good.
National Forest Foundation, the Forest Service, and others. So he will do that as part of his intro. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman and Chair Ryan. Appreciate the time. Members of the board, members of the public that are watching, really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you about forest restoration. Greg, you can go ahead and hit the next slide, please. So to start off, I wanted to one, talk about how many partners we have that are really bringing this together for us. But within Public Works and Flood Control District, I really need to thank Greg, Nelson, Jeremy Floyd. They really helped put this plan together and this presentation. And without them, I'd be sitting here just flailing around. So, and I'm kind of apologize. I didn't bring my Hawaiian shirt, darn it. But yeah, this morning or this afternoon, we do have several guests with us that are great partners. Some are having a little bit of issue, I think, getting in. We had Samantha Flores from the Kaibab National Forest. She's the Bill Williams Mountain Project Manager, which is a brand new position with the Kaibab. They put it in there just to help do the Bill Williams Mountain Project. We also have Matt McGrath, who's the Flagstaff District Ranger, that's with us this afternoon. And Neil Chapman from the City of Flagstaff. He's the Forest Health Supervisor that is running the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project as well. And lastly, from National Forest Foundation, Sasha Storts, the Arizona Program Manager, is with us. I think she's the one that's been having a little bit of problem getting in. So hopefully she can get in, and if she needs to answer any questions later with the great partnership we have there. Next slide, please.
Jay, just check. Lindsay, did you get that name?
Sasha Storts.
Yes, I don't see a Sasha under the attendees. So if it's under a different name, if you could raise your hand, then I can promote you.
There you go. There's a hand that popped up. All right, go ahead, Jay.
Oh, great. So this, as Lucinda mentioned, this unprecedented opportunity that we have before us where Coconino County, the Flood Control District, we've positioned ourselves to really make a huge impact on the health of our forests and also reducing the impacts of catastrophic wildfires and post-fire flooding. To do so, we felt it was imperative for us to really develop this restoration strategic plan so that we could put it before you, let you as a board of directors see how this works and what the budgeting process needs to look like for us to be successful. And also it's going to include all these partners that we're talking with today. So as we develop this plan, you're going to see how we've engaged our partners, how we've used scientific studies, how we've looked at past performances to really gauge what is working, what's not working. And all in so doing, we're going to do this so that we can leverage these federal funds through the Flood Control District to make the most impact that we can. We've also wanted to look at the environmental services that our forests provide to our communities and to the people of not just our communities, but Arizona. Carbon sequestration, just the overall health of the forest for recreation, for wildlife, and then the economic resiliency that the forest plays such a big role in our county. So as we promote and cultivate this forest industry, that's going to play such an important role in achieving the goals that we want. Next slide, please. So before we get too deep into this, I want to go through some quick successes that we've had to date. Obviously, Bill Williams Mountain being one of the biggest successes we've had as a flood control district. We've treated 476 steep slope acres to date. We have 285 acres slated for treatment in 2022 and 2023, leaving about 800 and so odd acres left to do after we fund this year. In Mormon Mountain area, we have treated 780 acres of steep slope on that. That's also part of a Mexican spotted owl habitat protection. Camp Navajo continues to be one of those things that we have to work on all the time. And as Chris Pastors mentioned this morning, the rail study that the county has put out an RFQ for and trying to choose a contractor to do this rail study on Camp Navajo so that we can really look at what is the best industries, what are the best the needs they have as far as rail capacity. And then also we're still working with Arizona DEMA as we continue to establish private industry at Camp Navajo. We have up to 3,000 acres that have been transferred to Department of Emergency and Military Affairs for them to try to put industry on Camp Navajo. The Forest Operations Training Center, I'm not going to speak a whole lot to that because of Dr. Hahn's presentation this morning, but I will say that the thing that excites me about that is not just the opportunity for the forest operations, getting more people out there trained to run forest machinery, but the mechanics and the CDL drivers, because that's what the county needs as well. So if we can get more people trained, there's more opportunity for different industries within the county. And a quick industry update, New Life Forest Products, they continue to make progress in their sawmill. They just got their air quality permit, which is allowing them to get their dry kilns installed and getting their sawmill equipment ordered and in place, which will increase their capacity. They hope to have their sawmill in place by June of this year. And they've got their engineered wood products line already running. So they're really looking forward to a bright future. Right now they have 47 employees. They hope to be at 100 plus employees by the end of the year. So, they're just looking really positive out there at Belmont. I just drove by Perkins Timber and Joe Dirt Excavating. They're both expanding their sawmill opportunities and infrastructure there to be able to cut more acres. So love seeing that out there in the Garland Prairie area as well. We have Dale Lee and Sons Logging, Suarez Logging, Dakota Logging, all looking to increase capacity as well and doing a lot of work on the ground. So we're seeing growth in the industry, which is good. Now we've talked with Congressman Allen, and we need more. So we will continue to bring that to our congressional leaders that we need more infrastructure dollars. And then lastly, for the LIDAR, it's good that we do have now with some of the work that we've done and we paid for, but also what the Forest Service has done. We are now pretty much covered across the Coconino and Kaibab as far as LIDAR data is concerned, especially in the areas where the flood control district is concerned. Next slide, please. Partnerships. So you can see a list here of partnerships that we have engaged in. To date, the flood control district itself has allocated $5.1 million toward forest restoration on the Kaibab and Coconino National Forest. The Forest Service has spent $3.2 million with an additional $6.24 million that's been committed to Bill Williams Mountain this year. So they'll be up to over $9 million. And then we obviously have the $54 million announcement for this year. And then what I was able, and talking with Matt and others at the Forest Service, that and Samantha, that's $54 million this year, but also for the next 4 years after that. So 5 years of $54 million investment. The Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management has so far contributed $560,000 towards Bill Williams Mountain. And then we have the Department of Defense as a partner that, as we look at this Revy challenge that I'll talk about in a little bit, in the Lake Mary watershed, where they could be bringing $6.5 million. And then City of Flagstaff already has put $10 million and nearly $10 million into the FWPP plan and leveraged that for even more funding. So, they've done a large chunk of work in the Dry Lake Hills and Observatory Mesa areas. City of Williams, we talked with a couple of Williams City Councilmen last week when we were out with Congressman Howland. They recognize that they can't bring a large amount of dollars to the projects, but what they do bring is the way that they work with the public and the way that they support the projects that we're doing. And so we've got a lot of support in the Williams area for the Williams Mountain project. Next slide, please. So why restoration? Well, I think we saw a little bit of that with Dr. Hahn this morning, but we wanted to really show that lives are at risk and properties at risk. This picture here is showing you the town of Alpine during the Wallow fire, where you can see the burnt forest on the lower left side of the picture. Then you start to see it kind of more trees showing up that get burnt, but it's less severe. That was a treatment area. that was done in the, what they call the wildland urban interface, the WUI. And then where the homes were, they were protected. So that's the same idea of what we're looking to do, is to try to protect our communities from not only catastrophic wildfire, but then the post-wildfire flooding afterwards. The opportunity cost, this is one that really, the big numbers start to fly. We've already seen in Billings Mountain the economic impact of $379 million to $694 million from the NAU Economic Policy Institute. And that's conservative. If you go then to the FWPP, the Dry Lake Hills area, they showed a $489 million to $986 million impact. The Lake Marion Watershed, $84 to $215 million. Also, these studies were done by the NAU Economic Policy Institute. Also, within the FWPP Economic Impact Study, the structure and content that could be affected by fire and post-fire flooding is roughly $811 million in 2014 dollars. This includes downtown Flagstaff, the University area, the 4th Street area, the Sunnyside area, and the Country Club area all being impacted. A total of 1,134 structures, with 974 of those structures being residential. Then we go back to even the Schultz fire. When we look at the study, the original study that was done there, that the estimated loss in personal wealth due to reduced assessed property values was nearly $60 million. And we haven't even really talked about what kind of carbon sequestration, the stuff that Ms. Inman mentioned in her opening, that, just the idea of a healthy forest brings so much to the table beyond just protecting our communities, but protecting our environment, protecting the climate, all these things that are going on. So those are things that are hard to put a number to and give you a dollar amount, but we all know it's there. Luckily, Northern Arizona University's Ecological Restoration Institute is funding a study to look at all of those other costs and what kind of things we can look to when we manage the forest to make it a healthy forest. Next slide, please. So as we continue to discuss kind of the opportunity cost if we don't treat, and I think this is where we really need to show what is treatment worth. The cost when you respond to wildfire and post-fire flooding versus being proactive and actually treating the forest so that it's more fire resistant and resilient. In 2020, the ERI went back and looked at the Schultz fire, and where it was conservatively estimated to be between $95 and $100 million in 2021 dollars, that impact of that fire. They also looked at if we had treated some of the forest restoration areas that the Coconino National Forest was looking to do, but never could find a way to pay someone to get it treated. The treatment could have cost anywhere from nearly $5 million upwards to $20 million. But if they would have treated and we would have been able to stop the Schultz fire from actually happening to the destruction that it did, where it burned the whole south slope of the peaks there, that we could have estimated cost savings of between $78 and $93 million. So for $5 to $20 million treatment, you could have saved $78 to $93 million. And then we have, I think what's going to be the most important part of our discussion today is this opportunity now to leverage federal dollars. We don't want to leave these dollars on the table, in my opinion. At 50% match, obviously every dollar that the district spends and puts towards forest restoration, we're going to get $2 back. We're going to match those with federal dollars. At 20%, we put $1 in, they put $4 in. That, to me, that's just a math problem that shows how important it is that we're set and ready to really double or quadruple our investments as we go into forest restoration over the next several years. Next slide, please. So this map is showing you from the Forest Service their critical fire sheds. So we talk a lot about watersheds, and they look at fire sheds. And you can notice here where Flagstaff it's harder map to see, but you have it in your packet, that the upper Rio is a large portion of a fire shed that's critical, that's being looked at by the Forest Service. And with the announcement of the $54 million investment that the Forest Service is making in fiscal year 22, that the chief gave to us and made that announcement in November when it came to Flagstaff, is really setting the stage for the flood control district to safeguard our financial solvency as a flood control district. History has shown us that it's not a question of if, but when a wildfire will occur. And with the current forest structure that we have in place, too many trees and the exclusion of fire in the past, we're now just primed to have these large catastrophic fires with the post-fire flooding following behind. And as our flood control district being part of the response to the fire or the flooding, it's just going to continue on and on. And we see that with Museum and with Schultz. It's not a one and done thing. It's a continual response that costs a lot of money. The thing that the Forest Service is going to be looking at now, they have identified the areas where there was partnership funding involved. Areas like Billings Mountain, Upper Rio with that WPP funding, and the potential for flood control district funding. CC Cragen, that SRP is involved with down in Coconino County, but really benefiting Gila County in the Payson watershed or water source. So we see that they are looking for those partnerships. So as we look at the past, what we've seen is that we have set ourselves up to be looked at as a priority area and priority watersheds that we are looking at as they look to find their funding and where they're going to put their funding at. And the chief's visit in November really allowed us to showcase the work and the commitment that the county has for being a quote unquote good neighbor, that we're assisting with forest restoration projects through funding and through the funding of the studies that we've done to really find out what are these critical areas and what's the areas that we need to treat. If we're not able to leverage these federal funds, one, it will delay the treatments of these critical areas. It will increase the risk of catastrophic fire and post-fire flooding. But also what it's going to do is it's going to cost our flood control district millions of dollars as we have to move these projects further into the future. And it's just going to put our communities more at risk. Next slide, please. So as we get back to kind of what are the fringe benefits for forest restoration besides just the cost avoidance through preventing catastrophic fire and post-fire flooding, we're still studying and looking at what impact does a wildfire have on releasing carbon into the atmosphere and how that then affects climate change versus a healthy forest that stores more carbon because the trees are healthier, they're growing quicker, there's less trees dying to disease and insect. And prescribed fire, as prescribed fire burns through, it burns the smaller fuels, they're not putting off as much carbon. It's just a better balance for the climate and just the impact that it has to climate. On your boats. Some of the studies are showing that climate change, forest restoration in relationship to climate change that will result in long-term increases in forest carbon, mainly due to the reduction in wildfire activity. Next slide, please. So as we get into county priority areas for restoration, I wanted to bring this map to show you what watersheds the flood control district is looking at. To the far left, we have the Cataract Creek watershed. That's the Bill Williams Mountain. Then we move over to the Upper Rio as our priority number 2. That is the area just north of Flagstaff that kind of goes all the way up into the Kachina Peaks Wilderness area. Includes Snowball, includes Fort Valley. And then we've looked at the Lake Mary watershed in Mormon Mountain. Lake Mary can bring up to 50% of Flagstaff's drinking water at times. So that's been a focus that we've looked at before. And then we have done the study with J.E. Fuller to look at the Oak Creek, Sedona, Munch Park watersheds to see what kind of impacts wildfire and post-fire flooding can have in those areas. And they have just completed that study. I will be meeting with Joe Loveridge next week to kind of go over the results. And as we start to look forward and see what else, what areas there we've identified for priority to treat to protect those watersheds. But this map kind of shows you how big of an area we're looking at. Now, obviously, the flood control district is looking more toward the steep slope acres, not all the acres within a watershed. So we will be kind of paring down to what areas are we looking at within each watershed. Next slide, please. So let's go through these by priority. Obviously, Bill Williams Mountain. This is a before and after picture to show what kind of work we're doing and the difference of the density of forest, but not just the density of the trees, but also we're reducing or removing the dead endowed component that's on the mountain. But that is really critical because it can be upwards of 40 to 50 tons per acre. And we can thin the trees all day long, but if we leave that on the forest floor, the fires will still cook through and make the hydrophobic soils, and we're going to continue to have the problems with post-fire flooding. Next slide, please. Quick recap of Bill Williams. We've completed Steep Slope 1. Steep Slope 2 is they have completed all the cutting and the removal of the wood. The hauling is still being completed now. And we are just now getting ready to focus on Steep Slope 3. We've put some maps together. You can see in this map here, the green area is Steep Slope 1, the blue area, Steep Slope 2. The orange yellowish area is what we will be doing for Steep Slope 3. And then the purple area is what will be left over to finish over the next several fiscal years, 812 acres. But above and beyond that, the full footprint of Bill Williams Mountain to the Colorado National Forest is 15,000 acres. So they will continue to fund and do work on those surrounding acres to help protect the mountains. Next slide, please. So what's it going to cost? The funding for Bill Williams Mountain, I put together a little timeline here to help us see what it's going to take. And we have $2 million in our current fiscal year budget for the flood control district to go toward Bill Williams Mountain. We should be getting that checked out in the next either this month or early in March to the National Forest Foundation as they start to get a contract ready for those 285 acres. The Forest Service is putting $6.2 million in this year. And then we have $300,000 potentially coming from between National Forest Foundation, their actions to go out and find grants and to work through the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Then in FY23, if we put another $2 million in, that would put us to the 20% match that the Forest Service is looking for in partnership match, which would then allocate, hopefully, what they've asked their leadership in the region to do is to give another $6.2 million in FY23. So $300,000 from partnerships, NFF and DFFM. They're not guaranteed because they're on a grant process, but we know that they've already put money in, and therefore they're going to want to see this project go all the way to fruition. Then the last year, FY24, the county and the flood control district, we're done funding Bill Williams Mountain at this point. The Forest Service puts another $6.2 million in, and we hopefully get another $300,000 grant. And we have now funded all of Bill Williams Mountain steep slope on the north face. I would have never believed we could have done this by FY24. I mean, that was not our plan. Our plan was FY27, 8, 9 to get this funded. And now I'm looking at FY24 being and FY23 being done for the flood control district just that's what tells me that the leveraging of this federal funding is a one-time opportunity for us. And without that leveraging, I think the flood control district would be looking at another $8 to $10 million to ensure that mountain getting treated. So that's a savings right there for us that we can now put towards other areas. Next slide, please. So what's the other areas? Well, we know that the Upper Rio de Flag watershed is a critical watershed. This is a large watershed of over 44,000 acres. Not a whole lot of comparatively by percentage, a lot of steep acres, but those deep acres are critical acres that are around the base of the Coconino Peaks Wilderness area and the western slope of the peaks and into Schultz Pass. And we've done some mapping, some initial stuff with the Forest Service. They did a great job of trying to show us where those steep slopes are, where some of that rocky ground is. It's hard to treat. We've seen that there's potentially approximately 2,000 acres that's greater than 30% slope that we would need to step in as a flood control district to help treat, because those are those expensive acres of $14,000 an acre to treat. But we've seen that we get the big bang for our buck is when we treat those acres, because a fire that's burning on flat ground that can move into steep slope, it's good to treat the flat ground to control that and keep that from moving. But if the fire gets to the steep slope and burns that steep slope, that is where the sediment load is. That's where we get the velocity from the monsoon rains, that we get the post-fire flooding and debris flows. So we're actually estimating the cost for the flood control district of being between $10 and $20 million to treat those 2,000 acres. Now, just to say we're not going to finish there, or the rest of the partners are not going to finish with just those acres. They're looking at over 18,000 acres of projects within that Upper Rio watershed to help protect the San Francisco Peaks and just the watershed in general. And this map here, what it shows is all these little black dots are wells that are within that watershed. And one of the studies I read from Dr. Argai Tekle at NAU was that a fire on the slopes of the peaks, you have several springs within that area, but also the sedimentation of the ash can plug up that aquifer and those wells and render them useless. So that's another thing that we want to really look at as we're trying to protect our communities. So the highest priority started with Bill Williams, but I think now as we see that we're getting closer and closer to having the funding and getting through the partnerships with NFF and the CIVAB and DFFM, we're getting control and getting our hands around Bill Williams Mountain to know that it's secured and going to get treated over the next several years. So we're focusing now on this Upper Rio watershed. Next slide, please. Why the Upper Rio? Well, this is a picture of Continental Estates. That's Country Club Road that's kind of right in the center that cuts through. This is a flood that happened in 1993 that was a rain on snow event. So it was in the springtime. And this is without any post-fire flooding. This is just typical flooding that we see historically in Flagstaff from what comes through the Rio de Flag. Now the city right now is investing upwards of $120 million with the Army Corps of Engineers to help protect the city from these types of floods. Next slide, please. But we know that once we get fire and catastrophic fire and post-fire flooding, that these things, all this investment that the city, Army Corps of Engineers, everybody's putting in, could just get wiped out in one post-fire flood event. This is more flooding that happened in 1993 in the South Side neighborhood, and obviously somebody floating by the city courthouse. Next slide, please. So we initially, as we looked at Upper Rio and started evaluating it, we had J.E. Fuller run some numbers for us. They burned approximately 9,000 acres on the side of the slopes of the San Francisco Peaks, and then put a 2-inch rainfall on it to see what that would do. And this map's a little bit small. You have a map in your package, but Those purple and reddish and yellow areas are anywhere from 2 to 3 feet all the way up to 5+ feet of water flowing through downtown Flagstaff, down into NAU, and then down into Country Club. So the impact we know is there. There's just the steep slopes that are above this watershed, and that's a part that is just going to show us over and over again that as we continue to study, and we're going to have J.E. Fuller look a little bit closer, trying to show us how does it impact if the Schultz Pass area burns, so that we can identify where those slopes are that we need to treat first, and also how do we complete those treatments around the mountain to protect it, and see why do we need to invest millions of dollars in this area. Next slide, please. So let's go to the funding on Upper Rio. So we're looking at $30+ million to treat just the steep slopes. And what I would be recommending to the board of directors is that we would invest $2.5 million in FY23, so this upcoming budget cycle. That would leverage $2.5 million from the Forest Service, potentially leveraging $2.5 million from the Department of Defense and the REPI program. But that's just a bonus, if per se. But then moving out into the out years of FY24, 25, and 6, we would increase because we would be done with our investment in Billings Mountain. So we can now focus more funding on Upper Rio, and we could put a little over $4 million in each of those 3 years, and then doubling our money through the Forest Service match that we would be asking for. And that would get, by FY26, we would have that funding in place to finish those critical steep slope acres in the Upper Rio watershed. Now, that doesn't mean that they will all be treated by that time frame. So if you would, Greg, we can go to the next slide. And just kind of a quick side note on what we're doing here with the REPI this year. In 2020, we first applied for the REPI grant in the Lake Mary watershed. We were not selected for that, but they encouraged us to reapply. We took last year off because due to COVID and other restrictions of funding. So we wanted to go back and we looked at it this year because the Forest Service came with $6.75 million to complete some projects around the NPOI observatory on Anderson Mesa. And due to that large investment, the flood control district would be looking at investing as small as $250,000 just to do a few steep slopes on Mormon Mountain with the city of Flagstaff. And that would bring in a $6.5 million match from the Department of Defense to be able to treat over 5,000 acres within that critical watershed that Flagstaff uses for 50% of their water at times. Next slide, please. And then lastly, the last area of priority that we have looked at and identified through the flood control district is that Munns Park, Oak Creek, Sedona watershed. This really is going to be the next big threat as we move through getting these acres treated. So what I wanted to do in this strategic plan was to not leave this out while we're still kind of doing some studies and figuring it out and really trying to find those critical acres. I do want to plan that there is at least 400 to 500 acres that are going to be needed to be treated in these coming years while this funding is still available through the Infrastructure Act, Jobs Act. And there may be potential also for SRP partnership in these because it does flow down to the Verde. So I'll be meeting again with Joe Loveridge as we start to look at the results of their study and identify those acres. Next slide. So what does the implementation timeline look like with this funding? The blue bars here are the Billings Mountain. So we'd be getting 285 acres under contract in this fiscal year. And then 270 acres over the next 3 years. Now that may all come in one contract, but based on just the supply and demand for helicopter logging and what capacity they have. I gave us through FY25, so Samantha may be sweating right now, going, what? But I like to push the Forest Service. Then we have the 500 acres in the Upper Rio per year for the next 4 years, starting in FY23, to get us to the 2,000 acres. Again, we don't know exactly how many acres, but as I built this timeline, I wanted to be able to show you what our funding would be, hopefully putting on the ground there to get acres treated as soon as possible. The big number, the 1,341 acres, is that Lake Mary REPI grant that would, be more traditional logging and not as much of the helicopter. There's a lot of rough roads out there, a lot of work that needs to be done, but we can treat more acres per year. And then I threw in a couple of 200 acre years for the Oak Creek watershed in those out years as we look at trying to put some funding into those and protecting that critical watershed as well. So that kind of gives you an idea of how many years we're looking at to get some of this work implemented. Next slide, please. All right, here's the big one, the moneymaker. What do we need? What kind of dollars do we need to do this? And based on what dollars do we need, how much can we leverage? So this chart's going to show you the dark blue is what funding we currently have in our 10-year plan for forest restoration in the flood control budget. The light blue is what I'm going to be recommending to the board of directors. And then the orangish red bar is showing how much money we're able to leverage based on that investment from the flood control district. So you can see that in FY23, if I get the $4.5 million, I'm leveraging $11.5 million. In FY24, I kind of level things out at $4.8 million over the next 3 fiscal years. Helps me to leverage $11 million in FY24, and then $4.8 million over the next 2 years in FY25 and 26. So it really shows us that we're leveraging federal dollars to reduce the impact of the flood control district budget. And I think a key point here is that when the Ecological Restoration Institute did their study, their survey of the museum fire and post-fire flooding, that they found that one of the questions they asked respondents of the survey was, would you be willing to spend more money on forest restoration or to invest in projects like FWPP? Over 56% responded that they either strongly agreed or moderately agreed. And then they confirmed that with another question of what agreement among participants that would support initiatives like FWPP to reduce wildfire and flood risk in Flagstaff. Over 73% were strongly agreed or moderately agreed. So we know that the public sees the issue, the public understands it, and knows that we have to spend money to get these acres treated, because otherwise they have the impact that Sunnyside and that some of the areas are seeing right now from the post-museum fire flooding. And also, as part of the budget, you'll see that as Jeremy gets ready to go, one of the things we did in the forest restoration side of the budget was we increased in anticipating that more of the community wildfire preparedness is going to happen over the next several years with this infrastructure bill funding, that we're going to increase the use of our air curtain permit. And so to do so, we have to increase that operational budget as well. So you'll see that as we go through the 10-year plan. I just got one more slide. If you could move to that one. So what are the key considerations and recommendations? Well, the big one, we want to leverage federal money. What implications do we see the flood control district, the long-term financial needs, if we don't leverage these dollars? My question that Vincent and I kind of talk about a lot, and probably keeps both of us awake at night, is can the flood control district stay solvent? Over time, as we see the Schultz fire and the museum fire and having to respond to those, that eventually the flood control district will not stay solvent. We'll never be able to keep up. And at that point, we're going to go into the county's general fund to help pay for these responses and to protect our communities. So as we're building this and looking at this budget coming up this year and the 10-year plan, you know, my recommendation is that we increase our rate slightly to increase our budget for forest restoration so that we have during this one-time opportunity to double or quadruple our leveraging our dollars that we're putting into forest restoration, that we're going to see the benefits for the next 100 years in our Coconino district. I'm going to pass it now to Jeremy and let him kind of go through the flood control district's 10-year plan so that you guys can get a better picture of what that's going to look like.
Thank you, Jay. Did we want to pause for questions or continue through here?
I think let's go ahead and continue through, Jeremy, and then kind of after everybody, we've got the whole picture drawn out, then we can go back and ask questions.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Jay, and Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Directors. My name is Jeremy Floyd. I'm the Administrative Services Division Manager, and I'm going to present to you today the very dynamic and fluid 10-year plan as we see it currently. And then I'm going to go into like a side-by-side comparison of current structure versus proposed structure. And finally, I'll follow up with some key takeaways. So Greg, go ahead and pull up the 10-year plan if you have it available. Oh, we'll start with this slide. So as you can see here, our current rate is set at 0.2620 per $100 of valuation. That is going to give us a revenue in FY23 of about $5 million. If we keep the rate as it is now, we're going to see a funding gap at the end of fiscal year 23 of about $401,000. Currently, that means that we will not have any dollars budgeted in the emergency reserves. And that gives us a potential leverage for extra dollars of about $13.2 million. That gives us about 1,800 acres that we can treat under the current rate. The proposed rate that you'll see here in the 10-year plan is 0.40 per $100 of valuation. Now, I have it estimated to give us, based off of current valuations, about $7.1 million in revenue. And that would leave us a fund balance of about $509,000 at the end of fiscal year 23, which would let us cover our emergency reserve, which is currently set at about $500,000. Importantly, this does give us the opportunity to leverage about $32.2 million and treat about 3,400 acres. So Greg, if you want to pull up the 10-year plan.
Yeah, just give me 1 second to get it. Thank you.
Great. And I have it here if you'd like. Oh. Thanks, Greg. If you could zoom into 23. So we've highlighted in red what we're presenting today. And we see this as an opportunity to increase the current rate to provide us the levy of about 7.1 million. I'm seeing that at about 40 cents. Now, this doesn't mean that the rate needs to stay at 40 cents. We've raised it up to 40 cents, like I mentioned before, to just cover the additional costs for the forest restoration. If you scroll down a little bit, Greg, you can see the 150,000 that I've highlighted. Now that's for additional air curtain burner operations. The 4.5 million in FY23, the 4.8, the 4.8, and the 4.8 are all covering forest restoration. And in addition to that, if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see we are increasing the capital budget for flood control district capital projects by 500,000, providing us another opportunity for additional flood control capital projects. At the bottom, I've highlighted, you see the 509,000 ending fund balance in FY23, the 1.5 million in 24, 2.7. What we're trying to do is give us anywhere from 1.5 ending fund balance to about 2 million, and it's a little bit additional in some years, but we're adjusting it as we go. And then you see the emergency reserve at 500,000 there. So we're able to cover the reserves and have a little bit more just in our fund balance. If you could scroll back to the top, Greg, important I want to point out is we are not proposing today a rate that's going to be 40 and set at 40. Once we get through the initial forest restoration projects that Jay just discussed, we did see an opportunity where we could come back and de-escalate the rate down to 38 cents. And then in fiscal year 29, a little bit lower. And unfortunately, it's blocked on my screen here, but 30 cents, 30.3070. So Greg, next slide. So as Lucinda mentioned, this is based off of information available to us to date. As you see here, the current rate is set at 0.2620, but it does provide a very limited opportunity to leverage these federal dollars. A rate of 0.40, it really does allow for that maximum leverage. It takes us from that $13 million to that $32 million. It clears the funding gap that we're seeing now, and it provides for the fund balance that accounts for inflation in the out years. And we're also able to cover our emergency reserves. I calculated the annual cost per household on a $350,000 home. I believe that would increase by about $48.30 annually, or $4.03 per month. And with that, I will turn it back over to Lucinda.
Great, thank you, Jeremy. And I just want to reiterate that that 10-year is kind of a snapshot right now. A number of things have changed recently, including Department of Forestry and Fire Management's commitment to cover the match relative to the NRCS grant for museum flood mitigation efforts, the sediment reduction project through NRCS EWPP project. And so, we will tighten that up as we move into the budget process, and look forward to spending that time with you and getting into more detail there. But I think, again, key message is there's just this tremendous opportunity to leverage federal funds now. And as the board did very effectively during the Schultz flooding, and I think we're doing again now with museum, leveraging federal dollars to just a huge extent in this situation, and being very strategic in doing that. And historically, the public has been very supportive of those investments, and understood there was an opportunity to leverage these funds. I want to just close by thanking Jay for his leadership, for his vision, for the relationships that he's developed, the expertise that he's bringing to our ability to influence the health of our forests and the public safety threats that exist within our county. He has just done a masterful job over the last several years. And now I think presenting this plan is really critical, and we're in a position now to really accelerate and expand the impact that the district can have. I also want to thank Greg for supporting his efforts in developing this plan, as well as Jeremy on the financial side, managing lots of moving parts right now, and looking forward to managing a lot more as we move into what potentially could be significant investments in forest restoration. And again, want to thank the board of directors for their continuing support of all of the investments being made by the flood control district to impact our citizens and public safety of our community. So with that, Chair, thank you very much. We'll be happy to entertain any questions or comments from the directors.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start that in just a second, but I should note that Sam from the Kaibab National Forest apologized. She had to jump off, but her note is without the county's commitment and support, we would not be where we are with this project. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. This is such a complex, embodying shared complex work, embodying shared stewardship. And we're proud to be partner with you all on this. We look forward to future work. Please do not hesitate to reach out if there's anything else that anybody needs to consider for information, etc. And there's a thank you in there for Jay and the coordination with Jay as well on that. So just to note, we're moving along quite well, provides us an opportunity to comment on it. And, you know, usually I'm rolling through the board first. I do want to put in a few pieces real quick, starting this off. Right time, right place. As noted, we had the Secretary of Agriculture here, along with the Chief of the Forest Service. They focused on this area, what's going on with the floor fry, but highlighted what we're doing with flood control in projects, what FWPP is doing with their project. And they also looked at the Cragen, but they also have a focus on the Bill Williams project. And we're using science for what we're doing. This is an opportunity that this is a once in a lifetime. You know, for 30 or more years, we haven't had money coming in from the federal government. Right now we do. It's not going to last forever. And it's a chance to use money to make money. You look at what happened with Paradise in California, or the fires after, which are even more devastating in some ways, and what happened with Colorado. And we have similar conditions out there. So using science to focus on steep slope, the recommendations are good. The one piece that I would be cautious of is the de-escalation. That kind of took me by surprise because if you look at our greater strategies for what we have with flood control, as well as you know, the other flood control pieces, you know, I'd hesitate to start to build that in there until we got into future discussions associated with it. I do like the recommendation. Now's the time to do it. I am worried about, you know, you see what the cost was associated with the floods that came in. And we brought up last year, we need to fortify that reserve. Well, the reserve didn't hold. And it's not going to be every year that you need the reserve, but I think we also need to use foresight as we take a look at this, as we build upon the good work that's been doing with this. And so, you know, I'm curious to see the J.E. Fuller study as it relates to the Rio, as well as the Oak Creek Muns. We can wait on that, and we'll see that at some other time. But they're my quick notes on it. And even more importantly, the partnership, it's working. It's really clicking right now, depending upon which project that's going on. And we're right opportunity at the moment. Let's show success here for that. So let me swing into our soups and roll through with, let's go to District 1, and also our fry representative, Supervisor Patrice Horston.
Yes, and thank you, Chair Ryan, and also to those partners that have joined the county here today, Jay and Lucinda, the Forest Service, and the other agencies that are here that are our partners. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this extremely important information. And we are, no surprise to anybody, in the midst of a mega drought. We are in the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. The county has named both the risks of wildfire and post-wildfire flooding the #1 health risk to our community, to Coconino County. And as the chair said, and as Jay Smith underscored, we have a once in a lifetime opportunity to make a real difference. We need to do what we can to reduce the health and safety risks to our community. And yes, we have a wonderful opportunity to leverage federal money right now. The biggest bang for our buck? Yeah, I think we need to take the biggest bang for our buck. If we can double or quadruple our flood control district investment, both through forest restoration and do forest restoration through leveraging infrastructure and the Jobs Act funding, we need to do it. We need to make sure we leave no money on the table, as Jay said. I agree with you, Jay. The slight increase in the federal rate, I don't take that lightly. The people here in our community certainly have suffered quite a bit through COVID. There has been economic loss to many, but I believe that this is something that is and will be supported by the public. The public certainly understands the risk that we faced here in our community. The chair the chair talked about Paradise. And boy, when I look at that documentary, oh my God, I mean, it could be Flagstaff, and it could be Coconino County, it could be Williams, it could be so many of our communities here. I think the public understands that. I think the public does and would support this slight increase. And I think we need to protect the solvency of the flood control district. We need to keep our emergency reserve. As Chair Ryan indicated, we funded it because we felt it was necessary, and we went through it. It shows the need to fund at the rate that's being recommended to go forward to do the projects that we need to do and utilize the federal funding that we can now leverage to get the job done. And we also need to do this to protect our general fund. If, for example, we were in a devastating situation where the health, safety, and welfare of our community was being threatened in the middle of an emergency, part of our responsibility as the county and as the Board of Supervisors is to meet that responsibility and to help those individuals. It would take money out of our general fund. So I agree, let's get this done. We have great partnerships. We have great people that have come to the table. We have the Chief of the Forest Service that has acknowledged the great work that's been done by this county in the past and has faith in us of being able to do this work in the future. I think we can do it. So I am very much in support of going forward with the increase. I would also recommend that possibly we have a meeting as the flood control district and invite other municipalities and communities here in Coconino County and give them this overview. I think it's excellent, and I think they should hear from us on this. So thank you, and thank you for this very, very important information.
Director Vasquez.
Yes, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. It's always, I always learn something new. Even when I see parts of it previously, it still seems to come together each time. And, and it's nice to see, to use the metaphor, all the whole forest and not get stuck on just a couple trees, and so thank you for that overall broad perspective. I really appreciated seeing the maps for the priority areas because I'm a visual person. And so that helped see the areas exactly we're talking about. And, as was mentioned before, the repeated consequence of non-action or not leveraging the funds that we can possibly get can be devastating, and we saw that this summer. And the loss of the loss of homes, the loss of use of lands and whatnot, and the fear with the fires. Those are hardships for our community. And the surveys that you were mentioning at the beginning, it seems like our community gets it. It seems like our community understands that it is going to take a little bit more from all of us. And so while I'm not a huge fan in raising taxes all the time or whatnot, I think in this case, based on what we'll get for more bang for our buck, I think it's worth it for our community to invest in that increase so that we can leverage those funds and, really triple our funds. I mean, I think over the 4 years I added it up. It's that you're requesting an increase of $16 million, but from that we'll get an increase of $32 million on top of that from federal funds. And that's pretty amazing. That is a one-time opportunity, you know what I mean? Once in a lifetime opportunity. And so I just, as the community's listening and learning about, you know, what the plan is, the long-term plan for Fry, I hope there's that understanding, and we as the county need to share that understanding with the community that this is an opportunity of a lifetime to be able to leverage these funds and do this work at a time when the federal government is focusing in Northern Arizona and dedicating some real resources. And so I hope that we do take advantage of these opportunities and do maximize our leverage. And if that means that we all have to pitch in just a little bit more, I personally believe it's worth it for me and my family to do so. So I hope the community will be receptive to the plan as we go forward, sharing it to our community. Thank you.
And Director Begay.
Yes, thank you. Wow, a lot of information. But it's good information. And I want to thank Lucinda and Jay and Jeremy and also others that are in the meeting with us now for letting us know why restoration is very important and needed, you know, for Forest Health. And then also sharing with us your strategic plans that was put together. And of course, that can be updated, you know, areas if we had to, but and then all the good things that came out of it, you know, things that you've already done in the past that, you know, is like a success story that you kind of mentioned. And all the partnerships of people that have come together to help, you know, with this effort and all the donations and, you know, how we're going to be using, working together to ensure that, you know, what we're striving for is achieved. And then federal funding opportunities that we have out there that, you know, as you shared all of that information with us too. And it's very, I'm really proud of you all, you know, to think in those terms and to bring that to us as board. And then also your flood district priorities that you talked about, you know, that means a lot because as you know, this is something that we really have to it's very important, and we have to take a good look at it and making sure that, you know, we're doing that flood control in our areas. And then forest restoration funding needs, all the monies that we need and how we're going to get those fundings. And I'm thinking sitting here, wow, you know, we're looking at partnerships, we're looking at other fundings. And for general funding, I kind of think, you know, we kind of need to be careful about that, you know, because of the funds that are coming in and you don't know what is going to be like later on, you know, so that's one thing. But I really encourage the staff to go for other funds if need be, you know, to complete projects in this area. So I just want to thank everyone for being on board, and thank you very much.
Oh, had my mute on. I only did it 3 times today so far, but there's still time left here. Let's see. I know Vice Chair had to hop off for a meeting. Let me just check. Are you out there, Lena? She had to go into a meeting, so and she'll follow up. She's already talked to staff about it and has continued to support the flood control district, but she'll provide you with her input associated with this. So with that, any conclusions through Jay or Lucinda?
Matt, if there's time, Chair, to have Matt McGrath say just a few words as one of our partners.
That would be wonderful.
He's going to play a big role, and maybe if we have time for a session.
Well, great. Thanks, Jay, and thanks very much, Chair Ryan. Very much appreciate the time. That was a great presentation by Jay. Looking forward to working with the county very closely. We have been already, and we'll continue to do so. And as Jay mentioned in that slide, you know, the Upper Rio, the #2 priority for the county, we've been talking a bunch over the last month or two, particularly about the acres in that area, and then what acres are available and what acres we want to focus on. The Forest Service is looking at over 15,000 acres in that area in the next few years, either way. And then if the county can come in and support that work with some steep slope work, that would just be outstanding. So very much appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to say hi. And if anybody has questions for me, I'm happy to take them.
It's our forest ranger from the Coconino, Matt McGrath. And actually, Matt, can you do it in half the time you did the last NEPA? Just teasing you. You guys
Chair,
did fantastic.
Yeah, most of the acres out in that area were covered through Fort Fry and NEPA. And then there were a couple of other NEPA projects even before Fort Fry. So most of the acres out there, the NEPA's already done. So it's really going back and looking at what are the priority acres out of those really 1,000 that we're looking at, and what do we want to focus on. But most of the heavy lifting has been done in that regard.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, there you go. You get the ready answer. Of course you can. You already did it. Huh? Fantastic. Well, really appreciate the partnership out there on that. Any other partners? I know we have Sasha with Forest Foundation, and any other partner, Jay or Lucinda, want to have out there?
Supervisor Brigade or Director Brigade.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Judy.
One question I had, I know if this is the time to share it, but I had mentioned at some point in time about thinning out the forest and what to do with the wood that's out there. And I've been talking about that because, as you know, on the reservation, we don't have anything. Mokopi people, there's elderlies that are out there, and they're in need of almost at forest, woods. So anyway, I was just wondering where that would fit in, if there's thinning going on, and what can be done, how we can maybe acquire some and deliver them, in certain areas or whatever. So I just want to bring that up here.
Actually, Sasha covered that a little bit during our Bill Williams Mountain, what the Forest Foundation is doing related to that. But I'm not sure if we still have Sasha on board here.
Yes, she's here.
She's here? Oh, there you go. All right. Welcome, Sasha.
Hi. Thanks, everyone, for the conversation today and for the presentation and for your partnership. Our role at the National Forest Foundation is to help to aggregate funding from multiple sources to go out and fundraise in order to make projects whole and to help to implement them on the ground. So the work that we've been able to accomplish on Bill Williams and into the future has just been incredible, and we're honored to be a part of it. So thank you for that. We have, over the past 2 years, been working on both the Kaibab and the Coconino National Forest to build up a program called Wood for Life, which is an effort to connect wood from forest restoration projects with both Navajo and Hopi communities who need firewood, especially with the energy transition underway after the closure of the Navajo generating station. That project started just about 2 years ago with a pilot where we delivered about 20 cords of wood to the Cameron chapter. And since then, it's grown to an effort that involves over 60 organizations that have collectively connected. I think the most recent estimate was about 7,000 cords of wood with communities on Navajo and Hopi. And I know that the need and the requests that me and my colleagues continue to get are even greater than that. The Bill Williams steep slope projects have been one of the sources of wood for that Wood for Life program. The transportation of that wood has been separate from the county funding, and National Forest Foundation has brought in support through corporations and private foundations and our Northern Arizona Forest Fund to kind of help build that program. So there's a lot of opportunity to continue to grow that, and we've seen a lot of innovation there. The Wood for Life core team meets monthly and would welcome any participation and questions, and I'd be happy to answer additional questions as well.
There's answer, and this question came up by Supervisor Begay, and I'm glad you're here, Sasha, to explain that. But there's additional opportunity, Judy, as Sasha's mentioning, to reach out or attend the meetings they have as well.
Okay, I would really like to be informed when the meetings are going to happen, and any information that you would like to share with us here. Thank you so much, Sasha.
All right, I think we covered everybody. Is that right, Jay?
Unless Neil Chapman's here from the city of Flagstaff.
Neil.
With very important work that's tying in with what we're doing. So if Neil wanted to say a few words.
Sorry, Neil. I owe you now.
Yeah, it's not coming through.
Okay, sorry, I had the red mic on there. Thanks, Jay. Good presentation. Look forward to keeping on our efforts working with you guys in the Upper Rio to Flag. So thanks, everyone.
And just so you know, with Neil, with Flag Fire, but the Forest, Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, FWPP, that you hear often, is a broader coordination with the partnership. Flag has used their tax base for what they've done to contribute to it, but Neil's been a great partner in coordinating with everybody with this. There's always an opportunity to reach out further to get updates through Neil. And thank you, Neil, really appreciate it. All right, so Jay?
That is it. That's my recommendations and our strategic plan that we have set forth. So we just appreciate the time today and just the opportunity for the board of directors to be able to look at that and really weigh the costs and to see, you know, what kind of an impact we have the opportunity to make over the next several years. And it's unprecedented, and I think you all understand that. And I appreciate the support. And, you know, as I told the chief when we were down in Phoenix with Secretary Vilsack, I told him, look, I'm just a dirt forester. I'm just ready to go get some work done on the ground. And he said, I am too. So maybe it's time to go. But again, let's get this done.
Well, the chief's depending upon success, and you guys are providing the opportunity. So, and that means everybody involved in this. So thank you, everybody. With that, we're running about a half an hour behind. I think it's real important that we get into this next one, do this one, and then we'll look at a break after this next one for everybody. So the next presentation is a presentation and overview of the bipartisan infrastructure law passed by Congress and signed by President Biden in November 2021. And so leading off on this would be our Public Affairs Director, Trey Williams. And we have both Bob and Anna out there also, I do believe, and I thank them for their patience. Trey? Or Steve, did you want to start off there?
Well, the clerk is bringing over Bob and Anna to the panel.
Okay.
There they are. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right.
You're welcome.
We'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen and get my presentation started. One second. I apologize, my computer is frozen again.
There it is. You're back.
You got it. Yep.
Right.
I guess that's because you used to live down south that your computer constantly freezes up here, huh?
Yes, it's used to faster speeds. boycotting at me. Boy, it has to get used to it. I'm a Flagstaffian now. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, for having us here today. As Lucinda and Jay talked about extensively in the previous presentation, we are here to present on the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is also known by its formal name as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which doesn't have the same ring to it. It is the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed by Congress in November. And we wanted to provide, number one, a brief overview of the law, as well as some of the key items for Coconino County, and then key state and regional items. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm the Public Affairs Director here at Coconino County, and I'm also honored to have with me today our federal team, Bob Holmes, partner with Nexus Consulting, and Anna Ma, partner with Nexus Consulting as well. They help us with our federal priorities and with monitoring Congress, the White House, and the White House. And so we're very grateful to have them here with us today. We're going to be tag teaming this presentation. I'll provide the overview of the information, and then Bob and Anna will be able to provide those specific details on some of these items, especially as it relates to the state and regional items, which will indirectly impact Coconino County, but we won't directly receive. So before we get into the bipartisan infrastructure law, it's important to understand—
Trey, I got to stop you. We need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Oh.
There's always a reason Lindsay's up there smiling, so there we go.
And I can't see anyone. Got it.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Val. All
Chair
right.
Ryan, I so move that we resolve as the board to resolve back to the Board of Supervisors.
All right, I have a motion by Director Horseman.
Second.
And a second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 And
Mr.
note that—
Chair, I'm here.
All right, great to have you, Lena. All right. Go ahead, Trey.
Thank you. Well, the Flood Control District Director's got an update as well. So I wanted to contextualize the various federal legislation and assistance and direct allocations that have been provided to local governments as part of that federal assistance, because it can be kind of overwhelming. We've been in the pandemic now for almost 2 years, and there have actually been— there's CARES, and then there's CARES 2, then there's the American Rescue Plan, then there's what was initially titled the Bipartisan Infrastructure Framework, and then it became the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and now it's the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and then there's the Build Back Better Act. So I wanted to just contextualize for purposes of the presentation that how CARES and ARPA different from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. The number one difference is under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and Lucinda and her team alluded to this in their previous presentation, is that CARES and ARPA included direct funding for local governments, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law does not. So the CARES Act was passed about 2 years ago. It provided for $2.2 trillion in assistance. It provided for pandemic assistance, and then it also included $150 billion in assistance to state, local, and tribal governments, and that was known as the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and that allowed direct allocations for state, local, and tribal governments that have a population greater than 500,000. Then, of course, there's the American Rescue Plan Act, which we are in ongoing discussions on. And this particular bill, as you're aware, was passed last March, and it included $1.9 trillion. And as part of that $1.9 trillion package, $362 billion was available for federal fiscal recovery aid. And then of that, $65.1 billion was provided in direct aid to counties, and then an additional $1.5 billion for public lands counties based on the Wyden Amendment. So those two included direct allocations for the county that you as the board had to decide how to allocate. Bipartisan infrastructure law is different. This bill was passed in November of last year. It includes $973 billion over 5 years, which includes $550 billion in new investments. It also makes advanced appropriations over several years to several federal agencies. Before I move on, Bob and Anna, do you have anything to add?
No, I think it's clarified. I think the one big difference I would mention to the board members is that there were direct allocations, as Trey alluded to, but in the BIL, there are not direct allocations.
Okay, right. So what's in the bipartisan infrastructure law? Well, as I mentioned, it's $1.2 trillion in authorizations, and then it also includes $550 million in appropriation. So to give you some context, an authorization allows for the federal government to spend up to that amount, while an appropriation is an appropriation, a direct grant of funding for programs and projects. So to give you a sense of the scope of the bipartisan infrastructure law relative to typical authorizations and appropriations, the previous authorization for transportation, known as the FAST Act, authorized $305 billion over 5 years. The bipartisan infrastructure law is nearly 400% more in funding. So this is a tremendous opportunity for local governments in terms of funding for key projects related to infrastructure. New programs such as broadband were not part of the FAST Act, so the increases in those traditional infrastructure programs are not on the same magnitude. So that just gives you a sense of the funding opportunities that are out there. But before we get too excited, well, let's go through the major spending provisions. And then before we get too excited, we'll want to contextualize that amount of money, because it seems like a lot of funding opportunities directly for Coconino County. However, based off of the way the law was drafted and what is available to Coconino County may not necessarily be, we'll have to really prioritize, and the actual opportunities are much more narrow. In terms of the major spending provisions in the law, like I have mentioned, it includes $550 billion in new spending. So that is $110 billion for road, bridges, and major projects. Caveat, I'm going to asterisk this to say what I just said, which is these are the top line amounts. They're the overall amounts. It doesn't mean this is available to Coconino County. Doesn't even mean 5% of it is available to Coconino County, but it is the overall allocation or the overall authorization or appropriation for these specific funding categories. $66 billion for passenger and freight rail, including Amtrak. $11 billion for highway, pedestrian, and pipeline safety repair. $9.2 billion for public transit, massive investment in public transit. $65 billion for broadband. $16.6 billion for ports and waterways, and then finally $25 billion for airports, and then $55 billion for water infrastructure. Moving on, that's not everything. There's $65 billion for the power grid. $4.2 billion for resiliency refers to climate resiliency. It is a new way of understanding funding projects and priorities as it relates to climate change and the risks posed by climate change. And that is a new envisioning of infrastructure spending and policy by the Biden administration to say, hey, what we also need to consider moving forward based off of the impacts and risks of climate change is a resiliency policy. And in terms of resiliency, we don't want to think in terms of environment like we typically think with climate change. We want to think in terms of infrastructure and the resiliency of our infrastructure to climate change, because that's how we'll navigate the new normal. $7.5 billion for clean school buses and ferries. $7.5 billion for electric vehicle charging. $1 billion for reconnecting communities. And then $21 billion for legacy pollution. And then $8.3 billion for Western water infrastructure. And that brings us to our grand total of $550 billion. So what does the bipartisan infrastructure law mean for Arizona and Coconino County? Important primary considerations, as I just mentioned. The total dollar amount is for appropriations and competitive funding to be implemented by the federal executive branch based off of what's in the bipartisan infrastructure law. As we said, that these are not direct allocations, just like they are not direct allocations, there's another important caveat. The other important caveat is that there's two different types of funds that are available under the bipartisan infrastructure law. One of them is formula-based funding. So the law actually included several federal acts, including the FAST Act authorization, which has also been known as the Surface Transportation Act. And what it does is this will allocate federal dollars based off of existing funding formulas. And state funding policy is set by the governor and legislature. And so in the terms of, for example, transportation, that's going to be ADOT and the Arizona Commerce Authority. And then in terms of appropriations, that's going to be dependent on the agencies, and then it'll be, or Congress, and then it'll be dependent on the agencies to implement that. And then the other type of funding is competitive and need-based funding, which is, grants, competitive grants, and need-based grants. So these are funds that you would have to apply for and compete for. Another important point about competitive and need-based funding is also the matching requirements. So when we're talking about competitive and need-based funding, there could be matching requirements associated with them. And so that's included within the competitive and need-based funding. The reason I mention this is so that we can prioritize, so that you understand that there's all of this money out there, but there are strings attached to it. And then there's also a much more narrow dollar amount available to us. So we're going to now get into some of the specifics of the law. And I think I've made the point enough times that this state and regional funding isn't coming directly to us. And so we will receive, our region and state, as I have said, will receive federal funding allocations for road, bridges, airports, and transit. And while that may not be directly for Coconino County for a program or service we provide, it will have an impact to our region. So we wanted you to be aware of them. So you know what our partner organizations and agencies are doing as we plan what kind of funding we want to pursue for our projects. Bob, I don't know if I'll turn it over to you now. There's $5 billion or $1 billion annually for the next 5 years. And there are more specifics on how the Arizona Department of Transportation is managing the bipartisan infrastructure law. But because we wanted to keep it manageable, we're not going to get into those specifics today and give you the broad level overview. The specifics will come later after where there's a discussion about priorities. But Bob, I didn't know if you had anything to add on the transportation side.
No, I didn't really, Trey. I just will mention that some of the funding that was allocated for the bridges, ADOT just released their list last week. So some of those will be available. There's only one in Coconino County. I believe it's on I-40 in Flagstaff. So dealing with the bridge there, but that's
the bridge over Rio de Flag. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, but that money also provides for the opportunity for new bridges, if I understand that correctly.
No, Chair Ryan. These are just to take care of some of the deficient bridges. It will in fact build new bridges because some will have to be completely replaced. But the idea is to all of the bridges that were deficient will be either repaired or replaced.
Right, which makes sense there. Okay.
Donna, did you have anything to add? Okay. And then moving into transit. So there's $39 billion overall for transit. And then in terms of the state impact, there's $884 million for transit for Arizona. And that includes $20.5 million for Mountain Line, including the small transit intensive communities funding. Bob or Anna, I didn't know if you had anything to add on the Mountain Line transit funding.
Yeah, thanks, Trey. For purposes of full disclosure, Nexus Consulting also represents Mountain Line, so I'm very ingrained and know a lot about this. So, again, as Trey alluded to earlier, so there's some that are formula funds. That's the $20.5 million that comes to Mountain Line, and the other is discretionary or grant funding that comes out. Now, in terms of STIC is a program that if you, for communities between 50 and 200,000, of which Flagstaff is, if you meet a certain set of guidelines, and there's 6 guiding principles or 6 programs dealing with per passenger miles and per capita things. And if you hit those benchmarks, if you hit all of those benchmarks, you get a certain amount of funding. The STIC increase in the authorization bill goes from 2% to 3% of 5307 set aside. That essentially means that Mountain Line will get up to about $600,000 per year because it hits all 6 of the benchmarks for those larger communities. And that means obviously more funding from the set aside. So that's another big win for the community and Mountain Light.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
It appears we may have dropped Trey. So I'm going to try and find him. But if you all want to talk amongst yourselves, I'll be right back.
He's unfreezing that computer down in Maricopa County. Is what he's doing.
We got to get him a Flagstaff computer.
Yeah. That or he's hooked up with Wreck-It Ralph out there. So
yeah, I don't.
The water and the computers are much better in Flagstaff.
hey, while we have a pause, and so Bob, the reason I was bringing that up, they were talking about 15% to the bridges by an ADOT presentation that I watched about a week ago, where they were talking about its opportunity for new bridges, not meeting system bridges, although, it's got to fall into the federal roadway category. I forget what we call it, but you know what I mean.
No, yeah. Chair, you're absolutely right, and I think I didn't clarify myself correctly. So there's a bridge program, and that's only for deficient bridges, but there's also $1 billion a year that's going to come to ADOT. And that's for roads, that's for bridges. It's really whatever ADOT decides it's for. So that's what you're probably referring to. They can build new bridges and new roads and do whatever they want with that funding. So the answer is yes, but there's a specific bridge program. It's about $225 million.
Okay.
That will take care of the 132 deficient bridges that they've identified in Arizona.
Okay.
Sorry for the lack of clarification, Mr. Chair.
No, it was my nebulous question. A little esoteric there. While we're waiting for Trey to come back, chance to ask questions from the board. We have both Anna and Bob here. Here's a great chance.
Well,
not just, yeah, go ahead, Patrice.
Well, I guess maybe we could ask them if we do have legislative meetings that are coming up as part of our virtual NACO. Is there anything in particular you two would recommend that we discuss with our representative, hopefully our senators and some of the people we'll be meeting with? And thank you both for helping to set up those virtual meetings. So is there anything we should bring forward with them with regards to this?
So I think the answer is, we'll obviously work on, I think you're referring to just on transportation.
Yes, on transportation.
So yes, we've been working closely with Lucinda and her team, and Lucinda does a tremendous job in identifying certain things. And what I would like to do, and we'll do this with Lucinda and the team, is to identify, 1, 2, or maybe even 3 projects that are critical for infrastructure, and then based on those, target certain programs. It used to be called Tiger, then it was called Build, and now under the Biden administration, it's known as RAISE. There's opportunities there. Previously, there was only about $1 billion in funding. This year, it's doubled now because of the IIJA, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, to $2 billion. There's the Infra Grant program, which also has about $2 billion. That is for larger programs in the $25 to $100 million range. And then there's a brand new program called the MEGA program, which builds huge highway systems. In particular, Senator Sinema was thinking of the potential for the new I-11 and that bit. So those are the major highway programs. There are other programs, and there's for instance, there's a new Forest Legacy and Trails program. It's a $250 million program. It's supposed to deal with maintenance and new forest roads in and around the forest. Of course, there's FLAP, which is the Federal Lands Access Program, as well as the FLTP program, which is the Federal Lands Transportation Program. So there's a lot of opportunity here, Supervisor. And I think that's, the White House yesterday came out with the bipartisan infrastructure law guidebook. So it's 400 pages. So we're kind of parsing through that now about potential programs. But, you know, if there is a road, there is likely a corresponding program within the federal government that can help fund.
Bob, thanks for picking up my slack. I appreciate that. Computer difficulties, we're back online. So I believe we were at 66 billion for Amtrak and passenger rail. So I didn't know if you just wanted to talk about the 925 million for the passenger rail line. That doesn't necessarily directly impact us. It affects Phoenix metro area. But then of course, I don't know if you wanted to talk about the Southwest Chief line, Bob, just briefly as well.
Yeah, and thanks again, Trey. We're glad you're back.
Don't insult your computer.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, the president rode Amtrak to work virtually every day when he was in the Senate. So it's really important to him. And there was a time during the pandemic that they cut down the Southwest Chief. It was a daily service that comes through Flagstaff in the county to I think 3 or 4 days a week. And now with this influx of money to Amtrak, we're hopeful that, you know, this will be a permanent restoration of the 7-day-a-week Southwest Chief, which brings in, you know, 50,000 people into Flagstaff every year. So it's really critical service that we need to protect. So I'm glad to see that funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law as well. And then, I don't know if you want me to talk about there's a new rail spur that's going to be $925 million. It will go from Buckeye, and it will be the Phoenix line, and it will connect down to Tucson. They view that as a potential passenger rail line that will connect Phoenix, but it will also connect the western suburbs of Phoenix to Phoenix, and also Phoenix down to Tucson as a daily service.
And I think eventually down to Nogales, down to the border. So there's potential there for increased tourism from our friends in the South.
Oh no, don't let the legislature hear about that, huh? Fortunately, it's the federal piece on it. Otherwise, you get a debate going again. Yeah, go ahead, Trey.
Sure. So then going into the $25 billion for airports, this is similar to some of the other COVID relief packages, but it's going to be, formula funding. And so the Pulliam Airport is slated to receive, they received 18 million through CARES Act, and then they'll receive additional funds through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And then the remaining funding for airports will be competitive or on a discretionary basis for the agencies for grant programming. Bob, do you know the amount? Do we have the amount yet on how much Pulliam will receive?
Yes, and this is just off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's right. It's 13 million, and additionally to Pulliam, through that was just released. The airports was just released in the last couple of weeks. So
excellent. Moving into other state funding and allocations with a potential regional impact. These sources of funding are not necessarily as direct as the previous funding that I've mentioned. However, it does have a state and potentially regional impact. So we wanted you to know about it. It's also important to some of your partner counties and your colleagues across the state. So, it helps to know what they're working on and what might be available to them. So we wanted you to be aware of that as well. The bipartisan infrastructure law includes $8.3 billion for Western water infrastructure. And these are specific funds that are meant to make Arizona more drought resilient and address the ongoing drought, as well as funding Arizona's drought contingency plan. So it includes $3.2 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation water infrastructure repair, which will include upgrades and replacement, including fully funding the backlog of projects. There's more than 150 of them to improve efficiency. Those will include certain projects in Northern Arizona, to our knowledge. It also includes $1.15 billion for water storage, groundwater storage and conveyance. And then also Title 16 grants for water recycling infrastructure to states, tribes, and local governments, which also includes $450 million in grants available for large water recycling projects. And then lastly, $500 million for, which is exciting for us, the $500 million for the environmental and ecosystem restoration projects at the Bureau of Reclamation, which includes $50 million for the Colorado River Endangered Species Recovery and Conservation Programs under the Grand Canyon Protection Act, as well as the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program. Anna or Bob, did you have anything to add on this one?
Nope, I think that's well covered. Thanks, Trey.
Sure. And then 3.85 billion for ports of entry. This isn't, you're like, hey, the border's way down south, Trey, but we wanted you to be aware of the potential tourism and economic impact. We have a recreating economy and an economy based off of tourism. So ports of entry being able to provide more efficiently the flow of goods and people can potentially have an impact on our region as well. So this fully funds the priority list for the 3 important land ports of entry projects for Arizona. And that's the San Luis Port of Entry, which is 147 million, 216 million for the new commercial Douglas Port of Entry. And then lastly, 184 million for the rehabilitation at the current Douglas Port of Entry. So with these improvements, this will translate into additional tourism and commerce, which strengthens the economic base and which will have an indirect and tangential impact to our region as well. Anna or Bob, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I want to just give a little context here. So the border at the current Douglas Port, we have about 150 commercial trucks come through. They're expecting when they're fully up and running, 2,000 trucks, and most of them don't stay in Douglas. They usually go north. So that a lot of that commerce and tourism will come up to Flagstaff and Coconino County. So this is, as Trey said, while this doesn't directly affect, indirectly, it certainly does have a huge impact on Coconino County.
Moving into drinking and wastewater infrastructure. So there is quite a bit of funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law for drinking and wastewater infrastructure. So it includes 79.6 million annually for the EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. And what that will do is it'll provide funding to help the public wastewater systems finance infrastructure investments. So that helps to improve public wastewater systems. And then as well as the drinking water state revolving, 218 million to the drinking water state revolving loan fund. And that will help fund public and private drinking water systems and infrastructure investments that will improve the delivery of water for those systems. And then lastly, $10 billion for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS remediation and cleanup. So our state, Arizona, will receive 72 million in PFAS remediation funding for the drinking water systems, for our drinking water systems each year through the fund that I mentioned previously, the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund. And then we'll also receive 6.8 million in PFAS remediation funding for groundwater and wastewater systems through the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. Anna, Bob, anything to mention on this one?
It is just out of curiosity, that was a big discussion in the Military Affairs Committee with NACO. Is there a chunk focused that way, with some of our bases or no?
Chair Ryan, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can certainly get back to you on that. My assumption is that it's available to all of those that apply in the state. But I think, again, this is a state competitive grant that we'll have to probably apply for.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, sure, Ryan. We'll look into that and get you an answer on that. And then, of course, this is a key item for our county, which is an important consideration for the board as we look to decide which projects to fund and which funding within the bipartisan infrastructure law is viable and beneficial and available to our county. It's also important to remember that we have relations with the tribal nations that are in our county, and we want to, there's a desire and a priority to ensure that we are addressing the needs of those communities as a county as well. And the good news is that the federal government is directly addressing some of those needs, and the tribal governments will receive direct funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law, some of which I know some of you supervisors are already aware. However, we wanted to just give you an overview. These are the overall amounts. And so this isn't delving into the specifics, but it is important to consider that if you're considering a project on tribal land or with the tribal government, that we check the box that it's not already accounted for based off of an appropriation or authorization for funding for the tribal nations that are in our county. So that way we're leveraging those dollars effectively. And so it includes $2.5 billion to fully fund the Indian water rights settlements, as well as $3.5 billion for the Indian Healthcare Service Sanitation Facilities Construction Program. And what this would do is improve sanitation to 15,000 Navajo homes and thousands of other homes in tribal communities. So that is definitely going to have a direct impact and benefit to tribal communities in our county. And then $2 billion for the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Some of you may have been keeping up with the developments in this area and the direct allocations and ongoing negotiations and discussions on tribal broadband connectivity. So it is good news that there is direct funding for those particular priorities ongoing, which can augment and assist in our broadband, our ongoing broadband projects. And then of course, $3 billion for the Tribal Transportation Program, $150 million to reestablish the Tribal High Priority Projects Program, and then $330 million for the Nationally Significant Federal Lands and Tribal Projects Program. And then lastly, $250 million for the EPA's Indian Reservation Drinking Water Program. And as I mentioned, these funds are going to be directly allocated. And so that's an important consideration as we decide which priorities and projects are viable, beneficial, and available for our county. Anna or Bob, did you have anything to add on any of these particular programs and funding?
No, I just want to mention the tribal high priority projects program. That was a previous program that they got rid of in 2009, and it was a really important program because it allowed for emergency projects to get funded. So that one's another really good one that's been reestablished that can help the county.
Oh, beyond that, just the investment, well overdue. Yeah.
And then I just wanted to know, well, I know that there are probably questions or comments on these particular items. And so just in the interest of time, I can certainly do those at the end, Mr. Chair, if that's okay with you. I just wanted to leave it up to the board in case any of them wanted to talk now. I can keep going and then we can address them at the end and come back to specific slides if board members would like to do that. That's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it'd probably be good. We're running behind. Probably be good to let's wait and take the questions. Okay, just roll through on that.
So what are more direct funding opportunities for Coconino County? Now let's get into what's in it for Coconino County. How can we advance important and key projects with this available bipartisan infrastructure law funding? Well, the exciting news is that $65 billion overall was authorized for rural broadband, but we have as much as $100 million or more that is expected to come to our state in order to expand access to affordable high-speed broadband. And so this includes $42.45 billion in block grants to states for the purpose of broadband deployment. And they are really focusing on unserved or underserved communities, meaning those communities that either don't have internet connectivity at all or underserved communities. And then keep in mind that this is even separate from the tribal connectivity programs that are part of it. So it really is both a comprehensive and focused funding structure for these types of projects. And then of course, one thing that's really exciting for our state is up to $1 billion in discretionary grants for middle mile broadband projects, which is those projects that seek to narrow the gap between communities and access to that high speed broadband infrastructure. And then lastly, $4.2 billion for the creation of a permanent Affordable Connectivity Benefit Program, and that will provide $30 a month for a voucher to low-income families to be used to internet access. So not only are they focused on infrastructure and the building and bolstering of broadband infrastructure, but they're also focused on internet connectivity. The idea that it doesn't do any good if you've got the fiber in the ground and you've got the infrastructure, if the people who really need and would benefit from the connectivity can't get access to it, right? So that's what that Affordable Connectivity Benefit Program is. So in this particular area, there is tremendous opportunity for our county and for our state. And so Baba or Anna, I wanted to turn it over to you at this time to talk more specifically about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an incredible opportunity, something that we really have been working on with our senators and with Congressman O'Halloran, who serves on the Energy and Commerce Committee for the last really 5 years, because this is such an important issue, especially to Coconino County. So we expect over the life of this program for $1 billion to come to Arizona. So this is really an important project, important program, and we should begin conversations not only with some potential partners. I know Google's been in the area, Google Fiber, that is, not part of the larger Google, and to lower broadband costs, increase speeds. And I'd recommend that, and we've already had some discussions so far with Arizona Commerce Authority, and I think this is something that we definitely need to take advantage of.
And in a way, your team has been terrific in looking at opportunities and pushing all of us to look for more resources. So this is a culmination, a bit of their work too, with the delegation and with us. So thank you.
Yes, and I'll just add, there's already some specifics coming out in broadband, but as we said, this is an overview. So we're really excited to share those specifics with you. And of course, Matt Fowler and his team will be integral in moving those kinds of things forward. So we're really looking forward to getting into the specifics of the rural broadband discussion, because there are some exciting opportunities. And then of course, as we just heard extensively, there are opportunities for wildfire management and for forest management and wildfire response and prevention. So $1 billion for the community wildfire defense grants, and these are going to help at-risk forest communities to help build defensible spaces against wildfires, so that really it's a program that's looking at trying to create a defense against wildfire risks. And then $600 million to hire more federal wildland firefighters. And this can be used for pay raises, mental health services. And then there's also an additional $100 million to go to state, local, and volunteer fire departments for wildfire preparedness. So not only are you, looking at preparation, you're also looking at preparedness. And then an exciting local impact is $20 million for Northern Arizona University's Ecological Restoration Institute. And of course, I don't have to, just to reiterate this to this board, you all know this well, the Forest Service last month dedicated $3.5 million to mitigate post-wildfire flooding in the museum fire burn scar. And that's in addition to the conversation you just had around the $54 million in funds for projects related to the Forest Restoration Initiative, or FORFRI. So there are some real exciting opportunities in this space as well. And with that, I would turn it over to Anna or Bob to talk more about this.
No, I think it's going to be, we're going to have a discussion with Senator Kelly's office. I think it's next week. To talk about the community wildfire defense grants. So this will be another opportunity for the staff and us to learn more about these potential grants. Some of these things are not out yet. That's a big program they're going to have to manage. But again, the basis for putting these in the bill, Senator Sinema wanted to help communities, especially in Northern Arizona, have an ample defense against wildfire.
Other potential programs of interest. There's a lot here. In the interest of time, I'm not going to run through them all because they're not all necessarily directly related to us. The one that is directly related to us is the $3.5 billion for Superfund cleanup. As Bob mentioned, Senator Sinema within that Superfund cleanup included the ability for uranium remediation. And so Bob, I didn't know if you wanted to talk more about that, but that is a specific amount that our senators ensured were included in there so that we could address that and as part of a Superfund cleanup, if you will, category.
Yeah, thanks, Trey. You know, we have been working with Vice Chair Fowler for a number of years to discuss this this cleanup effort, especially with the abandoned uranium mines that were a lot of these small independent mining speculators, and they left a mess and a scar on the area. The purpose of this funding will clean up every one of these, which is just amazing because some still have little fences around them, and you know we've seen the terrible suffering that people in northern Arizona and especially the tribal communities have seen because of these abandoned uranium mines. So those will finally be cleaned up once and for all. It's very exciting.
Wow. All right, so next steps. This is at the end of my presentation, basically. And so as I mentioned, what we're looking for now is we're looking to hear from you all. Number one, about, you know, this is a huge law. These are huge amounts of funding. And so hopefully we help to understand more of what is available. As Bob mentioned, the details are still coming out. A lot of the agencies still do not have all of the details on how they're going to promulgate their requirements for grants and competitive funding, and then the formula funding announcement. The ones that are the most straightforward have already come out. But really the ones for us that are going to probably be the most viable are the ones that are more competitive or need-based. And so as part of that, we wanted to just get direction from the board, as well as ideas about which funding categories might apply or have viability and benefit to projects in your districts, projects that you're aware of. And then we've, you know, as Lucinda mentioned previously, staff is already beginning to compile those specifics. And, you know, with what's that thing of like, how do you, and I know with all due respect to elephants, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And so, you know, this is an elephant and we don't want you to consume the whole thing in one sitting. So staff has already been compiling those specifics. And what we envision is as you give us an idea of which you think are the most viable and exciting for your districts as well as for the county, we can then, you know, focus subsequent presentations on those projects and on the priorities associated with those projects and the requirements associated with getting them, so we can get that direction and really get some critical funding for our projects. And then, you know, some of the important considerations just to think about is, you know, what's the funding availability currently for our priorities? For instance, in the area of broadband, we already have a state rural broadband development grant. Matt did a wonderful job of explaining the progress on that, and we still have additional steps and we're still ongoing. So how does that tie into, how does that funding availability tie into what's available in the bipartisan infrastructure law? The other thing is that for the grant and competitive opportunities, we want to pursue those that are going to be successful and that have a high likelihood of us being able to get them. That includes our ability to come up with those matching funds. We're aligning with the activities of state and regional partners, so that way funding isn't duplicated and it is synergized and maximized. So with that, we would turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, and the board, to discuss which categories reflect your funding opportunities and maybe some ongoing work that you've already been doing, because this act has been passed for a while and the agencies have been releasing a stream of information. So before I'll just turn it over to you now, Mr. Chair, unless Anna or Bob have anything else to add.
All right. And so what I'll do is I'll roll through each of the supervisors, and then we'll swing back and we'll probably go through a little bit of Q&A. We're not going to have it all done in the limited time that we have associated with this. So, you know, we need the, not just that, it's a lot of information the board's processing, and so that they can apply their minds appropriately. Again, it begs for additional discussion, but let's go ahead and roll through the board. I've got some to throw out there, but I'll start with Supervisor Horstman. Patrice.
Yes, and you know, first of all, most of these projects really are countywide and of countywide concern. I don't see this, and we're here for the best interests of the communities that our Coconino County represents. And so I really see this as going for countywide initiatives and projects. And having said that, I think we want the ones that are the most viable. We want the ones that also kind of are not duplicative, that absolutely will maximize what is coming to the region. And so I think part of the answer is, I can't answer it until we get some more information on, really what are the most viable projects coming through the state and up here for this region. And, obviously there's some very important issues that we in the county have that affect all of our districts for Western water infrastructure. I've got lots of folks that talk about water storage and groundwater storage in certainly my district and across Coconino County. And, rural broadband, that's important for all of us across across Coconino County. We all have rural sections within our district, and quite frankly, even some that aren't so rural. There's some cell and dead spots here within the city of Flagstaff, or the greater city of Flagstaff. Wildfire management. I mean, we just got through a great presentation on opportunities and abilities for us to address, our two top health risks in Coconino County, wildfires and wildfire flooding. And obviously anything we can do to do wildfire defense grants, that's important, and that's of interest for all of us. So, I hope that helps, but really we need to get more information on what's happening here regionally and, what is the best, quite frankly, most viable projects we could expect here in Northern Arizona. Thanks.
All right. Hey, Trey, could you bring down the presentation so I can see the Brady Bunch boxes out there? Fantastic. And here's the Brady Bunch. So we have Geronimo Escas.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Trey. That's a lot. And the thing that's got my mind still kind of marinating through it all is that we're talking about billions of dollars rather than millions of dollars. I'm sure glad that they didn't just chop it up and send it out like ARPA funds, because I don't know if I want to go through another ARPA type process to determine how to allocate those funds. So, I agree with Supervisor Horstman. It would be really helpful to know what are the projects that we have the best chance of getting funding for before we start looking at what priorities we want to pick out of, because it's just so vast. There's so much money in so many different buckets that I don't feel that I at this time could make decisions on priorities of what to go after based on what we were shared with today. It makes me think of some of the fire fry stuff that we talked about earlier, and seeing how, where we might complement, or where, we might be able to see some areas that we could find some support. Also, infrastructure that's been damaged in our county based on flooding might be another area that would be something that we would want to look into. Definitely want to look into to broadband and see how we can increase broadband, and then also, just looking at our long-term water infrastructure. So, I think there are opportunities, and it is exciting, and it's a lot of money, but I still don't have enough information to know which projects we could actually do, because, I don't even know what's out there right now in terms of specific projects. I think another area just for me that I would put out there for as a priority would be looking for funding for different transportation projects out in our area, whether that be rail, whether that be roads or pedestrian, or but just multimodal transportation in our region, in our county. So those are the things off the top of my head after trying to digest such a big presentation, but I do appreciate it. And I know that took a lot to be able to break it down and to share with us. And so if the next time we go through this presentation, if we could get in each of those areas, the projects that are the most viable, or the projects that we should be thinking about, then we could say, okay, our priority is this, this, and this. But like I said, right now, I just feel overwhelmed by too much information. So thank you.
All right. Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Yes. We have a good team here. Lucinda's crew and everyone else here. So I trust that they are looking at everything countywide and to bring some things back to us, back to the board for possible discussion and planning and stuff like that. But one thing I'm thinking about is broadband in our area. That's really, really, really needed because we are not connected to the real world. It seems that way. And it's hard, going on top of a hill just to make a phone call or even trying to get a little bit of internet, that's how we live. And so, but again, just like my colleague, two of my colleagues said earlier, I feel the same way too, and I don't know exactly where until we can actually really strategize on this whole thing and spend more time and just talk about it. And I think that we will be able to come up with something, but this is a lot of information. And then also, to have to say something and as far as project priorities or something, it's kind of hard for me to do that right now. So I'm with the other two here. So thank you very much.
All right. Vice Chair, Lena?
Thank you. Well, we have a great administration that has this vision of helping the whole country, and it's happening, and it's really good. We finally have a administration and Congress that can actually deliver, and that's where we're at right now. We're already working on a lot of these projects. We already have the Highway 89 and 160 already. That study is done for broadband. We just received an email from our director, Matt Fowler, about some other projects that we're submitting to the state. And we're having broadband networking meetings, and the next one will be on February 28th, and it's going to be in Gallup. State of New Mexico is going to host that. I've been having these meetings with all the providers and the county officials and Navajo Nation, trying to see how we might be able to work through the challenges that is before us. There's all these dollars coming through. However, there are great challenges to just get a project done. We have to get the right of way through. We have to get all the archaeological clearance, everything, all the big, these are huge projects and they're very expensive. It's just not enough money, however way we look at it. So we're trying to coordinate to see how we might be able to accomplish some of these projects. Even if we were to accomplish one, that'd be great. And then in our rural communities, we don't have rural addressing. That creates another challenge. And so that's the other one that we have a discussion about. And that was something that we faced with the census count. That was a challenge that we had. And then of course, with all the interference in the county, that was something else. Then we have roads transportation partnership network meeting that's going to be taking place. Our first meeting is on February 3rd. Most of the people are by Zoom. Only the ones that are going to be there are mainly I think the presenters and the transportation people. So we're doing that first meeting. So we are preparing so that we might be able to meet some of we'd be able to accomplish some of these projects. So that's where we're at right now, but there's a lot more. But most of it, the county does not do these. We have to network with others to be able to get some of these projects done. So like when we talk about roads, who's the one that's really doing the roads? Lucinda's already told us that she's not gonna, county cannot accept any more roads. So we're not really the ones to be doing this. So that's where the partnerships come in. So that's why I'm having these meetings too, that we might be able to help our constituents to be able to get some of these these projects and access some of these dollars that are coming through. So there's others that are in the works, but these are the main ones right now. So I just appreciate your presentation, see where things are from the DC level. Thank you.
All right, so throw my 2 cents in would be one thing I'd be watching for is the color of money. What money might be available where matches can take place so that we can leverage. Kind of following on the regional component, but what Lena also just mentioned is with this kind of money coming in, it fosters the opportunity for regional partnerships. Maybe we get into some level, we're talking about infrastructure, the getting the infrastructure in place, but not necessarily absorbing the maintenance and sustainable component with it. So there might be, match potential for partners that we have out there associated with transportation, or, I've heard discussions associated with, Judy, you talk about a bridge, Navajo Nation's get money, but do we have an opportunity to partner up in that way? We're not in the maintenance program, but maybe we can forge partnerships that can work in that kind of way. And similarly, depending upon the community, I know in Sedona, they need transit right now. That goes into unincorporated areas, but can we tie this federal money into the FLAP piece that had been mentioned earlier and opportunities? So transportation, transit, community match potential. The forest resiliency piece would be a really good focus. Patrice, you started talking about it, but how do we get it into the communities and working maybe with the fire districts and or the work that we've done so far? I know Lucinda's been working on some pilot programs to attempt to start with communities, but here there's more money. Can we go there? But if we look at our own roadways, we still have opportunity that here money can be applied to our own roadways one time, but how do we leverage? And again, we think about our buying power, setting aside money for matches that could be brought forward for the raised grants, et cetera, that we can work further with. But the other side of it is this our chance to take a look at communities and maybe build in that temporary emergency access that's gated but is available associated with those communities? Look at what happened in Colorado. Look what happened in California. That option from a public health and safety perspective is key. Water infrastructure we don't deal with, but we have communities that have needs associated with it. And I don't know how much we can play in that field, but it's one to explore. I'm just so excited to see the investment in our tribal communities that's been lacking for so long, and the cleanup associated with the uranium is great to hear about with that. And so we talked about broadband, everybody's talked about it. We didn't use ARPA necessarily for that because we knew the infra could provide that opportunity. Here is that chance, and it's just not the middle mile, that last mile, because we have rural communities. And Bob, you had noted that that money is available that can take a look at that piece of. Normally, they don't fit the some of these industries that are attempting to come in. It's almost like the railroad barons way back when. We'll run you the line, but we want full rights associated with it. But then, do they make it cost prohibitive for our little tiny communities, which we have, the rural, as Judy noted and others have noted? You can't. We don't have it. And Lena, you've been working on this forever. We have these pockets that kids can't even get their education and they're falling behind. So that broadband piece is, how do we unify it? Fortunately, we have Matt Fowler and his team, the expertise as we try and navigate what's going on. So that's I could go on more, but I didn't think we would be able to do it in the time that we have it. But you get a sense of the board that we're thinking broader community, but how do we get to these little pieces out there? And I think our board is processing. It's a lot of information. The opportunity for future suggestions and how to marry it. I think this is the first bite of it. One last piece on this, and I think bringing it back full circle is, Trey, you were going to mention that maybe we should set up a meeting later on associated with how we target our NACO opportunities. Could you just speak to that for a moment?
Certainly. When you say target our NACO opportunities, do you mean in terms of the bipartisan infrastructure law?
Doing pre-meetings before we go into NACO. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So and I think that part of my, if I may, Mr. Chair, part of the staff thought on this was, number one, to understand if there were any ongoing projects you had that we're aware of within this broad overview that might plug in, right? And so that was the first staff thought. And then the other staff thought was not to overwhelm you by getting into specifics on top of overviews. So we definitely wanted to be able to provide just some direction in terms of priorities. Focus on broadband, focus on wildfire management more than some of the others in terms of direct funding for the county, right? And then, of course, we're definitely keeping plugged in on the regional funding opportunities on certain projects. And I think the other thing is that if there is specific funding information that comes out, I think to discuss how to share that with the board as it comes out from agencies, so that you can then direct to staff, hey, this ground, they're doing an allocation and authorization for this program for groundwater recharge. This part of my district that would really benefit from that. Look into that. So that's very helpful information to know about groundwater storage for District 1, for instance. As the specifics come out, we can field that specific information to supervisors. But of course, we wanted you to be aware of the overall picture as well. And then in terms of NACO, we also will be doing NACO planning meetings as well as federal visit planning meetings this week. So we're looking
this week, next week. Yeah, as we lead into it. We can't do it all this week, but yeah.
Based off of availability. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And then, probably one piece to throw in there that we've gotten into discussions, but, that we need to think about and what the opportunity is we are getting hit by metro level of impact to our region where we need bathrooms, where we need trash cleanup, where we need law enforcement, whether out on our public lands that our county cannot absorb. And if there is an opportunity through this infra that we can look at this in our, and it's throughout the county. It could, it's on the national recreation areas. It's out into the Forest Service in the region. We're just getting swamped with what's happening. So if there's a way that we can focus some of this money with our regional partners, that that certainly would be a big one. Looks like I have Lucinda. Oh, I have Lena first. Lena, let me get you, and then I'll hop into Lucinda. Go ahead, Lena.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be, like in my region, I'm organizing a regional meeting from Badaway all the way to Fredonia. And this is an area that needs emergency services. We have a community there that tried to do a water district, but was not able to accomplish that. So how do we access these dollars when in these unincorporated communities? I'm thinking we're gonna take advantage of the federal lands that are there and try to incorporate ourselves in there. However, and this is probably just a side meeting, but I just want to bring it out where these unincorporated communities, they in such need for water and wastewater infrastructure, but there is not a collective group that is doing that cannot do it. So how is it that we're able to address those needs there? And you know, there's just I can go on and on about just the needs that just that strip of along the Arizona strip, the need that is there. So that would be my question when you're looking through these bills. How do we do that? You know, and then how do we accomplish that? And that's why we're trying to organize this meeting, which will be in March. That's when that will be taking place. So I have several networks that are happening all at about the same time so that we can somehow access these federal dollars that are coming through.
So I'm going to go to Steve, Lucinda, and then Patrice. Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you know, the discussion is exactly what we're having right now is exactly what I'm seeking in the discussion format for infrastructure. And I want to compare the experience we just had with ARPA to the experience that we are going to have with infrastructure. Now, you know, the feedback from board was that we needed more input in the direction of funding for ARPA. And I understood that, and I certainly had deep, I think, very important conversations with some board members on that topic. And so it's not a lesson learned, but I do want us to have more balance in terms of what we and the staff have in terms of capital plans in discussions at the staff level, and balance that to the needs that you observe and you have in your districts. And in some cases, you know, it may be that a district specific need in a specific district may fit within one of the buckets. You know, again, we don't know because this is the first conversation we're having on here are the different programs, here are the different ways by which funding can be accessed. And so I want to continue to support these district specific discussions, even though there are county as a whole priorities. And so balancing out, you know, some of the conversations we've had, you know, with regard to just public lands and how as a county do we partner with our federal agencies on law enforcement and all the things that have been mentioned here today. And those are broader than a district. And I think that those take up, you know, in some cases, the entire county. And so there's a little bit of everything. But again, I guess my point here is that you know, I want, and this is me speaking as your manager, I want this to be a little more board-led conversation with the staff providing the information, the backup or documentation of the staff work that we need to do. Now we may, you know, depending on how active we choose to be in this area, we may need to staff up to do the work that staff needs to do to get you know, whatever the processes are in place for us to access funding. So again, that's my point, and I just wanted to put that out for the board's you know, awareness and to you know, kind of reflect on that. But again, this is the first conversation of several, but not too many. You know, under ARPA, we had 6 months of conversations with the board. And that was all good staff work, but I think in some cases we may have had too many staff-led conversations, and now we want to be more on the listening side. And then direction of staff, we execute on your priorities, and we'll do that accordingly. Thanks.
Well, since you said that, Lena said she's going to give all the money from District 5 over to District 3. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate that. But no, actually, a little levity. And we're also getting to later time. I'm going to go to Lucinda. I'll swing to Patrice. And I think two things. One is we can get a little bit more out, but also we need to be able to process a lot of information all at once. And seeing how you're shaping this, Steve, it'll be how, you know, that'll help people think through it a little bit more in that way. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Steve said is I think the there'll be a follow-up discussion on kind of the key topics, of which roads, transportation will be one of those, and we want your input. But I do want to reemphasize that, and Trey just made, there's this very major distinction. We are getting no direct funding.
Right.
It's all competitive.
That's
And
right.
again, historically, we have not been competitive, except for we got a few little grants through the Highway Safety Program, and we've gotten the Federal Lands Access Program. And I think that in particular, we need to have more discussion with the board. Where do we want to go with that? Do we have one more section of Lake Mary Road, for example, to do? Do we want to support an effort for Oak Creek Canyon? That's been a long discussion point, as the chair knows. So, I think those are the kinds of discussions we want to have, but know that if we, if we were to decide to go to something and support something outside the county maintenance system today, that potentially could take funds away from what's on that capital improvement plan today. And then we have to be prepared to answer to the public that we've committed those projects to for now 8 years, and are committing to, they've seen the 10-year plan over and over. So there's a dynamic there, that there is a plan in place. People are patiently waiting for their projects. So, that's just part of what we have to keep in mind as we march ahead. Thank you.
Patrice?
Yes, thanks. And, I understand this is a lot of information. And it almost really requires more, well, it does require a lot more time than we have allocated for this, needless to say. And it's at the very end of the day when we've already had a very long day, which does not also help in the discussion. But I would like to point out that, here's an example. Fort Valley's got a bunch of perched aquifers over there. They need to try to get some groundwater storage. They're not incorporated. That has to come, and that leadership, first of all, I have no idea if it would fall in to one of the buckets here for what we're looking at, right? And number two is I don't have any knowledge about that. It would really require staff work and staff input to really take a look at it. And I do not feel it's appropriate for me or any other member of the board to direct our staff to undertake a project like this. So, I think it's appropriate for us to talk about and see, hey, is this something that is even manageable? And do we want to make this a priority? But I don't think it's appropriate for me to be talking to the staff about it. And when we're talking about regional partnerships, and I think we need to talk about regional partnerships, many of us sit on boards and commissions that allow us an opportunity to partner and to discuss with others, various topics, various areas, whether it be public lands, WIR, et cetera. And I think that is also important. But if in fact we're representing the county on some of this, I would certainly hope that it would come back from the board members who are having these discussions to the rest of the Board of Supervisors, so we can also talk about it and determine, is this something we want to do? Is this something we can do? Is this a priority? So I appreciate the overview. I know there was a lot of work that was gone into this overview, but that's all it is. And, I look forward to further discussions on it. And I do not intend to direct staff on any of these things. I think we need to talk further. And if the rest of the board thinks that this is a project we should take a look at, then I'm assuming that we can then ask the county manager to utilize staff to look at these things. So, it's kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg. And to me, I would like that we have a good discussion, that we have the time for a good discussion. And quite frankly, we understand, what are the regions doing? Where would be the best non-duplicative approach we could take with some of these funds? What is likely to come this way since it isn't coming to us? And kind of put our time and effort directed towards something that we might actually be able to accomplish. So that's my 2 cents worth on this.
All right. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, let me lower my hand here. And, I think Trey did a tremendous job trying to put this into a discussion that we can have, because this is a 2,800 page bill, and he dissected it down to that. And I certainly share the board's concern that, hey, this is a heck of a lot of information. And I think the whole purpose of this, and I think this is where we're getting to with this discussion, is for you all, we want to get ahead of the curve. So we want to start thinking about some of these projects. And, there's so many opportunities out there that we can get caught up in. Maybe if we ask for 50 projects, we're not going to get any. So I think that the whole purpose of this, and I think Supervisor Horstman, you just kind of pointed this out, and we should look at all these projects. We should warehouse these, and then with staff and with us, we can help formulate and say, you know what, this project's probably not going to happen, but this one looks like it's very viable and feasible. And that way we can go after these projects, but this is going to take some time. And the problem is that we want to get ahead of the curve as opposed to behind it, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to have, even though it's all these new regulations and rules for these new programs are coming out, we want to have that now. And then when you interestingly, Supervisor, and I think Vice Chair Fowler raises too, about some of these unincorporated areas needing wastewater and things like that. Actually, we just had a discussion with Trey last week, and we've got a draft letter and things like that. There's this new program that was created by Congressman Stanton. It's $150 million for Arizona water infrastructure. And the county could be the sponsor for some of these unincorporated areas. It's a program through the Army Corps of Engineers, and I've sent Trey the priority list. There's $75 million in project applications thus far, which means there's another $75 million on the list that we could apply for. It's a 75-25 match, 75% federal, 25% non-federal. I don't want to get into the details a ton here, but that's an opportunity or a way we could, crack that code too. So again, there's a lot of opportunities. And I think the point here today is to kind of foment this discussion so we can then help, you supervisors can choose what projects are important in your district. We can warehouse them, and then we can go after some of these. So yeah, I really appreciate this discussion. And I think Supervisor Vasquez said it best, where he said, my head's about to explode because there's so much information. There is. So I understand.
Thank you, Bob, for putting that, putting it, very succinctly what I was having a very hard time doing. So thank you for that.
Yeah, opportunity. How can we organize to take advantage? And, maybe it's low hanging fruit and then as we get into more complex, still build the impetus to take advantage of what may work with that. Just pause anymore for supervisors. Any further? Here's an introduction. We need to think, strategically, but opportunities as well. And we can definitely revisit. Steve, Trey presented well. Steve, any more on this?
No, sir. We're all done from the staff side. Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you, Anna, and thank you, Bob. Always great to see y'all, and thanks for hanging in there extra. We had a heavy day, a lot of heavy thinking today, so appreciate you hanging in there and love the work that you're doing for us. Thanks. So, I was suggesting that we take 5 before we go on. We're going into roundtable, but I think a very important piece is the redistricting piece. And I think it'd probably be worthy of Steve. How much time do you need for redistricting?
Mr. Chair, we are going to be having staff briefings with each of you. I can go over the PowerPoint with you at that time. And I just looked down the attendees. I do not see anyone from the public. Otherwise I would say, no, we should do that. So I don't want to circumvent a public process though, because I know the public sometimes listens to our proceedings afterwards. And so we may want to just keep it. It's going to be 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be done.
That's what I was going to suggest, because the public's interested at this point.
Right. And they do, and I forgot they
yeah.
do listen to
Yeah.
the recording. So I'll retract my thought. And if you give me 3 or 4 minutes, I can go through my slides for redistricting.
Okay. And check in with board on that. I think it's really important. Are you? I know we're all hanging in there as we get worn down. Go ahead, Patrice.
Well, you know, I think that's fine. If the county manager wants to do that, I'm going to go with his recommendation. One of the things, though, I would request is that maybe if we can table some of the other items and then just all the other items with the exception of 17 and really focus on 17 to include NACO in those the hill visits, the virtual hill visits we've got scheduled, and how we might be able to utilize those hill visits for some of our priorities on federal legislative priorities. Just a thought.
Okay, and let me check in with the other board members. I mean, we really need to do the redistricting. Steve's saying about 3 or 4 minutes, and then touch on the federal and state. But otherwise, are y'all okay with us passing? We did a really good roundtable last time too. We caught up on a couple months, and this is a week later on that. Is that okay with everybody? I see a thumbs up. Yeah. Lena, Judy, head nod. Are you okay with that? And if we're at one crucial thing that you really need to mention, you know, we can pause before we discard, but let's, you know, provide you with that opportunity after we finish these next 2 items. Go ahead, Steve.
So I'll share my screen real quick and we can go through the slides. Can you see my slides, or am I projecting something else?
No, you got them up. You're good.
Okay. So again, a quick project update, today's date. Very quickly, so the process we kicked off earlier this year on September 7th. At that time, we have an internal process. The staff team has been identified. Redistricting guidelines were adopted, and I have a slide on that in a moment. We've also received the 2020 census data, which of course was key and crucial to redistricting. We've created a public website has been created, and you can see coconino.az.gov/redistricting. And then we have begun and we are continuing to work on mapping scenarios that, of course, that need to be part of this process. And then also a public engagement process, of course, to engage the public in the important work we're doing. Concurrently, the Arizona Independent Redistricting Commission was doing their work at the congressional and the legislative level. And of course, and due to impacts of the final legislative and congressional maps on county precincts, the county process was paused so that the RC could finish their work. And that did happen. And so despite Coconino County's best effort to influence congressional and legislative redistricting, it didn't turn out as we had planned. But having said that, the process has been completed by the Independent Redistricting Commission, and the maps for the state were approved on January 21st, just a couple weeks ago. And this morning, the County Board of Supervisors approved precinct changes that came about as a result of the RC work. And so that is where we're at today. From going forward, mapping scenarios will be presented to the board on February 22nd at 6 p.m. This is an evening meeting, and given the public input or the public interest in redistricting, the presentations of the scenarios will be presented in the evening. And so 6 p.m. on the 22nd is when we're slated to present the scenarios to the Board of Supervisors. From there, during the month of March, we'll be having a public input process. We're going to structure this similar to what we saw and we witnessed within RC, where the RC was present at those hearings. We're going to be asking the board members to be also present during those public engagement meetings. And we're working, I know that Essler and staff are working with your district directors to get the schedule put together. But looking at the month of March to be heavy in terms of public input. We're going to do virtual, just given the numbers that we have right now with COVID. We will be doing virtual meetings for the month of March, knowing that as much as we would like to come together, it's just not possible But again, the month of March will be the public engagement process. And then the adoption of the maps were slated for the evening of April 12th at 6 p.m. And so that's just a quick rundown of the dates. And this information will be posted on the county's redistricting website and for the public to be aware of. Next thing, we just also wanted to provide just a reminder of the guidelines that were adopted by the board last fall. So and you can read them here. I won't go through each of them, but these are the guidelines that have been in place since 2011. And so we've not changed any of the guidelines. And these are the guidelines, of course, that we go through, and we'll make sure we've gone through as we create the mapping scenarios that we're abiding by the guidelines that have been established by the board. Then finally, just the outreach methods, stakeholder and communities of interest awareness. Each of you know your districts better than anyone. And so I know that staff have been meeting with board members to get more input, and we'll have more additional conversations with you because we want to find out within your districts, who are those key individuals, who are those influencers that we want to engage. And it's broadly, it's not just one individual, but many. And so having that is important. Online source of information, the website page is up and running. Once the mapping scenarios have been presented to the board on the 22nd, they will go live on the county redistricting website. So the public will be able to see all of the scenarios. And then from there, be able to provide input on those scenarios, through letters, email. We have redistricting@coconino.az.gov is set up to receive information. And then, as I mentioned, virtual presentations during March. In the off chance of numbers rebounding rapidly with COVID, we may consider an in-person hearing. But again, I'm going to just put that on the outer limits just based on numbers. But again, that's the process. But again, I just wanted to provide this information to you. I will email these slides to you this evening so that you have this information to distribute through your networks. So I will stop the presentation so that you can see us all, Mr. Chair, and answer any questions that you may have.
Well, that was important to, for public consumption. Board, any further questions? You can see we have our dates projected so far, and then we can develop the calendar as we proceed. Anything further? All right, not seeing it. Let's go to item 17. And item 17 is the federal piece that Trey put together for us, but we also have additional, we pretty much talked our way through the federal piece and set these as our priority areas. And I think you captured it well from what I had gone through associated with that. So it does beg the question, as Patrice is asking, and if you could go over, your idea of a pre-meeting, Trey, so that we can position ourselves before NACO occurs. I know you need to schedule it so that you can have sit downs, so that you can go over strategic points. But I think there's an opportunity for board members to weigh into ideas of bullet points or process as well. Trey.
Sure. So, Mr. Chair, I actually we have a tentative meeting scheduled on Thursday, and so we're working with everybody's schedule on that to do the NACO planning. And at that particular meeting, we'll go over the conference schedule. We'll go over the particular committees that everyone will be attending, such as RAC or public lands. And then from there, we will go over today.
Mr. Chair, I can barely hear you, Trey.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. It's probably my computer. I'm sorry.
We are getting Trey a new computer. Rest assured.
But as part of that, so that will happen at that planning meeting on Thursday. If there's anything you would like for me to cover now, we can, and I am working with everyone's schedule. And Supervisor Horstman, I did get that rescheduled for 4. So, and we'll work with everybody's schedule on that. And as part of that, we can go over, our plan was today to go over the federal priorities like we did the state priorities with you. The copy is in your packet. In the interest of time, we can also do that in conjunction with the NACO discussion on Thursday. But I leave that up to the pleasure of the board, Mr. Chair.
You know, unless, you know, we've had this in our book. We went over it before. We made a few minor changes. You know, does anybody have any additional comments? And then as you hear, you have an opportunity to also focus on that, on these meetings that Trey's setting up. Anything further? Patrice, you did want to go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, and one of the things that's been very helpful in the past when we've done these meetings is just some very brief bullet points that we all have. So we all make sure we're going through them and that we have a little bit of planning and organization and priorities as a group, I think would be great.
All right. Yeah, setting up a strategy, and that's the great opportunity for this. Okay. Trey or Bob, do you have anything else? Okay.
Just looking forward to seeing you guys. I wish it was in person, but I think we're going to be back there, you know, Lord willing, here soon.
Yeah, every time we get close to in person, we have another surge. And so the new world for a while, but everybody's adapting, which is the human condition. Let's adapt. Change will happen. We might wiggle around, but it will happen. Let's see, just real quickly on it. You know, we have the opportunity to go ahead. Steve, you're good with us passing on yours. And on item 20, before we go ahead and cast it aside, sometimes a board member has something that's just imminent that they have to mention. Is there anything out there that board member has that you definitely want to raise at this point so the board's aware of it? And I'm not seeing anybody moving forward with that. So my gosh, that, you know, each topic we had today was, you know, it's a lot. You know, this is where we talk about, you know, this is our capacity today, but we got staff working on each one of these. So this is where we need to really think and thank staff for all the great work that you're doing. There's so much more. Not only they're going through our fatigue factor, similar level for them today, but much more so on working on things. And we always want to keep that in the back of our mind. Thank you, everybody. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn today's meeting. Thank you all. Great job.
Thank you. Thanks, staff.
Thank you. Good
Great
night.
job.
Thank you, Bob. Good to see you.
Great to see
Thank
you
you,
all.
Steph.
Bye-bye.
Bye.